Works well.
Here I go, anti-anything.
Here's the some real British one you say. So it's still a tongue. Up it.
Here I go, anti-anything.
It functions everywhere. Sometimes without stopping, sometimes discontinuously. It breathes, it eats, it shits, it fucks. What mistake ever said the it? It everywhere. It is machine, not at all metaphorically. Machines are machines with their couplings, their connections. An organ machine is connected with a source machine. One emits a flux which the other cuts. The breast is a machine that produces milk, and the mouth a machine coupled to that one. The mouth of the anorexic hesitates between an eating machine, an anal machine, a talking machine, a breathing machine, deeper machine, asthma, attack. This is why we are all tinkerers, each with their own little machines. An organ machine for an energy machine. There are always flux and cuts. Judge Trevor 5 has divine rays in his ass. Solar anus. And rest assured it works. Judge Schriever feels something, produced of something, and theorized about it. Something is being introduced effects of machines, not metaphors. Schizophrenic. It's a better model than the neurotic lying on the couch. A bit of fresh air, a relationship with the outside. Take the stroll of Lenz into the outdoors. It is different from moments when Lenz finds himself with his good pastor, who forces him to situate himself socially in relation to God, in relation to Father, in relation to Mother.
I'm a fan of that jam. What can I say? I don't really give a shit. I'm just a fan of that jam. It's nice and easy. Simple. I like simple. What can I say? I'm a sucker for it. Hello, everyone. How are you doing? Alexa, fuck right off. God damn. I had a huge internet outage all day, and then Alexa's fucking with me, and it's very frustrating. What can I say? Hello, everyone. It's a bit of a different stream. We usually don't stream Monday nights, but usually because I'm overly tired. It's going to be a more casual stream overall. I got to get some tea in me, to say the least. But as part of this new thing, and there is a new thing, if you haven't seen it, posted up my first video for the new series and the new style of things. The lighting changed. Oh, well, that's more or less just me kind of fucking with the temperature of different things and setting it up. Trying to figure out like a nice look. And I don't know. It's fine. I don't know. Could change it up a little bit. It's a nice soft blues. I figured for the evening might be good. Alexa, turn the lights off in the basement. Maybe we'll darken.
Okay.
Get nice vibes going for the evening because it's nighttime and we're chilling. I think that's kind of an easy thing to do. And we're going to end up spending some time here, which I think looks exciting to me. And I'll explain kind of what today's really aiming at, because it's a little bit different, I think, than what a lot of streams I usually do are, to say the least. But we'll put this up, and then I actually want to add another thing. We're going to do that. And it's going to be... yeah, this will do it. I actually want to, because I'm excited. We got a lot of feedback on the video. And rather than be the kind of person who doesn't take criticism, the whole point of this is learning critique. I can make it warmer if it would be better for you, Simone. But for right now, I kind of like the jam of this. It's kind of nice and easy, simple, nothing too bright, nothing too cray-cray, you know, nothing too wild, just nice and light. Because the critiques I got, some of them are, we'll just say less than great, but we're going to take them for what they are. We're going to reconsider how we sort of engage with these things as a thing, right? We're going to have that happen. I want to kind of do that. So, we are going to zoom in. Come on. Does this not let me zoom in on the comments? There it is. Good. That makes it larger. And then I can zoom out. And then I can shrink you. Happy day. There. So we can have that. And I'll just go ahead and get rid of PDF for now because we're going to that later. There's actually some very good constructive criticism in here. So it's one of the things, as I said at the beginning of this series, the goal here is not for me to be teaching you what is philosophy. There are literally dozens of books that do that better than I ever fucking could. Like, that are called that, not just from Deleuze and Guattari, obviously. Ortega y Gasset is another great version of that. That it's an idea that I'm not equipped to answer, but also it's not really the point, because I think a lot of people who come to the QC and a lot of people come to it the same way I sort of ended up coming to philosophy, granted in a different era, but without the academic backing, without the rigorous nature of sort of how education operates. And I discuss this a lot. We have a lot of people on the server who are, pre-grad, post-grad, postdoc, like incredible swaths of people, but a lot of academics. And philosophy is one of those things that you end up finding, at least in my experience, I find that the academic space walls itself off very often from the non-academic, for the simple reason that the vast majority of people who engage with actual philosophy or try to engage with philosophy in a non-academic way don't have that background. Now, you can get around it. You can happenstance and sort of trip your way through what philosophy is and how philosophy works. But the reality of it is, it's harder to sort of gauge who's doing that. Music, for example, people who never sat down and learn how to do proper scales, people who never sit down and actually go through all of the processes of learning proper, how to hold your hand on the guitar, how to properly tongue the reed or hold the mouthpiece, or how to play notes, or what scales are, how they interact, or the musical theory of everything. You can bypass that by happenstance, and you can tell when you can't really tell the difference. Someone could be an amazing guitar player who's never taken a lesson professionally or never went to school for it. But philosophy, you can't really see it in the same way, because from the outside, it's all words. I mean, that's it. It's all just words. And until you actually get deep enough and you start to see kind of, oh, this is how this is done, this is how these people do it, it's tough. And that's the goal for this process, is to actually have the conversation around what it means to do philosophy, how to do that philosophy. So that's the idea at a basic level. And I'm going to go ahead and, I forgot to announce this in the QC real quick. Um, 2 seconds. Right now. And some symbolic logic. At every, no, not you, not at that person, at every one. If your username is very close to everyone or starts with every, you are the bane of every server owner on Discord. We have like 7 of them on the QC, and you have to go through all of them to like hit down to everyone in order to send an everyone tag. But we'll be making our way through it. So today, we're going to be doing a couple things. The first thing is I want to kind of go over the comments. There's some really fantastic ones I want to read through, and then I actually want to spend time going through and critiquing myself, because there are things I did not get perfect, but that's fine. It doesn't bother me in the same way, and I want to kind of have that conversation. Maybe a few of you can even support me as we do it. I don't know who the fuck's here, except for, well, 2 of you who've said hi. So, Wildflower writes, we're just going to go through comments, and I dig it. I'm excited for this series. Thank you so much for the information dissemination. So many people assume that because a book exists, the contents inside of it are readily accessible at a basic reading proficiency. It's something we really don't talk about, but it's so important to talk about. Being a subject matter expert or specializing in a certain field of knowledge is one thing, and deserves respect. But I've seen tribalism in academia that assumes and projects the lack of specialized understanding as an intellectual default in others. This is basically what I'm ultimately talking about. Just because you're not Beethoven does not mean that your hobbyist passion for music is worthless. While it's important for the hobbyist to understand that they have not dedicated their lives to the study and mastery of the subject, it is equally important for the virtuoso, the master of study, to recognize the hobbyist will never engage with music at the same level of complexity. And that's okay. I think in the current landscape of alternative truths, academics and researchers can no longer rely on the previous technocratic structures of I am an expert, so you must accept what I say. People have lost trust in social structures and are now critical of them, primarily because they don't understand how they work. Yeah, I mean, I make the joke that Republicans, and people in general, but Republicans are like house cats. They're very, very excited for how things are, but they have no idea how all of it got to be there. Nor could they. For someone who can't understand these structures, the demand to place one's faith in them feels no different than an attempt to claim the divine right of kings and forcibly convert non-believers with the deterrence of hell and promise of heaven. When that rhetoric ends up in this space, Christofascism has much deeper emotional bonds of conviction for such faith-based argumentation. Spot fucking on. I think in this move of anti-intellectualism, a better metric for intelligence for any person who is a subject matter expert is when they recognize this distinction of complexity and are able to adapt their communication style and comprehension to the respective audience. And also the ability to see markers of intelligence in non-traditional or institutional spaces. Although the traditional paths are more developed, one path of learning does not create a person that is inherently better than the other, and much of the stigma of academic elitism is mired in class oppression. Jesus, did that audio bump back up for everyone else? I'm just going to turn that shit fucking way down. Sorry, I've got in my ears. I need to probably disable that, but that's okay. Although the traditional paths are more developed, one path of learning does not create a person that is inherently better than the other. Much of the stigma of academic elitism is mired in class oppression. It's so exhausting when you seek to learn from people who you perceive as being knowledgeable about a subject, only to have intelligence modeled to you as something to be weaponized against others. I adore this. I feel this person very deeply. This performative affect of being an intelligent person has always reminded me of the nerdy boys who've excluded women with the "you're not a real fan of thing" mindset. It's a mental zero-sum game where self-aggrandizing intelligence is gained at the expense of disempowering others. It becomes the bigger tree of low expectations and assuming that someone without the obscure knowledge you have can't possibly engage at a level of intelligence. This is why the public loves figures like Carl Sagan or Einstein. We respect the complexity of knowledge that they have because they're able to make that knowledge accessible to those without it. And this is the true marker of knowledge transfer. In a moment where AI can regurgitate information dismembered from any sense of identity, knowledge is an imparting of information with an ideological context and framing that gives it significance and meaning. Information is neutral, but knowledge isn't. The communal aspect of knowledge transfer is such an important part of this. I adore that. I know I'm not reacting to hate comments. I didn't get any hate comments. And I would probably react to them fine. If all of us are machines of desire, can I be Iron Man? I mean, you can do it. My son was Iron Man the other day. You can be Iron Man. I won't stop you. Nice primer. I want to get down to the critiques, which I think were really solid. Model theory and intermediate logic. fuck, I wish I could talk. The series is not going to be one where I spend a lot of time talking about symbolic anything. Like to the extent that we're going to read all of Langer. I have the books behind me. I can pull them out. That's not really what we're jamming with. The goal is less that I'm going to end up teaching you about symbolic logic, but instead how to engage with the books. It's how to philosophy is kind of the joke, and it's meant to be processual in kind of teaching that. We're going to end up teaching symbolic logic, and I'm going to end up learning symbolic logic. Model theory would be fun. Set theory is going to be a focus because of Copy. Category theory is in there. With any luck. With any luck. And we're going to be going through sections today. It's Langer, which is chapter 3, and then Copy, which is, one second. What did I have for Copy? I think for Copy I had chapter 2. Yeah, chapter 2, which we may spend some time on today. This is, again, meant to be more casual and engaging. So the Langer one, then the Copy one is arguments containing compound statements, which is good because I think that's one of the critiques I end up getting is my failure to grasp literally compound. I am not perfect at this. That's not the point. Jack Frost writes, you should take a look at analytical philosophy and its logic. It can help you overcome your dogmas in philosophy. You're stuck in binary thinking. You keep thinking Deleuze team, start reading. This is a comment I responded very quickly. I'm not doing this. I don't believe in analytic philosophy as a category, or continental. That's a thing that is sort of ascribed and added to it. I like Russell. I even reference Russell in the how-to video that I opened with. And I think I had Russell in like 3 or 4 of the drafts for this video. And Frege is great. We had a Frege reading group on the QC for a while. There's not a Deleuze team for me. I tend to make that joke so people sort of get the jam of what I'm coming with. But, you know, what can I say? Things get lost on people. And there's Sim. Arachne. At 1836, wouldn't it be... I did fuck this up. like straight up, Arachne not only corrected me, but there's another person I'm trying to get to because it's a long comment. Elaborate on why I reject continental philosophy as a category. No one's ever been able to give me a good, useful categorization of it. It tends to be... analytic is very thoughtful, logical, and analytic. The continental is like the woo-woo stuff. And I've read people who combine them in ways that are like is Kant more analytic? Well, then what the fuck is Deleuze doing? Deleuze plays off of that. What about the books that are about Deleuze and Kant that really lean heavily into that? What about wonderful writers who take Hegel and Deleuze even together? Like there's a huge amount of Catherine Malabou, who I was recommending to people on the stream the other day, like crosses these boundaries all the time. So when we start talking about like, well, what is the point? How is it that we do one? Oh, it's analytic or it's philosophy. It's like, in my experience, it's people who just really want to maintain a division so that way they don't have to read other stuff. Read analytic philosophy. Please do. It's not bad stuff at all. I mean, most continental philosophy is just as good or bad. It's just philosophy, as long as they're doing that thing. So I did. We'll get to it because someone else actually corrects me on it. Or Acne, if you're watching this, at some point you might be. Someone else actually corrects me on this and they go through it nicely. And I think they nail it pretty well. Flatly. And it's right here, this dude, Yoavco99, who left a very large comment, as you can see. So it's one of the tough things. So the way I like to do videos specifically is as a journey. And so you end up getting people who, like Yoavco, are more used to what people do, where they state things and they aren't really taking you on secondary steps or evolving it or building an auto-critique within the thing. I enjoy doing that. I enjoy making the point that everyone can agree with and auto-critiquing it visibly so people join you on the next bit, on the next bit, on the next bit. I dig that as a concept. Not a lot of people do, but it makes some people who immediately start writing and they go, this is problematic the way you're writing it. And so we're going to go through this and be very forgiving because they're very right on, I think, everything they write here. But they were writing the comment as they were watching and they correct themselves. They're like, oh, fuck. And then it's pretty great. Funny, he talks about analytical. Oh, you mean me? He, as in he. There are books that shit on Hegel all the time. But again, most people need to understand that when people are doing philosophy, let's take Deleuze as an example. Deleuze is probably my favorite example of this. And there are probably exceptions to what I'm about to state where people get a little impassioned on their own theories or they're deeply dismissive of other stuff. But most people in the realm, if they are ever into a thinker enough to actually critique them heavily, they don't take away from them the work that they've done. The example I would use would be Deleuze and Lacan. We have someone in our server today, and we get them in the QC all the time, where they go, "Oh, hey, people don't fuck Lacan. I love Deleuze. That's how much I hate Lacan." It's like, Deleuze didn't hate Lacan. Lacan, as far as we know, didn't hate Deleuze. I think Guattari and they had a back and forth that sort of fucked with each other, to say the least. But it was never like, I'm doing what I'm doing to remove all of his work. They very much understand the nature of how they sort of stand on the shoulders of giants and how all of these things are pieces that grow in time. Nietzsche is a little more vitriolic in a lot of what he writes, but he is deeply inspired by a lot of these very same kinds of people. Marx as well. They come from these positions, but they don't take away, like, I hate them. This isn't one corporation versus another. This isn't, oh, I like Halo, so I have to hate some other shit. I love Marvel, I have to hate DC. This kind of mentality and tribalism that comes with sort of consumer society, it actually just doesn't exist. I don't believe it exists. So books that shit on Hegel are not shitting on Hegel. If they're shitting on Hegel, they're bad books. Hegel did some extraordinary thought, a lot of which I don't necessarily understand. I've tried. I've gotten through a book, thank you, Sadler. And I've gotten through a lot of Zizek's works on it. And they're just on the other side of grasping for me, and that's fine. But I would be really stupid to say that Hegel was dumb or didn't know his shit. It's childish. And what you tend to find is that it's much more, it's much more the people who follow these people who really want that. It's, oh, no, I've dedicated my life to Lacan. Deleuze is silly and stupid. And then that back and forth kind of becomes this, like, hey, look, you can disagree with Deleuze's critiques, but they're good fucking critiques, and you should work with them and try to take them down. Miller, for example, Badiou, goddamn, what's the book on Deleuze? Which one is it? It's Badiou. Was it Badiou? It's goddamn French people. Pretty sure it's Badiou. Yeah. Badiou wrote at length. Because I always fuck it up. It's Jacques-Alain Miller or Alain Badiou. I always fuck that up. I don't know why. It's French people. What can I say? But Badiou, his critiques of Deleuze are not unformed. I disagree with them because of a handful of things. But again, his reading is not like a horrifying reading and he's a dumb fuck. It's like, no, these are critiques, and these are critiques necessarily that build out of these things. And you can do things with them. You can build with them. You can do things. It's good. It's good to do stuff. Do more things. That's basically the lesson there. Do more things. Things are good. So this is not going to be one of those like, oh, fuck my haters or all that shit. I have no interest in that. Instead, we're going to be reading someone who may be a hater. I kind of dig the idea. We'll find out. I think we'll find out. Pop. I'm a fan of that transition. Very melty. I debated on making it longer and like more gradual, but it kind of pops really fast. I kind of like it that way. So let's go through this. Opens up. Logic doesn't solve the problems of natural language. It might help, but it does not solve the problems. A formal language by itself, without reference to any natural language which we speak, is meaningless. This means that we have to rely on natural language when using logic in any case for it to be useful. Yes, I was early on in the video, I went right to the critique of casual language, which is in Langer and Copey's, both of them, a little bit more Langer, their critique of how language or argumentation works and the difference between when we sort of are talking with our friends or we're talking with other people and how we use casual language that's a little bit like sort of, how to put it? I like it when we are talking about how the casual use of language doesn't have necessarily the same rigid rules, yet still we're able to understand things that friends and family may say. And that's because of the multitude of things that sort of go into every single word, because it's not just the word, it's the context and all the complexity. And this was kind of the point I was trying to make, and I hope I kind of made, is that when we're talking with friends and we're using simple language, that simple language that I might use with someone else is actually not the same language. What's happening with that is we're actually moving in a very different direction. We're moving from an incredibly complex interaction, even if it is simple language, to a simple language without the complexities. And those complexities are those things that give us that secondary meaning, that give us that sort of foundation to build out of it. I like the breakdown of saying when you have sort of a proposition or any sentence, you have on one side the denotation, the words, do they denote the thing that is being sort of evoked? Signification, which relies on sort of the chain of meaning that is sort of in existence for that specific sentence. What was said before, what might be said later, what was said yesterday, even as part of it. And then also manifestation, which is the person who is manifesting the words, the element that is sort of that it comes from Brooks, so therefore it means a bunch of things. These three give us a huge amount of meaning and ways to generate sense within any proposition. When we use words empty, these same words on the internet, and I say the exact same thing, or they come out of context, or you clip someone, or you start recording late, or a video just goes up because you and your friends thought it was the funniest thing ever, and then it lands like a wet fart because no one gets it. This is sort of the thing that you start to find what I'm talking about. We don't all share the same larger scale meaning. We don't all share the same larger scale understandings, the connotations and the context. So when we start talking about, hey, how do you do this? How do you have those conversations with people? This is the nature of sort of natural language. You have to figure out other ways to create those arguments, to better structure what you're saying outwards to people. And to me, logic, symbolic logic, and these things, as you're building out an argument or a thing you might say to people, it will help you identify errors in your own looseness with words, the way that you're able to be loose. And clearly, I wasn't as good as I hoped I was. Clearly, I wasn't as good as I hoped I was with this, because lo and behold, a couple of people it missed. And that happens. What can I say? What can I say? But it's still the same thing. The goal should be to build out your argument, your stuff, and then utilize these tools to make it more explicit, to make it more clear, to make it stand out in the way that you want it to. And this is the idea of the logical concept that Langer and Copey use. And it's tough language for me because I tend to think of concepts as a different use, but the logical concept being talked about, the goal of it is to actually make something that is incredibly efficient to get the point across. And when you have a challenge around that, and I'll get into kind of this, you get into a really specific way that this works. So he quotes me. The logical concept talked about here, the thing being denoted is just house. It's a symbol, something that can be communicated precisely regardless of mental imagery. And he says that's false. I have a deep misunderstanding of the subject. That is a misstatement of it, but I'm going to go with it. If we remove semantics from formal language and deductive system, which is what we consider logic, all we can say is that we can derive some symbols from other symbols, that we can differentiate between grammatical, well-formed formulas versus things which are ungrammatical. So, wow, so we can derive the formula Q from the conjunction of the formula P gives Q, and in P, a certain formal system, okay? And he says, I wrote this just before getting to the point in video where you say roughly the same thing, but it makes it weirder that you fell into this thing you criticized earlier in the video. Because the point of the video is to take those steps through it, because people who are joining on that journey haven't gone on the journey. The journey is to understand first how sort of symbols play and to get people to that position and to have them invested in that. And then the next step is to actually break that down and say, here's the deal. You need to be able to understand that how you're understanding this, how these things are coming about, these only exist in very particular systems. And you need to be aware of how these systems interact and play together. Because, and that's more or less my underlying point, the way that these systems exist, you need to be very cognizant of when making these statements. Because when I say something and when I speak, you are putting them in some semblance of a system that's similar to that. That's the great challenge we run into, at least in my experience. It's the great challenge you run into. So it's a lot. And then he goes in, and I want to spend time on this because this is not wrong. I reread it a few times. I stepped back. I reread it. Again, this is not my super strongest everything. But there's a part in the video where I'm going through and talking through I'm giving a very, very fast example. It's not very good, it turns out. But it's fine. It's the idea that when someone states, men are mortal, Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is mortal. The sort of thing that you're putting together and how you're putting it together is very important. And so I kind of did a bad thing. We're going to watch the little section, then we'll come back to it. I hope I don't copyright strike myself. One sec. Need to make sure it's not. Help us recognize ambiguity in how we talk. It lets us be more precise in our thinking and our reading. See, the above, that's not what we would put into a book on flying. Instead, we'd go through the process. We'd recognize ambiguity. We could write a better sentence, one that lets us really communicate what we want to say, using generalities to enable us to play with the abstract in a way that enables proper communication. It lets us be more effective and direct and help other people too. It would let us say sort of interplay. So we could say the activity of flying planes has the property of danger, for example. Or we could say for all X. If X flying and X is plane, then X is danger. This is where I fucked up. It's welcome to what I get. Welcome to what I get for doing this when I was doing it. That's fine. So to go back to the point. This one is the one where I'm talking about, I think he's talking about a different setup. That's okay. Anyway, as he lays this out, he's not far off. The idea that P, therefore Q, therefore R is not formed because, and he's very kind to give a non-technical explanation here. If I parenthesize these, and it works effectively the same thing as it does inside of a formula in mathematics. You're basically making that statement be the thing that is self-contained. So P, therefore Q, therefore R, and P, therefore Q, therefore R, mean different things, and it's not obvious which case I mean. He's right. I left ambiguity in there. And as I put in the comment, I wish I had written it intentionally to do that. Like, I wish I was that clever. Oh yeah, I did that so that way people would have to correct me, and I'd show that ambiguity meant I fucked up. Short version is I fucked up because the ambiguity is there. If I say P, therefore Q, therefore R, that doesn't work. They have to be put together cleanly. And he's actually got a better version of it. In the case, for one example of the conjunction of P, Q, and R is usually considered well-formed, even though it is technically not. However, in this case, it's fine because P conjunction of Q and conjunction of R, they're actually logically equivalent. But the therefore is not. Conjunction is not the same thing as therefore. I fucked up. It's fine. This is what happens. And then he goes on. They let you identify the true structure of the argument. It is a bit of an overstatement. He's right. Yeah, its implication is when you have P, therefore Q, therefore R, it's not the same thing as conjunction. I probably should have actually just used the conjunction of. That's okay. It's fine. This is what I get. And I'm learning. But he's right here. The idea, they let you identify the true structure of an argument. It's not the exact language, and I need to be very careful with that, to be frank. They let you identify the true structure of the argument is sort of wrong. As he says, logic doesn't really help us do that in itself. It's pretty much impossible to be sure whether your formalization of a particular argument or sentence is true to the original meaning the person who said it meant. For example, we could, I mean that this argument is made entirely out of, he's being lovely. He's being very kind here, as much as it's a very formulaic, like it looks like a cold response. He's actually being very, very forgiving. Formalize the standard Socrates is mortal like following. Socrates is a man, then Socrates is immortal. So P, Q, and R. P, proposition, and, God, my brain, sorry. Whatever. And result, Socrates is mortal. Now, clearly the above is a non sequitur. We cannot use the inference rules of classical truth-functional logic to derive the conclusion from these premises. The argument's invalid. P and Q can be true while R is false. Semantics don't know the relation between them unless we specify it. Now, does that mean that the standard and famous Socrates is mortal argument is invalid? No, because there's other things at play here. In this case, it's clearly a bad formalization, but in many cases, it's not so clear. I actually wrote and said, is there any way you can make time Thursday? Because I would love to have them. And there's a couple other people who responded with sort of lengthy in the QC too, who have, it turns out, despite me saying I was going to be doing this video for 2 weeks, who have lengthy grasps of symbolic logic or a deep dive of it. And it's a thing I would love to spend time on. That'd be just fantastic. Anyway, the short version is this is a completely fair critique of everything I wrote, and I wish I was more clever to have done it intentionally. We're going to read through actually on specifically this. This is the Langer text I want to go over today, which happens to be the piece that I kind of pulled out anyway, because it is the Essentials of Logical Structure and Context, chapter 3. From Langer. So it's going to be really, I think, interesting to go over that. I'm jazzed. But to continue, I think that's actually might be it. I'm going to give him another like. Yeah. It's a lot, but it's all very, very fair. What can I say? I mean, that's about all I can say, to be frank. So we're going to spend a little bit of time with Langer's Essentials of Logical Structure, which I think will be good. And then, one sec, I'm going to add in a thing. Come on. Where are you at? Where'd you go, you stupid thing? And then I might, I'm probably going to end up dropping off in gaming a bit. I might switch over to Twitch. I'm not sure yet. But why is that not running? There you are. Okay. Let's see. We'll go and do this, and I'm going to... Yeah, we'll figure it out. All right. The essentials of logical structure. Welcome to a dry philosophy stream, but it'll be nice. It's a chill. As always, if you do support this and if you watch the video and you liked it and you want to continue seeing more of it, I'd love to continue making it. So please do support the channel. Memberships are great. Super chats are great. I have a Stream Elements link, but also just joining the DGQC or the Patreon. Patreon.com/DGQC is easily the best way to support and would be a huge help if you have a couple extra bucks to spend. And again, thank you to those who already are. If you read in the paper a headline, "Lived together 10 years without speaking," your imagination promptly supplies suitable terms to the relation which alone is mentioned. A man and his wife, or a mother and her daughter. In short, someone and someone else must have lived together 10 years without speaking. Again, if you open a cookbook at random and read at the head of the page, "These should be rubbed together to a smooth paste," you know at once that these things must refer to something like flour, shortening, sugar, yolks of eggs, and the like. You may say that you have not the faintest idea what is to be rubbed together to a smooth paste, or who lived together 10 years without speaking. But the mere fact that you say what and who, respectively, shows that you know something about the missing terms of the propositions. You would feel greatly disconcerted to read that butter and sugar lived together 10 years without speaking, or that mother and daughter should be rubbed together to a smooth paste. The reason for this is that you've understood the relation and you know, in a general way, what is the range of its possible applications. This is essentially the critique he was leveraging, which is, again, fair critique. It's hard to do a 20-minute video on this shit. I wouldn't probably change much if I went back, because the critiques are actually going to give us a lot of room to play with as we go. But now I have to. That's why I have to include the critiques in everything we do, which is its own thing. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to go refill my tea, because I am frying.
Anti-Oedipus, Grüße auf die Anti-Oedipus. Categorization, imagine by the wizard, Worksfrau.
Here I go, anti-Oedipus.
Is it some William Bristol one these days? So it's some Ate.
Here I go, anti-Oedipus.
Oh, ho. It functions everywhere, sometimes without stopping, sometimes discontinuously. It breathes, it heats, it eats, it shits, it fucks. One mistake ever said the it everywhere. It is machines, not at all metaphorically. Machines of machines with their couplings, their connections. An organ machine is connected with a source machine, one emits a flux which the other cuts. The breast is a machine that produces milk, and the mouth a machine coupled to that one. The mouth of the anorexic hesitates between an eating machine and an anal machine.
All right. Welcome back. Welcome back. All right. You get all the noise. I'm not muting shit. When I was talking earlier about denotation, signification, and manifestation, this is not far off from that. It's a very, very simple, very fast thing for us to sort of be able to have these conversations and to talk around this stuff. When someone says things, how it's said, what is saying it, gives you context to be able to understand general relations between terms that are being used. The newspaper saying a thing versus a cookbook saying a thing. Again, to their point, these things themselves plays out enough. The reason for this, you've understood the relation, you know in a general way what is the range of its possible applications. The same is true, of course, if a certain set of applications and terms is given and the relation left undetermined. If you read on either side of a blot on the back of a postcard, quote, "We blot Niagara," you may not know whether this is a relation between friends and Niagara is that they saw the waterfall or that they missed it, liked or scorned, feared or photographed it, but you do know that the lost verb cannot be married, ate, or strangled, for example. Such relations among such terms would fail to make sense, which is the core of Langer's thing. There might be another book on the logic of such things you should read. Our thoughts always move within a certain range, a great vaguely apprehended class of things, which we feel could be related to each other. We look only for relations which might conceivably hold among these things. Such a range of general subject matter, of terms and relations that may enter together into our thoughts, is called context. Right? Following? Hope you're following. Give a little room on the other side here. Balance this page out. Whatever lies outside a given context is felt to be irrelevant, incapable of adding anything but sheer nonsense. In ordinary thinking, the context is indefinite, mutable, tacitly assumed. It grows and shrinks with every turn of the conversation. You hear a bang and ask, "Who has just come into the house?" And all your thoughts are in terms of people, front door, the relation of closing, entering, etc. But let the answer be no one. That was the cover of a wood box you heard. And your whole constellation of ideas, the context shifts to this box, cover, the relation of dropping, slamming, making noise. The person who gave you the answer was thinking in your terms and also in those which his reply presupposes, else he would not have found any sense in your question, and his answer would have been an irrelevant statement, not an answer at all. So the context in everyday conversation is always varying, adjusting itself to the interests of many people and many domains of thought. Following so far? I hope so. Again, is a baseline introduction. You're going to see a lot where some of the things I wrote about sort of take center stage. But in the sciences, which study the interrelations of elements within certain limited, definite realms of reality, or in logic, which deals with any given realm, and studies the possible means of making sense of its constituents, we cannot do with a vague, indefinite, tacitly accepted context. If we want to build up an elaborate conceptual structure, we must have recognizable concepts, not subjective and incommunicable mental pictures. It does not make any difference what sort of mental pictures embodies a concept. All that counts in science is the concept itself. For instance, it is immaterial whether you imagine absolute zero, the temperature of interstellar space in complete absence of heat, as a sensation experienced by someone fantastically floating in a dark void, or whether you imagine it as the lowest mark on a very large thermometer. Two persons, one of whom imagines the void while the other envisages the mercury column, may talk perfectly comprehensively together about the properties of absolute zero. It's because their mental pictures are merely personal symbols of a concept with which they're both operating. The sensation in the void only represents the concept, which is the first element of the ordered series of all possible temperatures ranged in relation warmer than. The lowest mark in the imaginary mercury column represents the same thing. That is why these two men can talk sensibly to one another. Following? Again, this is remedial stuff, but it's kind of important when we start talking about, and we may go through a handful of examples of this because you're going to see it as you start noticing this, as you're playing with this and thinking through the difference between one's internal image, what they're invested in, the structure they're invested in, the things they're invested in, and how they're speaking, and then also how that operates and then how that works. this larger system is not just simply I'm speaking and that is representational space. I'm speaking and that is I'm speaking of symbols. There is a much larger process happening here, even for Langer and Copy, not just other philosophers. And that process is how you are, specifically you. And I'm talking to you because this is about how-to philosophy. When you are reading these books, when you are reading these authors, the importance of understanding their position, understanding what they're talking about, and not placing your own representations in there, not placing yourself in there. These things become, you could say, sacrosanct, to say the least. One might say that due to psychological factors, the two people have divergent conceptions of absolute zero, but are operating with the same concept. This difference of meaning between concept and conception is not rigorously observed in ordinary usage. But neither is it a purely arbitrary technicality. Purists in English will agree, I think, that it's better to speak of my conception of honor than my concept of honor, and to refer to the concept of honor rather than the conception of honor. The distinction between these terms, conception for the mental image or simple, concept for the abstractable public essential form, seems to me to be convenient, that we are justified in adopting it technically as an accepted rule of vocabulary. And Langer is going to be continuing to use this the whole time. The difference between conception and concept. Concept is not, again, it is not a thing that is global. It is not a thing that everyone shares. That's not the predetermining factor. That's not the thing. Instead, it's about the difference between conception and concept. The conceptions of absolute zero that one may have versus the concept that everyone operates with. It's more of a function than anything else. Echo says, natural language is a ML construct, not a linguistic one. Does linguistic like regular versus non-regular language? I'm not sure the difference matters in the specific places we're talking about. The linguistics and the study of it, I think there is a larger conversation to have there, but it's a bit of a rabbit hole for this specifically. I've been deep diving and spending a lot of time in Yelmslev's linguistics, and less his direct works because they are genuinely opaque mostly, but instead secondary texts and other papers written after it, if you want something that sort of plays with these ideas of these things, which I think there's a lot of room for. So now we're going to talk about formal context. And this is kind of that next step. You're starting to see kind of how I, or at least tried to, go on the journey from part 1 to part 2 to part 3. Because again, the goal here is to explore the actual doing of it rather than demanding and the repetition of it. At least in theory. What can I say? QC mugs, link below. If we would rule out of our thinking all associated ideas which spring from conceptions rather than concepts, and consequently are the subjective personal context of our propositions, we must enumerate explicitly the elements and relations to be admitted for consideration. In a scientific discussion of temperatures, the loneliness and silence of these realms where absolute zero obtains are irrelevant. These factors are associated with absolute zero only through a picturesque personal conception of that temperature, and are meaningless to the man who imagines a long thermometer with the mercury out of sight. Likewise, the astounding length of the imaginary thermometer is also irrelevant. Loneliness, silence, and length are not logically connected with the meaning of absolute zero. If we make our formal statement, absolute zero is the first element in a series of all popular temperatures ranged in their relation warmer than. The only elements are temperatures. The only relation is warmer than. If the man who thinks of the cold void utters this proposition, its psychological context probably contains such elements as space, awe, death, or whatnot. But the thermometer man, who understands and accepts his proposition, knows nothing about these. His psychological context contains visual elements. The concept, however, which the two have in common, and by virtue of which one understands the other, has a different context entirely, which contains as elements only states of temperature, and as relations only the comparative concept warmer than, and its derivatives, cooler than, not warmer than, of like temperatures, are concepts which may be derived by definition from warmer in, etc. They go into it later chapters. Everything that can enter into a scientific discussion of absolute zero must be constructed within this conceptual frame, which I call the formal context of the discourse. This is the very important edges of these things for her. Justin says, in hopes of not driving people away from the study of logic by this disconnect, you do get parts of more ordinary usage back as you go further into the topic. This is fair. There's like a million caveats when you get into this. The reason that we start by kind of stripping out all of these images and all these elements is because there is an exercise that's being done here. And the exercise is understanding how to, again, communicate explicitly and efficiently through the language that we're using. And so when you strip everything away, which is what she's talking about doing here, and we're missing the poetry or the edges of things. This is not the end of logic. It's literally just, I would argue, just the beginning. Once you get further down the road and you start talking about like almost everything you mentioned, modal. Modal's a great example. And I'm not super familiar with all of it, but what I will say is that it's not a coincidence that all the people who have like these high-end philosophy books or wrote them, from Copy to Smolian, also are like kind of funny and wacky and weird. Like, it's because you kind of end up coming all the way back around, but the relations for all of it is different. I don't want to say it's not allowing the happenstance, but it is. Copy has a great story I love, where a student wanted to prep for the exam, and he said, fine. And he told his teacher's his TA to give the kid last year's test. And then the test came and went, and the kid came up to Copy and he went, well, look, I reviewed everything, but I mean, the questions didn't change. And it was like, what? The questions didn't change. He goes, oh, I know the questions didn't change, but the answers did, which is like such a fucking delicious joke in its own way. And like, they're really weird. These people who are like hyper into logic, they play around a lot more because it's a different way of dealing with it. It's instead of, I don't want to say it's impersonal because it's not, but it comes almost all the way back around because once you're really playing in these structures, you're doing stuff. There's no shortage of people there's a side of Deleuze studies that I tend to fall in, that I think of Deleuze as a philosopher of logic. And I'm hardly alone in this. And I think that's basically what he did, is he looked for the logic in processes and setups and systems, from art to speaking and making sense, to the logic of fascism, to you name it, the logic of cinema. And that's what the books are. That's what he did. And he is a unique, playful kind of guy when it came to a lot of this stuff. Raymond Smolian is famous for writing some of the greatest puzzle books of all time. We'll go through a couple of those. I have a few always. But it is true. It seems dry, and it starts that way. And it's important to start that way. And this is part of that thing that we don't do when you don't go to college for this. If you're not in school, you're not forced to sit and take these classes and memorize and restate and do the exercises and do it over and over. Like I would guess the gentleman who left the comment for me did. It's just the reality. Once you've done it a lot and you've kind of been forced to copy and rote memorize things, then you have the basics down and you're able to start playing in a little bit more of the creative space that these things afford you in different ways. And then you do more of that. We're not there. I'm not there. You're not there. Probably. Maybe you are. I don't know. But The need instead is to do these and to understand this starting point so you can add on and build to that, so you can start understanding how axiomatics play into these things, for example. And it's not just that you can understand that logic, as I said in the video, and I will continue to say, is not a truth determiner. Sunday was watching a video today where people were going back and forth as like, you're doing an ad hominem. No, you're doing an ad hominem, and arguing about whether or not there's an ad hom happening as if that like is like a point in like some kind of weird competition. Logic or fallacies, they don't invalidate what anyone is saying. It's actually not how they work, period. And I'm happy to have this discussion with anyone who disagrees, but anything that is rational or irrational, logical or illogical, can have the same general ability to be true. That's not what this does. Logic enables you to understand the internal coherence of what you've structured and to, again, build that out. So if you have ad homs in there and someone goes, hey, by the way, you're doing an ad hom. Oh, fuck, that's an ad hom? Shit, I don't want to be doing that. I want to have a good, valid reason for what I'm saying. But that doesn't mean that what you're saying was false, that you were using an ad hom. Your opponent can be a stupid piece of shit, and you can also be right. That doesn't invalidate anything. So again, what logic's used for and how we use it and what we do, people tend to not really understand at all. It's very, very depressing. And again, I'm not hardly an expert in it, but I appreciate anyone who's willing to take the time and sit with me on it for sure. Fuzzy logic is real nicety to drive other softer claims, almost certainly distinctly greater. I forget a bit of inferences can be made from fuzzy, but I think there's so much really fun, interesting stuff once you really start diving into these things. And again, I'm hardly an expert on it. The goal is to talk through how they function, how we can use them. And then I started with this because once we start getting into philosophy books, which I consider this one, but is a little bit different, the methodology of how this builds and how you reason and work through the arguments, how you do that, it ends up becoming deeply, deeply important to the process of understanding any of these things. Just flatly. Especially in the space we're in, because as we are in late capital that is completely fucking with the very idea of sense and sense making and codified meaning in every single way, how do we then find our way back? And this is, again, rather than feeling around in the darkness and hoping you're occasionally right or yelling that someone else kicked you in the shin, these give you the tools to start to lay out a blueprint of understanding things that you can then use and modify and shift. It's how I view it. I hope how others do too. To continue, the formal context of any discourse may be agreed upon and expressed. The psychological context cannot. That is just like a wildly important line. You cannot go in and pre-know how you're going to react to things or what those, like you can't even do that yourself, let alone knowing another person's. One person may have a fair idea of another psychological framework. For instance, we know death figures in a different context for a kidnapper's victim who feels a pistol at his back, or for an undertaker whose telephone is ringing. But we cannot exhaustively state such a context and know all ideas that are relevant to it. That said, the goal is not to go completely fucking out of your mind the other direction. That's not the point. This is not about breaking it down to the most cold everything thing. This is about making sure as you're working your way through, as you're having these conversations, as you're reading the text, that you're relating them as best as you can to what is being said and working with the text itself. That's how I use it and how I intend to use it. That's my hope. To continue. The total collection of all those and only those elements which belong to a formal context is called a universe of discourse. The way she frames universe of discourse, I really appreciate. Deleuze talks about this in the same way we talk about games, where if we're, let's say, he uses the example of roulette, which I like. If roulette's happening and ball spinning and everyone's put their chips down, if I lean over and I blow on the ball to change its position, I haven't really done anything determinate. I've affected the game, but I haven't really done anything. It's not like that ruins chance and it solidifies everything. I'm not that skilled of a blower, I guess. Maybe someone out there is. Who am I to say? But I'm certainly not. Yet I'd still be kicked out of any casino in the world for doing this. And it's because that universe of discourse, there's only certain rules, certain things within it. And within that, those things need that freedom to play and have the random within that space. It needs to be allowed to collide. It needs to be allowed to have those things run into each other. And if you have a universe of discourse, as she's talking about, or he talks about the rules of the ideal game or whatever it is, this type of thing is important because it gives us the room for us to allow ourselves to play, but also to have the ability to make sense and to know things are coming. So to continue this paragraph, in ordinary conversation, we assume the limitations of such a universe as when we say, quote, everybody knows that another war is coming, and assume that everybody will be properly understood to refer only to adults of normal intelligence and European culture, not to babies in their cribs, idiots, or the inhabitants of remote wildernesses. For conversational purposes, the tacit understanding will do. So it's presuming. Yeah, Echo, you're fixing it. I know. You're fixing it again. It's also fixed. I went over it. But the tacit understanding works for conversation. This is, again, at no point should we be used like this is not about eliminating quick conversation or fast conversation. This is about understanding the difference between that and the space in which we have a universe of discourse, because tacit understandings is different. But if the statement is challenged, if someone volunteers to produce a person to whom it may be applied, but of whom it is not true, it becomes important to know just what the limits of its applicability really are. Arguments of this sort have their own technique, by which the opposition marshals contradictory cases. In this example, persons who have no such knowledge, and the asseverator rules them out as not meant by his statement. The universe of ordinary discourse is vague enough so that this process can go on as long as the bellicosity of the two adversaries lasts. Debate's pointless is the very short version. It's just the short version. This is debate's pointless. But the example, I'm going to give you someone who, if I say everyone, well, not everyone. Well, I didn't mean that person clearly. What about this guy? I didn't mean that person clearly. It can go on forever. Oh, God. Because, again, the tacit understanding's fine generally, but Jesus Christ. Logicians and scientists, however, this sucks. This sucks. Their universe of discourse must be definite enough to allow no dispute whatever about what does or does not belong to it. For instance, if an anthropologist makes a statement that everybody is born into some social group, we understand him to mean the baby in its crib and the headhunter of Patagonia, as well as the American ambassador to the court of St. James, because the universe of discourse of his science is known to include all human beings. Did it not, he would be called upon to state its limits. We may limit a universe of discourse as much as we like. So elaborate a structure as a natural science has a very great universe, whereas a lesser construct, say the formal set of rules for playing chess, is limited to 64 elements called squares and 32 elements called men. The chess game does not take in all elements called chessmen. Its universe is limited to 32. In teaching chess to a novice, the first thing one does is to enumerate the elements involved, call his attention to the squares and the men, before one mentions the relations which hold or fail to hold among them. Now, this is exactly the way to begin the rigorous analysis of any structure. The universe of discourse must be recognized and expressed. Logicians usually denote it by the letter K, derived from the German class, and put in parentheses the notation chosen for its elements. But since we have adopted the practice of using Roman capital letters for elements, I shall use an italic K for the total class of such elements, because this is not itself an element and should have a different kind of symbol. What book am I using for modal? I am not right now. This is Langer. This is just symbolic logic. My modal logic book is hiding somewhere. Yeah, I'll show you. I'm making my way through this. One sec. This is on my reading list. This is not I've been diving into too many economics books, and so I got recommended this, Scott Cunningham's Causal Inference. And it is basically a book about how social scientists actually play with causation and inference at a statistical level. Never took the classes for it myself. And it utilizes this fascinating combination of statistics as well as sort of this odd logic. It's really interesting, just mentioning. But if you have other books, I would love to take a look. All right, I'll add that to my pile, Echo. Thank you. Z library. Thank you. G. Hughes and Cresswell. There you are. Lovely cover. Lovely cover. We'll go with... Oh no, it's a 20 meg PDF. Those are never good. That's okay. We'll make our way through it. Is Aristotle's Organon not a good place to start with logic? I mean, I would argue against doing that. I think Langer's book is probably the best place to start with formal logic. I enjoy it. I think it's easy to get through. I think it's conversational. And then if you make your way to Copy's logic tends to be used and push people towards set, class, and category theory. Which I think is fantastic. It's used by a lot of computer guys. It's very, very prevalent in computer science courses. But beyond that, again, Bertrand Russell, I think, wrote masterworks on it. So it's hard for me to say. There's no shortage of things. If you're looking for something fun, and we'll go over it in a bit, that it's like I'm planning on using as part of a sort of side thing here. Because I've mentioned Raymond Smullyan a few times, and I adore Raymond Smullyan. He wrote literal books on mathematical logic that are like textbooks and things used globally. I adore them. But he also has books that explain logic through puzzles. He has a book called Forever Undecided that I really love, which is his book on Gödel, and it's really, really fun to go through. That stuff I'm a sucker for. So, again, it's... What do you have time for? What will you read? What is worth your time is going to be like the first set of conversations that you need to have is like, are you going to spend a lot of time with this? Are you going to make logic the foundation of your thing? You should have some, but everyone's going to have their thing, and demanding that everyone, have a perfect understanding of logic will never happen. So I'd rather you make your way through stuff you do enjoy. And he's got logic puzzles and all kinds of things that literally explain, like he's got a book, Satan, Cantor, and Infinity, which, if you're not shocked, goes into basically the shift and change in how logic shifted basically with Cantor. And I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. So there you go. Any recs on where to start with math in a broad sense? That wouldn't be my jam. We have a lot of math people on the QC, though. We have an entire subsection of the QC dedicated to complex mathematics and logic. So, and it's not my section. Again, that's kind of why I think it's fun to be doing this series, because I am going to be learning alongside people. But I think it's worth taking the time. I do. I'm not an anti-math person or anti-logic person. I believe Deleuze at his foundation is a logic philosophy. That's what he does. There's a great book Corey Shores wrote called The Logic of Gilles Deleuze. And it's very convincing to me. So, suppose we select a very simple universe of discourse. A group of 4 houses whose relations to each other we are going to state. We should then introduce ourselves as follows. K, which is the class K of A, B, C, and D. I did this, by the way, I used this exact example, and I still think it's valid. K is basically houses, the class for the set of houses. Here we have an enumeration of just 4 elements. The symbolic indication that they form a universe of discourse, and the interpretation by virtue of which the elements are known to be houses. So the interpretation, K equals interpretation houses, or K, the set A, B, C, D. Following? Good. A formal context involves not only elements, these are the 4 elements, A, B, C, and D, with the class as a 5th, which is not actually an element. It tends not to be mentioned as an element this way. But that's a whole other debate I'm not getting into. My brain keeps going back to other books. I'm trying not to do that. The relations which cannot connect such elements. Obviously, one cannot introduce any relation at random into any universe whatever. For instance, one cannot say that 2 is older than 3, for example, or that one house is wiser than another. Such statements are not true or false. They would be simply meaningless. They're nonsense, which is very good, but it's its own thing. We're not talking about here. We must choose our relations with reference to the sort of elements contained in K. K again is houses, remember? K is the interpretation of houses. Now, if we let K be interpreted as houses, there are many relations which make sense when taken to function among its elements. We may say of 2 houses, A and B, that A is greater than B. A is as old as B. A is costlier than B. A is to the right of B, and so forth and so on indefinitely. Or of 3 houses, A, B, and C, it might be said that A is between B and C, and that A connects B and C, that A, B, and C form a triangle, etc. Likewise, the 4 houses, A, B, C, and D, may form a quadrangle, or we might say that A is in the midst of B, C, and D. A lot of shit there. All these are possible relations. Is that shock? I know, shocking, right? All these are possible relations with the given universe of discourse, K. Remember? But there is no reason why our formal context should include them all. If we want to describe the spatial arrangement of 4 houses, the relation costlier than has no place in the discussion. Neither does as old as. Such concepts do not suit our purpose. We rule them out. In fact, in establishing a formal context, it is a general practical rule to choose the simplest concepts and the smallest number of them that will serve the purpose for the discourse. Suppose we begin with one dyadic relation, to the north of, and symbolize it with north NT2. This is then the only relation admitted to the formal context. All propositions must be made solely out of elements A, B, C, and D, and then north to the north NT. The north to north, I guess. NT is an odd fucking choice of that. To the north of. I don't know what NT would mean. Whatever. A relation which belongs, it's its own thing. A relation which belongs to the formal context I call constituent relation of the discourse. We're reading an Introduction to Symbolic Language by, yes. This is, we're reading specifically chapter, one sec, I want to make sure page 71, good. We are on chapter 3, the essentials of a logical structure. Because I skipped ahead. Ha. Why not? Come on. Come on, where did I leave it? All right. To continue, the formal context consists of the universe and all the constituent. In this case, just one may be symbolized as follows. The class of A, B, C, and D with the north of by NT2. Wow, fuck it. I can never remember how to say this stuff out loud. I haven't had enough tea. K equals the, My brain is not working right now. It is the interpretation. I'm trying to make sure I use the right language around all of this. It's just not good today. This is what happens. I do this shit at the evening. You spend a day with a bunch of kids running around and all kinds of other things. So that's how it goes. That's why usually I'm playing Dota right about now and trying to veg out. Or north, to the north, would include then interpretation to the north of. And you symbolize all these together because the class is inclusive of houses. North in T2 is to the north of. And you state those as part of it because then you have A, B, C, and D, which are the elements, which are then in that class and then in that setup. Cool? Every possible pair of terms from this universe, combined by the relation in T, yields a proposition. The 16 propositions, which can be made in this wise, are called the elementary propositions in the formal context of the proposition. K, the class of A, B, C, D, with the north of interpretation. I am assuming from the context that it is the number of arguments for the relation. It isn't said very cleanly, and I thought this was more of an introductory text, and this is not earlier in this. There's no notation in this in the first two chapters, so it's always fun. Copy makes leaps that are like absolutely depressing if you don't have the internet right there, honestly. And yes, reading symbolic sucks. But I try, because the idea is that this is it's not like mathematics where you actually you can say the formula and you can kind of speak it, because you're not even really supposed to speak the formula. The point of the formula is that it's giving you the space with which you can create the proposition. So the formal context of this, where you're saying the class of A, B, C, D with the notation 2, like you wouldn't say it like that. This is creating that. So you would say, since this is interpreted to be houses, this is interpreted to be north of, you would say the houses, we're going to deal with the houses A, B, C, and D around the idea of what is to the north of what, something like that. This would be more or less how you'd state it, because again, this is intended to be placed down, written out, and help you form more clear, concise sentences. Is the idea. The postulates of the elements is exactly that. You're good for you're fine. Is class a multiplicative type or an additive type? I'm assuming you mean V and class is not additive. It's determinative. Again, do not take what I'm saying here. This is just as I'm stating within what we're talking here. This is the domain. This is domain specifically. This is domain. She's phrasing it as the universe of concepts or the universe of discourse, but this is the domain is the idea for K here. So K, the class, is the class. It is the domain. Again, this is one of the big reasons this sucks to go over, is because there is, and you saw it in the comment the guy left, good comment. But again, he was like, I think you would understand this symbol more than others, because he knew kind of what I'd studied and I didn't have the full study. So he's got other symbols he uses because the hilarity is that this entire system still requires, it has like multiple places people come at for this, which is almost comedic when you start thinking about it. But to continue, every combination of elements in a formal context yields a proposition either true or false, but we may not know which it is. Again, we're talking about this formal context, K, A, B, C, D, to the north of, as the context. And every combination is A to the north of B, is A to the north of C. A is to the north of D. D is to the north of A. These are two elements and two things that would be said, combination. You could say A is to the north of B, B is to the north of A. This does not derive truth. Everything's either true or false. It's either that it is or it isn't, but we don't know which it is. If I assert A is to the north of B, NT is such a terrible way to notate that. You may understand the proposition and know, of course, that either it's true or it isn't. but you may never know whether it's true or false. That's meant by saying you do not know its truth value. Truth value. It's a big deal to this. The word value has, in common parlance, the connotation of good, precious, or materialistically having a price. It's not materialistically, God damn it, Langer. But there is another meaning of the word with which most people are familiar with from their school days, namely value for an unknown. Most of us vaguely remember that if a farmer has X sheep, which meet with all sorts of accidents, as sheep do in algebra books, so at the end there's only X over 2, or 10 sheep left, the value of X is 20. It is in this sense the value that is involved with the term truth value, which has nothing what to do at all with the eternal or divine moral qualities of truth, but merely with the fact that we have here the property of true or false, and do not necessarily know which. If we decide a proposition is true, we say it has a truth value, truth. If it is false, then we say the truth value is falsity. Truth value is a very convenient term. It's widely used in the literature of logic, but the word value must not be taken in a moral or economic sense. Again, the very nature of logic is not to determine truth. It's to give you the structures and an understanding of the things that are being said so you can begin to ascertain truth value or other elements around that. But again, truth in a very, very particular way. I live in Portland. Let's say Echo lives in Los Angeles. If I say Echo's house, A, is to the north of B, Brooks's house, it's false. It's false. But that, again, the statement doesn't really lay that out as a thing. This is set. We're talking about sets. Correct. We're talking about sets. We're talking about sets. But this is early shit with that, so don't go too far with that. We're not getting to set theory till Copy. We're not touching it. Copy plays with a lot of that stuff and really goes further. This is just really early. This is very early. Langer's book is, let me get this right. One sec. Just want to make sure I get it right. Langer's book. The third edition was published in 1967. I know that, but where? Now, one sec. My dog wants in. Come on, dogs. What you got? What you got going on? Huh? What do you got? Let's go. Let's get you upstairs. What do you got going on? Huh? Goddamn dog. Oh. All right. Wait. Yeah, that's the right side. I want to say Langer's book is, that's what we were doing. We were looking at 1935. So you're talking about right around the time all this stuff is starting to become more solidified, like major breakthroughs are happening in logic, or just after it. And this is like writing an introductory to text to stuff that is happening. I don't know how else to put it. It's like really, that's what makes it really fantastic. That's how I look at it. 'Cause like Bertrand Russell, who like fucking the guy when it comes to this shit, like, I don't think, when did he start publishing? I don't even think it was this early. It was a little bit early. It was earlier than this. Yeah, it was like 1900, but like, that was like his early stuff. Where was his great shit? Yeah. Principus Mathematics was 1903, and it advanced a thesis of logicism, mathematics and logic as the same thing. Again, imagine within 30 years writing an introductory course for students. That's what this is. It's really fascinating. And again, we've made leaps beyond this. There's all kinds of different logic, but the rules don't drastically change. The setup don't. And I really think that the way that she's introducing it is the point. So like as Olivia and Echo are going at it in chat right now and going over like how it can be enumerated or how one thing can be enumerated, the principles of it, again, are the point. How to be thinking through how these things are written, how to be thinking through the way to interpret and to create your own arguments or to build within it. And most of the philosophers around and I would include Deleuze, Foucault, Serres, everyone in the continental tradition, which I tend to just fucking hate as an idea, but everyone in the continental tradition, they've all taken logic courses up the ass. Like they've spent years doing this. And so, well, they seem to sidestep logic. They are not. Yeah, Whitehead was 1913. I have Whitehead symbolism behind me. It's one of my favorite texts on it. Whitehead's great. But again, Langer writing this introduction for students 25 years after Russell's PM. Yeah, that's my point. It's like it's 25 years. Like it's been 50 years since Deleuze, and there's not even really an introduction to Deleuze and his theories. Just and logic was a way bigger leap. What Russell was doing. I think it's fascinating. I think it's interesting that she's doing this, and I think it's worth contextualizing. You may disagree, but the formal context given above. We have these three elements here, where K is interpreted as houses. This is to the north of, and we have our lovely little formula here. And PM was wild at the time. Logic was wild at the time. Again, we're talking about like major leaps that people aren't quite aware of. And again, there's reasons Deleuze spends entire sections of what is philosophy going over Bertrand Russell. Like he's not throwing these guys out. He's critiquing and enjoining them to different things. It's a whole different, frustrating. All right. So since to the north of is dyadic, it combines two terms at a time. One to the north of another. You would never say, three things like it's one to another. It's dyadic intentionally, relation of two. There are 16 ways of having those four elements put together. Counting cases where the same letter stands before and after. They're counting A is to the north of A, B is to the north of B, etc. Each possible combination by means of a north of yields a proposition either true or false. Without any special information about the four houses in question, can we know the truth values of any of those? Well, if it's to mean north of, then certainly no element can have a relation to itself, so we know offhand that A north of A fails. It's a falsity, sort of on the surface. B north of B, falsity. C, falsity. D and D, falsity. That kind of thing. Principia, I don't even know. It's cool. It's fascinating. I think it's fascinating. It's the book Sagan famously pointed out takes more than 200 pages to get to 1 + 1 = 2. Yes. And I also would, just to mention, if you haven't read Gödel, Escher, and Bach, you should. I think it's a fantastic sort of breakdown of formal logic systems as well. Just as another aside, in order to do like a video that included that though, I'd literally just sit and read all of that book because no one could ever summarize it. It's great. So here are four truth values fixed and advanced. None of the houses can be north of itself. We can kind of pull apart. To express that fact, a relation fails. The proposition in which it functions is not true. It's customary to enclose the proposition in parentheses and prefix to this whole expression the sign schwa. Whatever the fuck. Schwa. Thus, schwa, A north of A, means A north of A fails. Maybe read A is not north of A, or it is false that A north of A, or A north of A is a falsity. In formal symbolism, then, the four established propositions should be written. I don't know if you guys can hear that. That's my son running around upstairs above me. Tilde. That's worse to say than schwa. It's not a schwa. I'm aware of that. It's just a terrible symbol. None of this is meant to be said out loud. This is terrible too. I love it. None of this is meant to be said out loud. So the nature of the constituent relation determines the truth value of four propositions. Any other proposition in the formal context, however, may be true or false. It seems that to know all the truth values of the 16 possible propositions, we would require 12 items of special information. Now, let us assume just one such item, namely that A north of B is true. Immediately, we know the truth value of not one, but two propositions. We know that A north of B is true, and that's false that B is north of A. Falsity of the latter follows from the truth of the former. We recognize from our common sense understanding of north of. We know that this particular relation cannot connect two terms of both possible orders. In fact, the truth of one proposition precludes the truth or implies the falsity of the other. Note that to be told A north of B is false would not give us any knowledge of B north of A, since both might be false, though neither can be true. Tweedle is the usual readout of tilde. Jesus Christ. No wonder all this shit's difficult. No fucking wonder. But suppose now we know A north of B and are given the further information B is north of C. At once we realize these two propositions together imply that A is also to the north of C. So the truth of two propositions determines the truth values of 6. Because again, you can find these relationships inside of these things. I'm skipping that. So it appears that even in the case of 12 undetermined propositions, the truth values that might be assigned to them are not entirely arbitrary or unrestricted. The truth of one proposition precludes that of another, or the joint assertion of two propositions implies a third. The possible truth values that could be attached to these 12 constructs are relative to one another. Get it? I think that's where we're going to kind of hold on this for today, because I want to make a move to a different book to have some fun with these. Because why not have some fun with these things? I mean, maybe, I don't know. Maybe we have some fun with it. 2 seconds. There. If you've never read Smulyan, I highly, 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 highly suggest you do. He's very enjoyable. He's this goofy fuck. He wrote a huge number of books on mathematical logic and was a professor of logic at multiple places, visiting professor at major universities. I think he spent most of his time at Indiana State, though. He spends a lot of time writing puzzles to teach children logic. And I enjoy these things. I've been working with them with my son, so we're going to go through some of them. And we're going to try to do them, and you're going to get to laugh at me and be embarrassed with me, and embarrassed at me. And feel free to join in, because that's the enjoyable part of this whole thing. At least it is to me. What can I say? So let's see. We'll blow this up larger. All right. In a certain flower garden, each flower was either red, yellow, or blue, and all 3 colors were represented. A statistician once visited the garden and made the observation that whatever 3 flowers you picked, at least one of them was bound to be red. A second statistician visited the garden and made the observation that whatever 3 flowers you picked, at least one was bound to be yellow. 2 logic students heard about this and got into an argument. The first student said, "It therefore follows, whatever 3 flowers you pick, at least one is bound to be blue." The second student said, "Of course not." Which student was right and why? This is why I dig this stuff. Every flower is either red, yellow, or blue. All 3 colors represented. A statistician once visited the garden, observed every 3 flowers. One of them had to be bound to be red. Second one, whatever you picked, one had to be yellow. Well then, whatever you pick, one has to be blue. Well, that's ridiculous. Well, who was right? I think he worked through it in much the same way. He's playing with the way that she was using in the previous, the sets of the houses. So if you have blue house, blue flower, yellow flower, red flower, all 3 colors represented in the garden, and whatever you pick, at least one has to be red. Well, that's easy. Just go through the sets. How many flowers necessarily have to be in the set? Because the answer is there's only 3 flowers in the garden, by the way. I don't know. I've never read this before. There's only 3 flowers in the garden is my guess. Because if you had, say, 4 flowers, that was just any other set of colors, you'd never guarantee that you would always pick 2 of the same colors. So for me, it's necessary that there's only 3 flowers and there's one of each one. So therefore you're always going to pick a blue one. That would be my argument. Does anyone here disagree? Please type it out. That's how I read it. That's how I read it. No? No one? Come on, take a second. It's okay. Because you could also say, well, what if there was a set of, I don't know, let's say it's 4 flowers. 1 red, 1 blue, 1 yellow, and 1 yellow. If I picked 3, I wouldn't be guaranteed to get a red. If I picked 3 of a different set, like it's always that setup. So it's 1 is bound to be blue if all 3 are represented. That's how I'm reading it. It's about playing with sets. I love this shit. Please disagree. There's a question I could ask you. It's all a matter of probability. Depends on their sample size. Is it not inductive proof? I mean, feel free to just make the argument. That's the whole point of this. That's the whole point of this. Make the argument. Each flower is either I love this because you could take the word statistician to be used to make devilish problem. Use probability as what is bound to be. Correct. At least one of them was bound to be red. An infinite garden of infinite everything. You could pick 3 red. You could pick 3 yellow. But it says all 3 colors are represented. So, it's particular. I'd say it's likely not to pick a blue. It's closer to 50-50 red and yellow, because both statisticians would have a higher likelihood of picking red and yellow each. Do we want to jump to the solution? I have no idea where the solutions are. Let's do all 3. This will be fun. Think through that one. There's a question I ask that has a definite correct answer, either yes or no, but it's logically impossible for you to give the correct answer. You might know what the correct answer is, but you cannot give it. Anybody other than you might possibly be able to give the correct answer, but you cannot. What is the question I have in mind? I love Raymond. These things are always so fun. Yes or no? Not logically impossible for you to give the correct answer. You might know the correct answer, but you cannot give it. But it's about being logically impossible. I love you guys. You're not likely to pick a yellow red. You're guaranteed to pick one. It's bound to be is kind of the language of you're going to get at least one. You're going to get one. Bound to be. I think it's safe for us to say that he doesn't mean chances are you're going to pick a red, but it's that one of them is bound to be red, going to be red. And the second one said that one is bound to be yellow. To me, it's the only answer is that there's 3 flowers, but we'll get to it. So the logician, logically impossible for you to give the correct answer. You might know what the correct answer is. You can't give it. Anybody other than you might be able to give the correct answer, but you cannot. So it's always something silly like, are you unable to give the correct answer? That's the question. So you can't actually answer it yourself, even if you know the correct answer, because logically you can't. He plays with shit like that. He's always fun. Let's find, where are the answers for the section? That's what I want to get to. I want to know. There. All right. What's the answer? First student's right. All right. From the first petition's report, it follows there cannot be more than 1 yellow flower. Because if there were 2 yellows, you could pick 2 yellows and 1 blue, thus having a group of 3 flowers with no red. It's contrary to the report that every group of 3 is bound to contain at least 1 red flower. Therefore, there cannot be more than 1 yellow flower. Similarly, there cannot be more than 1 blue flower, since if there were 2 blues, you could pick 2 blue flowers, and so on again. So from the first statistician's report, it follows that at most 1 yellow flower and 1 blue. Follows from the report of the second statistician that there is at most 1 red flower. If there were 2 reds, you could pick 2 reds, and so blah, blah. The upshot of all this is that there are only 3 flowers in the entire garden. 1 yellow, 1 red, 1 blue. See? Yay. As a question I ask you is know the answer to your question. You can't answer it. He's always fucking with that. All right. What's the answer? The first student's right. All right. From the first petition's report, it follows there cannot be more than 1 yellow flower. Because if there were 2 yellows, you could pick 2 yellows and 1 blue. Similarly, there cannot be more than 1 yellow flower. Therefore, there cannot be more than 1 yellow flower. Similarly, the canopy more than 1 yellow flower. It's contrary to the report that every group of 3 is bound to contain at least 1 red flower. Who says that pick follows the distribution? Well, that's the whole point of the entire thing. That's what it started with. Eldoran, I love you. Also, fuck you. As we were saying earlier. Also, fuck you too. But the way you denote this out is actually not far from what we were doing. It's one of the reasons I came to this. It's he does a lot of these where he's playing with the idea of the set, as we were talking in Langer's thing before, because where we're talking about the sort of logical deduction that comes from having this set of A, B, C, and D, right? Same thing. This is the same play that they're making, but with north of. Well, now we're talking about the set and having one is red, one is green, one is blue, or one is red, one is yellow, one is blue, or one is red, one is yellow, guaranteed. And if you pick 3, it's guaranteed to be that. How you can define the set is through the same thing. It's the flowers in the garden. Here are the colors. Well, how many of each color can there be for there to always be guaranteed to pick one red and one yellow? And the answer is for 3. It just goes all of that out. Imagine I ask my daughter to pick a flower and that's my pick action. She just doesn't repeat colors. Echo, that's the point he's making. Yes, the garden must respawn every time it is an infinite garden within another infinite garden. In fact, the garden is within one of the flowers, and it's a recursive garden that exists only inside of that space. I love you guys. Here. I want to see, because you guys are smarter than me. I like it. We're going to go a little further. We're going to do a story one. The story ones are so fun. It's my favorite book is, let me see if I have a copy of it. I'll pull it up real quick so you can see it. It's, yep. This is my favorite of his puzzle books, is The Chess Mysteries of Sherlock Holmes. So we're going to switch that to single page view and fit. All right. So The Chess Mysteries of Sherlock Holmes is really simple. It is literally like the cover of the book. So literally by the rules of chess, every story he tells, there's a story of Sherlock Holmes and some shit happens and then he finds a chess set and it's great. I don't even give a fuck. I don't even give a fuck that it's completely contrived. But from this setup, where these pieces are, Holmes looks at it and goes, black moves last, Watson. What was his last move and what was white's last move? And there's only one answer. And I adore this. I feel like I should yell at Ben to get in here because this is like 100% up Ben's alley. He spends all of his time fucking around with stuff. One sec. 3. Let's see. We are doing chess mysteries. I love this stuff. But this is why I love Smulyan, because he's playing with those same rules and those same setups and kind of helping you work that muscle part of your brain out. Black only has one piece, but he couldn't have been in check. How the hell did the bishop get that? It's fucking great. I adore it. I love this shit. All right. I'm not going to try to solve it for everyone because I'm embarrassing at these. But we can move straight into the solution if you would like. So here it is. We'll see if we can zoom in. This is like the worst fucking PDF every time. There. Several days later, I had a memorable evening alone with Holmes, during which I learned more about retroanalysis than perhaps any other occasion. I was becoming vastly intrigued with the subject. I began by asking, Holmes, do all retrograde problems involve a final checkmate position? Oh, not at all, he said. Most of them, as it happens, do not. And is the question always which side is which? Most definitely not. The question happens to be exceedingly rare. Here, let me set up a little exercise to illustrate the more normal type of situation. And here's that one we just went through. Like literally we just did this. This is the one on the front page. Okay. Good. Welcome. I call this an exercise, Watson, since it is really too simple to dignify by the word problem. Yeah, I like him. As you see, Watson, neither side is mated, nor even in check. We're given that your side is white. The question now is this. Given black moved last, what was his last move and white's last move? Holmes, I'm sorry, but the situation seems impossible. Obviously, black just moved out a check from A7, but I don't see how white could possibly have moved his bishop to administer the check. This is literally what I think just happened inside of that our chat. Not bad, I see you beginning to think, but why do you have this persistent habit of forgetting that a move may involve a capture? Black's last move was with the king from A7 capturing a white piece on A8. This piece must have moved before that out of the diagonal from G1 to A7 to uncover check from the bishop. What piece could that be? Why, obviously a knight, which had moved from B6 to A8. Thus, black's last move was from A7 to A8, capturing 3 white knight. I dig it. Holmes, was it really necessary in this problem to be given which side was white? Of course. If we hadn't been given that information, a second solution would have been possible. White pawn could have just promoted to a bishop. I dig the shit out of this book. It's in the QC, and I've never really spent the time with it that I just adore, but I really dig this stuff. And I think it's really fun. I like these things. So that's my recommendations for logic stuff today. And we are probably going to watch a video together. Unless anyone wants to donate for some other stuff, I am wanting to spend a little bit of time going through some things that have been suggested that I've not given it time for. We should do that. Give me a moment. We're going to watch Bad Philosophy. Because, why the fuck not? This is going to be a thing. Oh, this is going to be a thing, everyone. All right, let's shrink him down, move it around a little bit. I don't have an interest in having him be quite that large for how silly this shit is. All right, we'll put this up here, and then I'm going to also probably grab from UPDF. We'll get that up, and we're going to get some Anti-Oedipus up too, I think. Because why the fuck not? All right, he claims to be doing this from what page? Page 29. Good Lord. Revealed check. I don't know what that means. Let's see. Page 29. Let's do it. Come on. Come on. So we can go along bit by bit because he seems to be focusing in on this very particular passage. And let's pop this UPDF up. We're going to go ahead and shrink you so that way you're more wieldy. And we're going to see what we can do about making this a little bit more readable as we go. Hopefully you guys can generally read it. Because again, it's probably more important. Oh, yeah. It's a really clever book. He solves murders with chess. It's very, very smart. Again, Raymond Smullyan's just flatly wonderful. And I've enjoyed tons of his works. He has one of my favorite books on Taoism and another on sort of religious consciousness, which for a logician is always fascinating to read those things. QC reacts, more bad Deleuze takes. There we go. Let's do it. Oh, Lord. I don't have... I'm going to try to be as kind generally. Would trick questions fall in the category of logic questions? No. Again, it depends on what you mean by trick questions. For Smulyan, all of his works and all of his puzzles are very much around that thing we just sort of did at the end of the Langer section we went through, where just having a bit of information allows you to go, oh, well, these statements in that collection of statements necessarily can't be part of this. These statements can or are. And as you start getting bits of information and you're able to define out how those things work and sort of falsify other moves, that's effectively what he's teaching. That's what this is. That's what the Sherlock Holmes thing was, is you take the swath and it's a massive board. It's a massive set of potential ideas and things and what it could be, but it's about understanding you're still within that very particular realm and you can quickly knock out a whole bunch of different things. And, oh, it obviously wasn't this, it was this, but also it teaches you kind of what you automatically assume. I also didn't even think twice that this was being done as like a capture or in defense of a king or like any of those, or like revealing, like I'm dumb. And I think those things are what make that stuff really fun personally. But for this, let's go ahead and, oh, this is going to be a thing. This is going to be a whole fucking thing, isn't it? I'm just really, the distinction from riddles is that you don't have to take a logical leap. A riddle is on its face unsolvable as it is, because there is not necessarily only one answer. There's a fantastic book called Tying the Knot. I also have another paper written by one of the authors from it. This sort of goes through the way a riddle operates is retroactively truth made. So if you have the line, I don't know. Fuck, my brain's not doing riddles right now. What's a fucking stupid riddle? My kid makes me do them all the day and I fucking, I hate them so fucking much. I go around the world, but I never leave the corner. What am I? So my kid loves these. He doesn't know what's a corner. I never leave the corner. What the fuck is that? That's like 1910 language. That's no one uses it. No one says that. I'm going down to the corner. That's not language kids use anymore. It's fucking awful. I hate the Riddler. I really do hate the Riddler. Like the new Batman did him well, but still, that word has no meaning. But a child told that sentence goes, oh, a stamp. Oh, and they don't know what corner means. They don't know what a stamp is. Like, what the fuck? But they learn the relation of those things, and it's delightful because it makes no sense. Nonsense is delightful. Not just to kids, to everyone. Nonsense is delightful. I have this thing I'm slowly writing about how lying is wonderful, because we have a real weird obsession with like truth as a thing. We have a really weird obsession with that. And I have a very different philosophy of it that I'm going to make everyone just watch and enjoy for a moment. I've gone over this before, but I don't care because, one sec. Let's do... boop, 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 boop. All right. right, we will go here, and then I've got, come on, copy path, come on. Fuck you, come on. Come on, come on, come on. Let me get this in, and then I'll be able to have a conversation around it. 1 second. All right. This should, in theory, work right there. It did. Good. So, this is, we're going to just move this down like here. And then behind me, we're just going to use this green screen and enjoy ourselves for a moment.
You can keep the music playing. Come on, play some happy music.
And then we're going to get rid of the rest of this very quickly. Because I don't care. I know, but this is fun. So this is my my good friend Brendan. He does a wonderful show called Afternoon Delight, and his show, despite its name, is actually a stand-up show that he does. And his stand-up show is, I mean, it's a very different beast than what most people like to do. He does prank calls, but it's not normal prank calls. He's very, very good at that thing. He wrote for Crank Yankers. He was a guy on Crank Yankers, the TV show. He's been doing comedy for forever. And the types of comedy he does and the stuff he enjoys are not what I would say for everyone. I think would be the phrasing I would use. It ain't for everyone. Let's let's see. It would be, what was it? Stand-up monster, Jimmy Kimmel. What was the name of that fucking stand-up he did? Stand-up. One sec. Stand-up. Monster mask. I don't even remember what you'd call it because it's a fucking insane thing. Yeah. 2 seconds. This is unbelievable. I can't find any of these things. These are in my likes too. Very frustrating. Okay. Give me 2 seconds to think about this. Because it's, if I just have to, so it's fine. So, Brendan Walsh. He's fantastic. Here it is, Scary Monster. And this will no doubt get me copyright struck. So, if you want to support the stream, feel free to. Please do. Anything would be great, I think would be how I'd phrase it at this point. But this is Brendan on an old stand-up. He got a chance to be like, and I admire him for it. He got a chance to have like his great big break. And instead of like going up and doing Brendan Walsh as the thing, instead what he did is he went up and he decided to bomb. And he decided to bomb as Scary Monster doing stand-up. And I appreciate the shit out of this.
Our next guest is the embodiment of evil. He's crawling with snakes and feeds on fear. He also performs regularly at Chuckle Buckets in Sherman Oaks. Please put your hands together for the comedy of Scary Monster.
I love Brendan.
How you doing, folks? You look great. You really look alive. This is better than the gig I had last night. I had to perform at a ghost convention. What a dead crowd. All they did was boo me the whole time, too. It was rough.
This is the whole set. This is the whole set. He is a genuinely good stand-up comic, but his thing is not that. His thing is like putting you, and it has been, this 2005, this is 20 years he's been doing this style of comedy, is you in the audience are meant to go on a journey with him. And that journey is very much about sort of where am I, what is happening, and then coming around to accepting where you're at. And it's wonderful.
But seriously, folks, don't you hate it when you're hiding under the couch and right before you're going to grab somebody on the ankle, they get up and leave? I hate it when that happens. I've been having a rough week, folks. Last night I went out dancing with my friend the Boogeyman. That guy can really dance, boy, but I can't. I threw my back out doing the mash. The monster mash. Come on, give me a break, folks. I just came out of the closet recently. I just came out of the closet. I'm not gay. I was just scaring some kids.
That's his entire set. So he does this. This is his jam, is doing these odd things. So, well, we're going to skip ahead in the video. The whole video is that it's him straight through doing this. Like, it's hard to even describe like how exactly it is only this. And we could go do any of his other things because he went up and he did this.
I have a great announcement for you. We have a special guest here tonight for all. You guys excited about that? I need you to give a very warm welcome, a Go Bananas welcome to Daniel Richardson and his pal Woody, everybody. Come on.
Same guy.
Hi, everybody. My name's Dan Richardson, and this is my pal Woody. Say hello to everyone, Woody. Hi, everyone. So, Woody, how's it been going lately?
Not too good. My wife just left me.
Your wife left you? Why would she do that?
Well, we got in an argument and I got mad at her, so I took a shit in her vagina.
It's unique. Brendan is very unique. And he's always been wonderful. He did this thing where there were these ads. I wonder if oh God, the billboards. I wonder if anyone. No, they don't have it. I wish there was. YouTube's losing a lot of clips. It's awful. There were these ads with these cell phones, and it was like texting. It's like a Sprint ad with like a cell phone, and it showed the text thing. It was like, "Hey, I'm going to be home late. No problem, Dad. I'll see you soon. Okay, take care of yourself, sweetheart." And then the ad was like, "Always stay connected to your family." So he went to Kinko's, and he printed up these huge sheets of the ads, and he went up in like the middle of the night and he replaced them, and they were like all incest rape. It was so much offensive shit, and it was down the 405 highway in Los Angeles, and people like drive by. It was like 2 months, no one did anything, but it was like, "I'll be home soon, honey. Dad, can we not tonight? I don't care, you're mine." Like, just awful shit. And it was just up for like 2 months. I think it's the funniest fucking thing I've heard in a long time. Insane to see. And no one did anything. The area he lived in Los Angeles, like super hipster, and a grocery store closed down, and it was Labor Day weekend. I think it was Labor Day. It was like a 3-day weekend coming up. And he went out and he got, again, Kinko's, which is like his go-to, I guess, printed out big banners that said Whole Foods coming soon and hung them up on like Friday morning. And everyone was out. So like it was the 4-day weekend. So no one was in the office, apparently at Whole Foods. And it was such a huge uproar because the community he was in hated Whole Foods. They didn't want chains. They had bylaws against it. It ended up becoming news that literally like went everywhere. And people were really, really upset. And again, that was him. I wonder if the Whole Foods thing has ever made it up. It never did. Brendan's so great. He does a lot of shit. But you'll notice the video behind me is playing. This show he does that is called Afternoon Delight, which I enjoy and generally get a kick out of. He does prank calls. But you don't know that the prank calls are either real or not, because he will do real prank calls and the show goes very poorly for a while. And that's what he does, is he makes the show go badly. And people have bought tickets. In this one specifically, you might recognize a guy pop up here. It's Doug Stanhope, a fairly well-known comedian who decided to do a few of these with him. And Brendan doesn't tell people who's going to show up to the point where, and you might recognize another guy in a few minutes, because it's the show's going badly, and then let me see if we can pump up the audio and see what we can hear. 2 seconds.
It was a time.
Let's see.
I have
$50 I actually have should be able to hear that too. Why can't I hear it?
I have a $2 bill and a $50 bill because that's how I want to die. Saying that I could produce one or both at any given moment because I've given up on any.
Interesting. Why is that not playing audio? 1 second. 1 second. It's very strange. I'm going to have to re-add it. That's very annoying. So let's see. VLC video source 2, properties. Boop, 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 boop. Trash you, add file. Go here, boom, boom. And then let me know if you guys can hear this. You should be able to hear it, at least as a thing. In theory, at some point.
This is like toy. Like at the end facing the sun. Well, that's why masks are required. If you can't see the show, just listen to it. Pull your mask down like an eye mask. And just drink in the sounds.
There we go. So
project and fan
Brendan had on his thing at the last minute, masks are required, and he put signs up everywhere. But then he had like Minecraft masks that you have like for children's parties. He just likes to get a rise out of people. It's his thing. And I don't blame him. It's fun to do. And he's having a blast with it. But here's the thing. How much fun is there to be had with nonsense, with fucking with these things and playing with it? And this is...
Hey, this is Dave.
Dave. Oh, I could call. You know what? I actually forgot. Alaska. Let's call Alaska. Let's fucking call.
So there we are. We're an hour into his show. And enjoy. I'm just going to skip around a little bit.
Did you? There was a flyer posted outside. Should we call this guy selling his guitar? Oh fuck yeah! I saw that. Yes. All right. Okay, well. Thanks for. Has anybody called and bought the guitar yet? Because we'll see. We'll see if he answers his phone. What does it say? Tell him. Okay, here. Yeah, if you haven't seen it. All right, shut the fuck up. Guitar, $50. I just moved here from Los Angeles and I'm selling my guitar. Only $50. She's a good girl. Played a lot of gigs with her, but I'm done with music and starting a new chapter in my life. Call if interested, Dave. And then his number, it's a Los Angeles number, $50 guitar, he repeats. So Wait, hang on. Is it a 3-1? Let's go
three,
back
two,
to
three
swingers.
number.
3-2-3. All right. If you remember swingers, yeah.
And you go through an entire Brendan show, and some of the calls are hilarious. And some of them are wild, some of them are fake. The one the last one, and he even got me. This motherfucker even got me. Had a lot of really great calls, and then it ended with, I got one last one. He called the Children's Hospital, and then made a bomb threat. So horrifying. I was everyone's, what the fuck? And then he just hung up, like, after doing that. And everyone's, like, very confused. And he's like, oh, I shouldn't have done that. And he called back. And then, like, he was like, I'm just letting you know it's not true. And she's like, I've already called the police. She was yelling at him. And he's like, well, I kind of like your voice. Turned out to be his wife. And she was in on it the whole time. Motherfucker. Like, everyone in the place was freaking out. It's just great. I enjoy being surprised. And that's this.
If it was 818, that's a broadcast. Wait, 323 probably more broadcast than 310. I don't know. He's an LA guy. He thinks poorly of you. He comes up and says, oh, I have to work Portland. Those rubes. Now I'm a fucking Beverly Hills guy. Are you a 310?
I'm a 512. I kept my Austin number.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
No reason to get new numbers.
Yep.
Come on, fingers
What
crossed.
do they call it?
Dave.
Stolen valor. Go ahead.
No, but,
Hey, this is Dave.
Dave, hey, man. I saw your... Can you hear me, Dave?
Yeah.
Are you... you're the guy selling the guitar?
Hey, you saw one of my flyers?
What did you say?
You saw one of my flyers?
Yes, I saw your flyer for the
You might
guitar.
recognize the voice.
Hello? Yeah.
So when we
Are
talk
you,
about, like, what's the value of truth in, like, dealing with things, there's a lot of value in untruth and nonsense. Extraordinary value.
Awesome. It's an Alvarez Regent. It's a 6-screen Dario. Just put new strings on it today, so it's all set up, ready to go.
Okay. Do you... we're at the... I want to buy your guitar. We'll buy your guitar. I'm at the White Eagle Saloon and Bar Hotel. Do you know that place?
Yeah. Look, I can be over there. You're there now?
I'm there now. Can you be here? And yeah, come here as soon as you can. How long could you be here? Within like 5 minutes? How far away are you?
I'm down off Williams. Yeah, I can be there 5 minutes. Let me throw on some clothes and.
My contractual
I'll see what I can do.
obligation's almost up, so you have to hurry.
Okay, come in. There's you can enter through the parking lot. There's a side door.
So, they go through a few more minutes. You might recognize the guy with the guitar who shows up. Doug and I are old friends too. Doug didn't recognize me. That's how much Brendan doesn't tell anybody who's in any of these shows or any of it. Doug honestly thought that it was this weird loser, which is true, but weird loser who couldn't play guitar, also true, who showed up, and it confused him.
So, how's it going, Dave?
And so he gets me to play. He gets me to he hit me up a week or two before, and he said, "Hey, you're coming to my show, right?" I'm like, "Yeah, I've got tickets the second night." He's like, "Why don't you come to the first? Give me a picture of your guitar. I'm going to post flyers everywhere, and then you're going to show up and play a song. Can you play anything?" And I'm like, "No." Like, I can play one song, and I'm bad at it. Because I've had a guitar for years and just never practiced. And he's like, "That's good enough." And the discomfort, you'll recognize the discomfort.
So your flyer, it says that you played music in Los Angeles.
And so we do a huge big thing about how I was in a band and I'm very good. And the discomfort that exists. I'm so bad in real life, and people don't notice. I'm wearing my iPod Airs, my little headphones. These guys, and I'm connected to my phone. because otherwise I won't remember to change chords. And I only know horse with no name. And I can't sing either. But that's the point. Because everyone's excited for this great performance.
Who says Dave should keep his guitar and keep living the dream and be a musician? I'll tell you what, Dave. Here's you're a musician. You used to play in bands and stuff. How about I give you the $50, and you can keep your guitar if you want. Yeah. But you have to play us a song, because we need to end the show. Should we end the show with Dave playing a song to sing us out?
And what's hard to describe is when you're doing cringe humor and you are the butt of the joke, it is mortifying to be that person on stage. It's very difficult. Did I keep the money? Yeah, I kept the money. I mean, technically he was paying me for gas and stuff, and I ended up buying dinner that night. But it was $100 from him. A guy in the audience gave me $20 tip for how good I played to just keep it up. Very nice. But the whole point was I was doing this thing and I had to sell it. And I had to make sure everyone else went on this journey with me. It's deeply important. So am I a bastard and a liar for faking it? Is Brendan a piece of shit for us putting together the whole thing? And they are 100% on board with this. They're ready for someone who's decent, and I'm fucking awful.
Horse with no name, Dave. And did you guys have fun at this show? Yeah! It worked out. Dave came.
I was the highlight of the show. I love it.
Sing along if you know the words.
Well, I warned you. I wasn't joking. I'm terrible. I'm looking at the lyrics on my phone. I didn't know the fucking lyrics. Oof. Doug said it was right about here that he recognized me, and he started he had to leave. He was cracking up so hard. It was the first, he was like, I didn't know it was you. It was like, what the fuck? And honest to God, I am... There's Doug. You can see him. He's like, this guy's terrible. There's a moment where he goes, oh, fuck, it's Brooks. Because he had no idea I was going to be. He doesn't know I lived in Portland. So he had no idea where I lived. And then Brendan starts fucking with it. And the audience goes wild. And so you have this moment where it's like everyone turns. Did you hear the audience? Did you hear the audience? They loved it.
Should Dave stick to his career or? Yeah? You keep the guitar. Is that what you do for money mostly?
No, not really. I mean, no.
Okay. What else do you do?
I mean, I sell drugs.
Do you have any
I'll direct you to the green room.
Do you have any ketamine?
I got stuff.
What do you have? Do you have anything on you right now?
Not right now.
Okay. All right. Well, Dave, everybody, thanks for coming to the show. That was Dave. Thank you. I love you. Thanks for coming to the show. We're going to be out there.
And so afterwards, Doug and everyone are signing. Everyone demanded Dave's signatures along with it. And this is the question. What's the value of truth? Look at everyone, how happy they are. I'm terrible. I was terrible. Why did everyone have a good time? Because that's the setup. That's the structure we built. That's the structure we built. That's what Brendan did. That's the thing. God damn, I'm fucking tall. I keep forgetting that when I see myself. Like, holy fuck. Yeah, it's and then that guy gave me $20. You can see him in the shirt. They had a blast. They loved it. And it was enjoyable. The journey of the entire thing, what's the point? And this is kind of what the video I'm trying to figure out how to fuck with and how to play with, because it's not that truth doesn't matter. It's not that lies are the best thing, but it's instead about kind of what we were talking about with Langer, the way we can play inside of these things, right? So we can play in a very particular structure and how far we can take that and what that means and how we fuck with people. And that's Brendan's thing. That's what he does. He's a genius at it. He's not alone. There's a lot of good comedians who play in that same space. He's just probably one of my favorites. I'm trying to find, there's a morning show that he did. God, he's great. He has a wonderful show. Let me actually do that. Because he has the World Record podcast, which I will just plug very quickly. Boop, 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 boop. World Record Podcast on YouTube's at World Record Podcast. This is Brendan Walsh's podcast. Highly, highly recommended. Very, very good shit. If this is your kind of humor, you are welcome. This is his jam. This is what he does. And he's a complete, whatever the fuck this is. And it's him and his wife. And you're like, oh, there is someone for everyone, clearly. Huh?
Woo! It's showtime! World record! World record! World record!
Pecker. A-Train.
What's up?
What's wrong with you?
You know, I'll tell you what's wrong. I was in the car listening to the news, KCRW, and then they started talking about this awful story where a bunch of migrants like died in the back of a tractor trailer.
Okay.
And it just kind of bummed me out.
I'm against immigration, and I say good riddance. We don't need them taking my job.
That's what it is. He's not. Yeah, what's that hat? He is next level. Brendan is very unique. Him and Doug, it's a special kind of comedy, to say the least. Him and Doug, very special comedy. But that's Brendan, World Record Podcast. He's popped in a few times on the stream. If you may have actually seen him. But he pops up in the stream sometimes and annoys me and comes to say hi. And it's great. So. Oh, Brendan. Great stuff. So let's do this guy, and then we will just pull up our Anti-Oedipus notes right above my head, maybe. Just keep this going there. And then, yeah, pop him all the way around. We can have that. That'll be fine. I don't give a shit. It's probably pretty good. P.S. Invaders. Who's invading? No, whatever. All right. Let's see. Sunday was streaming? Was Sunday just streaming? I didn't know Sunday was streaming. Ah, very nice. Wait, Sunday was streaming? How did I not know Sunday was streaming? I thought he was going out. Oh, well, thank you, Sunday, for the lovely raid. Hello, all of you people. I am a bad friend. I'm a terrible friend. What can I say? But again, I don't think anyone expects anything more of me, so that's really on you more than me at this point, I think. If you expected me to be a good friend, I think that's on you more than me at this point. So I'm going to blame you for thinking anything else of me. We are watching this. This got pushed into me on the QC. And it is titled Deleuze and Guattari on Why You Desire Fascism, Desire in Politics and Anti-Oedipus. And he is taking a single page and a single passage from page 29 of Anti-Oedipus, which we have up here, in which they discover desires, relationships to fascism, and how society can be constituted in a way to desire its own oppression. And he is going to connect this to Nazi Germany and Donald Trump. How did I not know you were streaming, asshole? Thank you for the 12 cents US. Sorry, $5 Canadian. I don't know how I didn't know you were still streaming. I just fucking jumped on. I've been fucking with settings and trying to get stuff ready for the fold tomorrow. Look at that, see? Do you know what this is? See this? This is because I have a green screen behind me. Did you know I have a green screen behind me? I have a green screen behind me. No, really. I have a green screen behind me. Did you know that? Sunday, you're still here. Sunday didn't believe me that I had a green screen. No, it's a green screen. See? See it? Look, see? It's gone. Now behind it, I have books. Don't be ridiculous. Kind of dumb shit. Like I don't have my fucking actual books behind me. Some dumb shit. It's very weird. A lot of people don't understand how green screens work, I don't think. That's how green screens work. You're able to not have books and have them at the same time. That's, again, you guys are ridiculous. Well, there's a Canadian beach. You're going to the beach tomorrow? Wait. The beach. You're calling in? You are calling in. One moment. I need to add Discord as a source because I don't do that in this one.
You pretentious bastard. You have a green screen of the bookshelf behind the green screen. Fuck you.
It was worth it. It was worth it. It was worth it.
Why the I'm mad. I'm not justified, but I'm mad, and I want you to know that.
It's a very good gag. It's a very good gag. See, Grizzly even agrees.
How much did you spend on that?
No, I've had a green screen because I use it for other things. Because it's actually useful. So it's like actually...
You mean you've been having a green screen bookshelf this entire time?
Sure.
That's what he does. Every single time he leaves to go to the washroom or something, or when his camera cuts out, what he's actually doing is he's turning off his green screen so he can go back and pull stuff off the bookshelf. It's all bullshit. He's also like re-updating the background so it matches like the current state of the bookshelf every single time he does that. Jesus Christ.
There, I'll make the green screen. That probably works better. So it looks like a little like vignette, like a
Doesn't matter. I'm
TV.
not going to believe it anymore. I don't trust anything.
It's like a TV screen bookshelf now.
We're not doing in the fold tomorrow. Fold's Wednesdays, Mondays, and Fridays. You.
What did I say tomorrow?
Yeah, you said tomorrow.
Well, I'm tired, and we didn't do it
No,
today.
you mean you're
So
weak. You're
no,
weak.
we didn't do it today. So
No, we didn't do it today because you're weak. Because your internet was down, and that stopped you. You're weak. I don't know what you're supposed to do, but you're weak.
What you don't know is that green screen thing capped off the point I was making prior to your invasion of my stream. It actually made a perfect cap for the end of it in a way that I'm not even sure I could have planned.
I'm going to concede that because I have no idea what the fuck any of that means.
I was going on about how the nature of playing with people's expectations and actually lies can be incredibly good and powerful. And how they can completely rewrite how we understand the world. I was going through a few things, and then lo and behold, literally you gave me and that's why I couldn't help it. I was like, I've been waiting to decide if I was ever going to actually do the thing. Right? But I had to. I just had to.
I hate you.
Yeah, I've been debating for a long time whether or not I was going to even ever do the gag or if I was just going to let it be really confusing. But it was literally perfect timing because of my other point. So you let me, I got to build a segment out of this.
Oh my God. By the way, I don't know if you know this, but Victoria 3 isn't true. Vancouver Island is actually an island, and we do have beaches.
Yeah, but look.
By being an island.
Yeah, but I've been to Swedish beaches.
We're actually,
I lived in California. Oh no, I mean,
it's a scam, by the way. Do not, for the love of God, go to Vancouver.
Oh no, I mean, go there in the spring for salmon fishing, because there's 2 or 3 fishing lodges that are the most.
If you want fish,
one is
worms, sure.
I mean, fishing's fishing. You throw them back still, but there's a couple hey, we all have our own things we like. Again, you're using the word beach.
Off poking holes in fish's faces for no reason. Okay.
Yeah, I like catching fish. I like catching fish.
I'm not judging. My partner does too. He's a psycho.
I like fishing. Fishing's good. But again,
the concept of sitting down by lakes. I feel like if you need to,
yeah, but that's what you call beaches.
Name the local fauna in order to enjoy sitting by a lake. There's something off in your clock.
That's what you call beaches, though. And again, I lived on
I'm going
Redondo.
To the ocean. We don't fish in the ocean. There's red tide out there.
You don't fish in the ocean? What?
No, we fish in the lakes. There's red tide in the ocean
and rivers. But
mostly
again,
in the oceans, we fish. Mostly we have.
You're going to a beach that has red tide.
All the beaches have red tide. Constantly. This is a plague island. Don't come here.
That's fair.
The Garden City's full of the Garden City of Victoria is flooded with homeless people, and it's not their fault. But the city has completely abandoned them, and the oceans are being pumped full of shit, and literally, and there's red tide everywhere.
Don't go anywhere. 2 seconds. I just want to.
Terrible place.
I want to just because I don't live there anymore, but I want to talk about beaches as a thing. Because here is
endless misogyny with this fucker. Jesus Christ!
It's not misogyny. This is misanthropy.
Oh, you said beaches. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean either way. This lovely place right here. I'll move this out. Oh, actually, I just turn it off. I'll share my screen so you can see it in the Discords.
Yeah, because you're under the delusion still that you clicked on low latency, but you didn't.
No, I did. I never do. This is Redondo Beach. Okay. Redondo Beach in Los Angeles is a beach. And I want to talk about what the meaning of beach is. because I think that's an important thing when we're having these
Swan Lagoon, look it up.
conversations. Oh no, we're going to look at first here. We'll get there. Don't worry.
That's a proper beach.
This is a proper beach.
It looks exactly like that.
Does it? We're going to find out.
Look, I'll send you an image.
Let's see.
Where I'm going tomorrow.
A little further down.
I'm
So
not actually
this,
going there, by the way.
this second story place, the second story place I'm looking at right here.
Yeah.
My wife and I lived there for 2 years. It was amazing. It was when we first got together, and it was overlooking Redondo Beach.
The windstorms
Amazing.
must have been nasty, though.
Say what?
Must have been nasty in windstorms, though.
No, stunningly beautiful pretty much all the time. It was like Fantasyland. Redondo Beach is like Fantasyland. I don't know how else to put it. It's there's very few places like it's part of what's called in LA the Sandbox, which sounds weird.
I presume it's because it's a beach and it's got sand on it.
No, they call it that because once people move there, they actually don't leave. And so it's like
this is, of course, a common feature of all sandboxes. Nobody leaves the sandbox.
no, it's LA. So once you go there, you don't leave. People don't like leaving because the beach goes all the way down to the edge.
Sandbox.
And it's a continuous beach all the way up to where the airport is, and then on the other side of the airport, the beach starts again and goes all the way up past Malabou. This is a beach. When I say beach, I use that phrasing because you swim with dolphins. There are beaches. What was the beach you said to name?
I'm not naming it now because I don't want people to follow me there.
That's probably fair. Let's go to Victoria, BC Beach. Let's see. Just pick any of these. Let's see. What do we got?
There are great BC beaches.
That's Willows Beach.
I don't know Willows Beach.
Look at all the tree logs. Is that going to be everywhere? Do you guys have a lot of tree logs on everything?
I mean, it's a forest, so yeah.
It's a forest.
They're great.
I thought you said it was
natural,
a beach. I thought you
they're
said it was
natural
a beach.
benches. It's awesome.
Is it a beach?
It's a beach. That's a beach, Brooks.
A beach is a forest?
No, it's a beach on a forested terrain.
Pretty sure beaches are a terrain.
Beaches are a feature of the terrain. They're a very small feature of the terrain by dint of being beaches.
I don't think you can see that I'm just being a dick.
No, I can. Don't worry.
Okay, good. I just thought it would be funny. You have a lovely time at your beachfront soiree tomorrow with the other
right? Thank
club
God
members.
We stole it from the natives.
Yeah.
Who is this
enjoy
guy,
it.
by the way? Who are you looking at?
Oh, this is a thing. I'm going to let it play for a second.
Time and time again, Deleuze and Guattari seem the most apt thinkers to
Here we go. Just take 2 seconds to listen.
go to in terms of diagnosing our current social situation. And in the wake of the 2024 U.S. presidential
not Kevin
election
Young.
being
No. Oh, no.
won by Donald Trump, it's brought a resurgence of discussions surrounding...
Stop for a sec. Be nice.
Why?
Be nice.
I'm
nice
going to...
kid.
I'm sure he's
kid. Be
nice.
Okay, go easy on him. Don't be an asshole.
I will generally be kind.
Okay.
Do you know him?
Okay. No, I just know he's very young and he's very earnest and he's not a shithead.
I'll take earnestness. I'm fine with it. I watched 2 minutes of it and I went, oh no, and I realized I have to. It is a teachable moment.
He's shitty, but he's not a shithead. He will get somewhere.
I'm going to say it's a teachable moment, would be my phrasing.
Okay. Let's see it.
Fascism and state control. And this is a topic that's discussed in detail in Deleuze and Guattari's work, especially in their first work they did together, Anti-Oedipus, written in 1968.
Oedipus. I've said Oedipus and I've said Oedipus. I've never heard Oedipus. Like it's Odin from Bloodborne.
It's adding the Oed to it, and it's
Oedipus.
And it's okay.
Coincidentally, the same year of the May 68 riots, which were over similar concerns.
Not sure it's coincidentally. And also, it was born out of that directly. To mention, the literal book was formed because I'm being nice about it. The book itself came about because both of them were disillusioned after May 68, and Guattari had found his way to reading Logic of Sense and went, holy shit, and said, hey, Deleuze, I've got an idea for you. And he went, what? And he went, oh, what? And he went, oh shit. And then they kind of did this book together as a response specifically to not just May 68, but May 68 directly, but the other times in history where revolution has supposedly happened or been on the verge of happening and then not. Yeah, Elderon, I know. And I'm trying to be nice by not saying the riots of May 68. I know I should correct him on that because it is more than that. And it's like saying the BLM riots.
I mean, they were riots. I'm just saying.
It's like saying the BLM riots.
It's up to the viewer to think that riot means negative. Like I don't have negative connotations with riot. Like it's obviously not a cozy.
There were, but it's the
that's
same
what
thing.
Uprising generally is.
But do you call them the BLM riots?
I call them protests generally.
Yeah, there's a reason for that, right?
Some of them did involve riots. Like that's
sure, but there's a reason we denote with certain words. You know.
And one of
fair enough.
The things that's very central to Deleuze and Guattari's theory is the intersection between psychoanalysis and its discussion of desire, wish fulfillment, fantasy, and things like that.
So you can see why I went.
Can you replay that? Can you replay that?
Literally, it's the first minute that made me go, "This is going to be a video."
Go back a minute. I need to hear that again.
Deleuze and Guattari's theory is the intersection between psychoanalysis and its discussion of desire, wish fulfillment, fantasy, and things like that, and more general social theory coming out of, for example, Foucault, who's doing his discourse analyses. These are brought together in Deleuze and Guattari's work in a very interesting way that I think you might find helpful in terms of thinking about how desire plays itself out in the social realm. And they're going to give us a slightly controversial thesis regarding fascism and regarding its success in many historical moments, which is that in some sense, the society desires fascism. We are concerned with the way that
I don't have the rights to that music. I don't want to get pinged.
Norms.
Hey. All of a sudden, now you're fucking concerned about. I see how it fucking is.
It's my
On
channel.
your channel, we care about copyright. Okay, yeah, okay, it's all coming together. The pieces are all falling into place.
Produce. And they really want to focus on that aspect of production, the way in which contingent historical and social circumstances allow for the development of certain ways of being, certain things that we take for granted and that are being undermined by, for example, the genealogical method of Nietzsche or Foucault, where we examine the historical contingencies that allow for basic concepts to be developed and altered as tools for control.
Echo says, for all societies, there exists a subset which desires fascism. Fascism in practice versus in perception different. We're going to get to, because he's going to dive back into these things.
This phrasing is throwing me off so completely. I'm not even sure if I.
It's a problematic phrasing.
I wouldn't even say it's problematic. It's just like it's not consistent with.
Well, and again, the way that he's going about it, again.
Yeah.
This is, if I were to say this is the healthy direction, like if we were to compare this to like plastic pills, for example, plastic pills is what I would say is an unhealthy direction of interpretation of a text. It's unhealthy because being wrong is being wrong, but being wrong in the way he goes about it is unhealthy. It's bad for you. It's bad understanding. This start is not bad. It's not bad direction. The phrasing is problematic because it has a lot of other language elements within it. So when he says things like part of society desires, it's like, no. The subjectivity produced desires fascism. It's not part of society. It's not that, Donald Trump's people are more in touch with their desire. That's not the
Look, I'm just happy he hasn't opened up with Deleuze and Guattari wanted us to be schizophrenic because of its political potential.
Correct.
I'm just happy that we haven't gone there yet. Okay.
Hey,
So,
no, that's what I mean. It's like it's a healthier, it's a generally better direction for these things. I'm going to be nice, and for me,
be
I'm
nice.
nice.
He's a kid. He's just a baby.
I don't mind. We're all dumb. We're all babies.
And Deleuze and Guattari mention in a passage that I'd like to discuss.
Although the way he
social
pronounces
production is
Guattari makes me want to have cancer.
It is a little overpronounced.
purely and simply desiring production itself under determinate conditions. Now, what the heck does that mean? Now, I've done lectures on desiring production before, but in its most basic sense, desiring production is the idea that what makes things be is the way that they do. The things that they are engaged in actively doing. And the chief method of...
This is not
terrible. It could be
worse. It could be worse. It's incorrect. But it's incorrect in a way that's like...
It's incorrect in a way that's not damnable. He's not poisoning people on the subject.
Well,
that's good.
The challenge is that it's not about what people produce. Like, that's the thing, is when he's talking about things, the shift.
Produce? Hang on, wait.
He's saying what. To be specific,
is the way that they do.
The way that they do.
The things that they are engaged in actively doing. And the chief method of this doing for anything is desire.
But
he didn't... Okay.
So, to just correct a little bit, and again, this is the tough parts about Deleuze generally, and Guattari is you're talking about a sea change and sort of how things are sort of conceived of, and so it's difficult. They're very specifically talking about shifting the dichotomy of what we might call the machinic or mechanized biological functions or mechanized elements of things, and also the way that the organism or the organic, the totality of the larger scale things work. We tend to think, and we have talked in the past about the mechanisms of someone's arm or these other things. These produce sensations. These produce, these produce and sort of are, these are what they are. They're connected. They're the shape of what they are. And we think of them as the shape of what they are. We think of them as the parts as a whole, not really by what they produce. Conversely, we think of organisms by what they produce, what they do, how they put things into the world. And we kind of have this dichotomy of how do we reconcile this? Well, for them, the way that they come up with it is basically the body without organs. The body without organs is the surface on which the repetitive action of the elements of the desiring machines and all the little pieces, instead of being seen as what they do, instead they are producing. They produce and they work with and desire. But instead what we should be looking at is more or less the shape of them, the indices of them, the way they're connected. And then at large, because of the way the function of the BWO happens with recording and then ultimately creates a totalization around the organism, we find in the organism that the structuration is what we should be looking at and conceiving of. That separation with the BWO in between flips that dichotomy in a completely separate direction. And so when we talk about desire, and when he's inferring here with desire, and we'll get into it because I'm not sure what he's saying directly, it is not that what people want or that desire creates through people. Yeah, exactly. That's the Lacanian traditional psychoanalytic view of things, that desire...
Well, that's just the colloquial use of the word desire.
Correct.
Is a synonym for want.
Instead of the force of things, which is what they're actually talking about. They're talking about libidinal desire and force, the energy of it, which is again why, and I it's one of the frustrations I have more and more.
Here's the problem, because like desire colloquially is in the domain of there's overlap with the concept of libido and so on and so forth. But in a sense, I think maybe one way to clarify it is like desiring production is being included precisely to negate desire, quote unquote, as lack, because we still talk about desire as a verb, as wanting something which you do not have, and that's a core part of our language. And one of the frustrating parts about understanding and explaining this is that we still carry that connotation with us when we read the book, But what they're specifically doing, that's specifically drawing on the Spinoza's tradition, which regards, again, for the same reason. It's talking about desire as not the position of something not connecting to something else, but precisely the position of something connecting to something else.
If you want a good example, just to mention, there is a lovely Spinoza reading every Saturday hosted by our friend Eldoran. If you want to join in the QC, we have a Spinoza reading
Oh, is
going.
he still doing that?
Oh, well, saying still, he's like been doing it for a few weeks now. It's one of our newer readings. He wants to do 3 in a day. We're trying to guide him against doing such a thing. But yeah, it just happens to be that this exact thing is what's in our Spinoza readings on Saturdays right now, because Deleuze is very much taken from Spinoza, and I think Nietzsche too. This is the idea of force and the push and the way to be thinking about these. But again, it's tough because this is a completely different way of handling these things.
Well, it's also because, like, I think after Spinoza, you have like similar approaches that kind of like splinter off, and they're similar but they're different. Will to Power is similar. Bergson's got some weird shit that's similar, but it's
well, and again, that
yeah,
Nietzsche does, but
Lawrence sort of does a bit.
I'm on my second or third read through of The Vicious Circle, and I got to tell you, Klosowski, I think, is responsible for almost this entire book. Like, on all of AO, like, it's not true, but I'm like, it's horrifying. We were reading, we're in chapter 4.3, the first positive task of schizoanalysis, and they mentioned Klosowski. It's one of the few times they mentioned Klosowski in AO, and I went, wait, and we literally went over and started reading a section, and it's like
one of the few times. I think they mentioned Klosowski almost more than Freud.
No,
like they mentioned quite a bit in the first chapter. In the first chapter, second chapter, I can't remember. I remember they mentioned him a few times because they mentioned
he's extremely important to the book, and his reading flat out. Again, when we talk about force, he doesn't mince words. He doesn't do clever things like try to merge flux and flow and play on how they work together, which is what Deleuze is doing with flux and Croulet.
God.
He flat out just says fluxion and fluctuation, and it's all about the energy and force for him. And it's very much the same language intentionally. But again, there's points for it. So we're going to keep going. Again, this isn't a bad reading. I don't want people to think that. It's not a bad reading of AO. It's an incorrect reading, but it's not wholly incorrect. It's not bad. It's not that.
Because desire, think about the way that desires work in your head. They propel you towards.
See, that's the problem. That's when you do that.
Because here's the problem.
That's what happens when you do that every time.
He's not wrong. It's a fucking it's not, but it also. Reading negotiations. It's like, or the interview negotiations when he's what is the letter to an uncharitable critic or something? I can't remember what it's called, but like, there's reference to like they imagined AO as like a book of pop philosophy or something. It's like, are you people delusional?
Oh, it's and when you step into it,
unreadable.
And when you step into it as someone who's clearly trying to take it seriously, like at this point, I would have no reason to say otherwise.
This is not a shithead. That's why I'm saying, like,
he's clearly trying to take it seriously, but he has all of that other baggage of what other people have said or how they talk about it in the colloquial realities, and it just completely fucks with you. And English fucks with you very much.
Yeah. Some end by are engaged in actively doing, and the chief method of this doing for anything is desire. Because desire, think about the way that desires work in your head. They propel you towards some end by.
And I want to just go through and say real specifically my issues with that phrasing. Desires propel you to some end. You could say they pull you, because the whole thing that's happening there is in that trinary relationship is you have a goal, the desire, and you. And these are the three things explicitly that they want to do without. Because it's if he's using it as an allegory, it's troublesome to use this as an allegory or example because it is doing the opposite. It's placing you in a position of it's you being thrust forward, you being pushed in a direction. It's like it's not you being pushed.
I honestly think the word desire just fucks with the interpretation of this so much, and I kind of wish they didn't use it. I understand why they used it, but I really wish they found something else.
Yeah, me too.
That's what's screwing with people's heads, because there is what they mean by desire is just flatly, and frankly Spinoza too, what they mean by desire is not desire. They mean something else.
Well, Spinoza doesn't use the word desire, so.
No. But but it's, does he? What's the word he uses? It's it's just affect, right? No, it's not affect. That's
very different. It's very different. We're going to keep listening. We're not Robin Hood. We're going to keep going.
They are engaged in
and yes, Alderon, I'm going to let him finish.
actively doing. And the chief method of this doing for anything is desire. Because desire, think about the way that desires work in your head. They propel you towards some end by making you actually do something, by making you not content with what you're doing right now, or in fact have the potential to make you content with the struggle to go out and get something. And this is what societies are trying to do. Read Plato, Aristotle, Cicero, Aquinas, Augustine, any of these people who say anything at all about social and political theory. The reason that societies get together is because they need to fulfill some kind of need that cannot be fulfilled individually. And there's a difference here between need and desire, because need is something very material, very
Spinoza uses the
rational.
word desire. He uses other terms too, and they're flattened in a lot of translations. It's one of the frustrating things about reading them in English. I get what you're saying.
Wait, Alderon, what's the word he uses in Latin?
He uses three. Cupiditas.
Yeah, he does the
decid or whatever.
Yeah, it's the three transformations of the energy that kind of can be called desire, but it's in Latin.
But one of them directly translates to desire, though.
Yeah, well, to desire. Desire is, again, it's very complicated. It's why I hate that fucking word. Because I don't think it works in English for what everyone's trying to do with it.
It has cognitive connotations, but we're talking about stuff happening at the very much the precognitive level. So it's like
with D&G we are, yeah.
Yeah. Well, he's talking about D&G here, but like even Spinoza, I mean, sort of, yeah, kind of, not really. Yes.
Different. It's different because again, his relations for all these things are very different. But it's again,
yeah.
More my point. When earlier we were talking through symbolic, and Cupiditas has sexual. Well, it's libido. Cupiditas is more libido and Freud's drive of libidinal desire, procreative thrust, lust thing. Yeah, it's more like lust. Libido is. It's why libido, I think, works fine. The problem is libido has been made dirty and done dirty in the same way that id has been done dirty. It's
By the way, having read Totem and Taboo, you really don't need to read Totem and Taboo to get the critique of Totem and Taboo and Anti-Oedipus. I'm just saying. He really does just repeat the thing over and over again.
No, he really does, but I think it's worth reading to know that. Because it's...
Sure, I don't disagree, but, chat, guess what? Now you know.
Yeah, but I
would still read it.
You want the worst part? I do not believe it's possible to understand chapter 2 without reading a lot of Lacan.
I look, having not read even a little bit of Lacan, that's not true. I've read a little bit of Lacan, but I don't really count that much. I am doubtful that is the case, but I'm sure it helps a lot. I do not know. I'm not sure I would say for a simple reason that while they are absolutely responding to Lacan, I don't know if that makes it necessary to have read Lacan to quote unquote get it to the minimal degree necessary to make.
I think it's very important.
I think that's Oedipalizing Anti-Oedipus.
No,
a little bit, kind of.
No,
yeah. That's what he says about the history of philosophy when he's in that negotiations letter thing.
Not really.
Talks about. Yeah, kind of.
Not really. And Eldoran, I agree it's best translated as desire. The challenge I have is when you're doing it and then you're saying desire and then in the same breath saying desire as is translated from Anti-Oedipus. And then like desire used in all these places becomes to me problematic to say they're the same thing. It's just again, take the text for what it is, take the text for where it is. And I think it's fine to generally translate as long as you're doing a close read and you're being careful to the thing. It's fine. For me, I think it's fine generally to keep desire as desire. I'm not saying otherwise. But again, there's issues when you start talking about desire as being want and conflating
Well,
them.
here's the thing. Like, if this was like kept esoteric, like properly, and it was taught in universities, and there was like a strict procedure for bringing people into this, that'd be one thing. The problem is, like, Deleuze and Guattari have been memeified. They are a vibe. They are a mood. They are a style. They are a fashion.
Yeah.
So you have a whole lot of people who are making content about them based on that vibe. And the vibe is, fuck rules, just live your truth.
Free flow. It's free flow of everything, free form, connecting anything. That's what we want. Go
Which tends to
schizo.
mean make shit up if you're a YouTuber and you want easy content. So I don't think this is what this guy's doing.
No. And again, we're having really wonky conversations. Please engage with all of these thinkers. We're being really wonky because these are fun things to discuss. It's not a criticism of negation. It's more of like talking through it, but to re-listen.
The reason that societies get together is because they need to fulfill some kind of need that cannot be fulfilled individually.
I mean, this is kind of the opposite of what they talk through, sort of, but it's fine.
And there's a difference here between need and desire, because need is something very material.
Okay. Maybe he's turning it around.
No, there's need is separating them out is very difficult for me to have that conversation if we want to talk about chapter 3.
Hang on. If he's defining need as lack, then maybe he's gonna get there. Just let him cook. I think Eldoran's
all right.
Cook a bit.
Very rational. Whereas desire...
Eldoran, I want you to answer if you've already watched this.
Yeah, he absolutely has.
No, probably not. But I want to know.
He's posting like he has.
No, he's posting like he tends to want things done. He wants he wants me to watch the whole. Right. In Eldoran's ideal world, it would be, and this is no offense,
he's
Eldoran,
one of those.
It would be the worst content that has ever existed. I would watch the entire thing straight through, and for all of you, and then I would go back and I would have my notes and I would watch sections and then I would drill down. It'd be the worst content that had ever existed. That's Eldoran's ideal version of these things because that's how he deals with them in real life. It's nothing against you, Eldoran. I actually agree with the best way to do it, but that's not. But I don't know how that would be watchable, and I feel like it'd be rude to just watch it straight through. So I told you, a dream come true.
It's also something you can't do because it's content stealing.
Well, and that's the problem is I feel like it would be just stealing content, and I'm not going to. I could watch it offline and have a bunch of notes, but then I'm also poisoning the well.
We tried that with Andor, and we saw how that went.
I didn't. No. I watched that clean, man. I watched that clean, and it was.
You watched it clean, alright. It's okay. Keep going.
I did watch it clean. I watched the first.
I know you did.
Except for the first 20 minutes of the first episode.
Except for the first hour and a half, we did actually watch it. Yeah.
Desire is not necessarily rational. You can't always pin down why it is that you desire something. And this is the profoundly irrational nature of the socius for Deleuze and Guattari.
Right. Fuck.
Yeah, it goes really bad.
The social production that creates norms, standards for ways of being, is irrational and operates based on desire. They say, we maintain that the social...
That went squirrely really fast.
He just I mean, it's not his fault.
No, but it went squirrely crazy fast.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem, and this is again, it's one of the reasons why I really resent a lot of the largely editorial decisions. I don't speak French, so I don't know how much of this is. It was also a different time period. People were frankly just better educated at the time that the people who would be reading Deleuze and Guattari's book would be reading it when it was published. That was a very convoluted way of saying that. There is a point where you get to page 10, I think, of the first book of Anti-Oedipus, where unless you're just you're in a moment of absolute lucidity and clarity and you've been bullied about it for a little while as an English speaker, you're going to make something up to make sense of it. And everybody does it. And I feel like that's where he's at. He figured out a way to make sense of the language and I've seen worse, but I've done it. I'm sure you've done it. I guarantee you the first read through you guys did of Anti-Oedipus was terrible in a lot of ways. I feel like that's where he's at.
This went squirrely really quick. We're going to go back and I'm going to make my comments now. Sorry, Eldoran. We did watch as far as I need to, really. Because there are things he's putting in a very particular order that I think are worthwhile sort of beating up on a little bit and talking through.
And there's a difference here between need and desire, because need is something very material.
So not to Deleuze and Guattari, to need and desire, that you're comparing these two. We're not having the same conversation when it comes to desire. He's talking about human wants versus human needs, that humans want a fancy car, but they need water and food. And so we put together society to fill the need of water and food. Chapter 3 of Anti-Oedipus is strictly against this conception of fulfilling needs. And also I want to just say that like social anthropology or, and Strauss or Godelier in general are both against this idea that we form society based on needs in that way. It's troubling for me to sort of talk about. When we talk about the prehistorical man, they refer to them as savages, but it's prehistory. And we have tribal societies. It isn't really about fulfilling needs. It's...
No. Well, La Pensée Sauvage, I think that's a great example that you brought up Strauss. Like, one of the things that he points out very specifically, very early on, is like the abundance of knowledge actually points to that like native guides, for example, had of a local fauna, despite a lot of it not having actually a necessary function. It speaks to being motivated primarily by curiosity and just a general playfulness and so on and so forth. It's not that like human knowledge is restricted by, it's actually quite the opposite. And it's like there's a general human tendency to just want to build connections with things and to want to like.
Oh yeah. Well, it's so Eldoran also, I just want to make sure you do hear it in case you're not seeing it. Eldoran says he agrees with you. I mean, I do too. That his professors say that before, and I think he means in the before times as we speak of them, you could expect students to be familiar with at least some of the things that we're talking about here. And now we've degraded. It's one of the reasons that I'm doing the how-to philosophy series, which is, again, I'm not a professor or anything, but there's basic shit when it comes to like how you engage with these books or foundational things you need to sort of be able to do in order to interact with them, in order to discuss them. And I'm going to keep adding to it because
you should,
if
I may. You should engage with philosophy of education and actually approaches to teaching philosophy.
I mean, I have. We had a philosophy, pedagogy of philosophy reading group for a while early in the QC. Pedagogy is a thing I've been it's one of my like very few specific like passions. And so it's a thing that I've spent a great deal of time reading about. And I think one of the challenges we have is you kids. When I say you kids, I mean anyone under 20 for sure, but 20 to 30, absolutely, and possibly 30 to 40. My generation was the last one who like had what might be considered a semi-traditional education or classical education. Is kind of the term.
I'm not gonna speak to that because obviously that's before my time. But honestly, I think you probably had not experienced that way. I don't think that's fairly usual.
No, it is in a couple particular ways. And I'm not talking about overall because we were already doing dumb shit and there was already dumb shit being done in the 90s. You're talking about the college
level, right? You're not talking about...
I'm talking about high school and before.
There you go.
Specifically, how we learned math, how we learned to read. There wasn't a lot of theories on these things buzzing around in the 80s. But that's when it started. And it started into the 90s when it became deeply profitable to have weird, fucked up ideas. And I go with specifically the method of reading that is about hunting for words, where you basically solve riddles, more or less, instead of learning phonetics. I learned phonetics and repetition. That's a classical reading. And again, I'm not saying I learned like a lot of shit, but my generation was the last one who had these methods as the standard, and it was a standard across the board. You'd have to do this. You did rote memorization. You did multiplication tables, writing them out. You had sheets of grid paper, and you had to write out all the multiplication tables manually. And you had to do this every day, and it was repetitive, and it was boring, and every kid fucking hated it. But at the end of the day, you learned some shit. You learned to read, you learned to speak, you learned math, you learned sciences, you learned this stuff. But as I started getting into high school, they changed it. And this is not a joke when I say this, everyone thinks it's a joke. You can go look it up. My high school, which is a famous one, was one of the first in the state to have what was called the Group Interactive Math Program. With the acronym GIMP, it's not a joke. That was the fucking name of the math program. And what it was is, instead of teaching kids the classic mathematical way, they wanted us to learn group project-wise by doing real-world mathematics. And my parents were very excited about it, and so I ended up in that program. And by the end of the first year, we were behind. We were really behind all the other kids. By the end of the second year, we were further behind, but they told my parents, don't worry, by getting behind, he'll be able to get ahead when everything comes together later. Guess what didn't happen at all? So we had our own version of this, but this stuff is now, I want to say, normal. The interactive math program and its style of teaching is normalized across almost everything in America.
I went to a low-income private school very briefly, which is a thing, believe it or not. And it was subpar in many respects to public school, except in one case, and this is largely because of the arbitrary decision of a particular teacher to teach us English in a particular way in which we had exercises. And the exercises worked like this. Here are suffixes. Here are prefixes. Assemble words that mean this. And it's something I've never encountered in public school. And it teaches you systematically how to understand language. And it changed like how I think, how I read, and so on and so forth in a whole lot of ways that are very suspect in light of Anti-Oedipus, of course. But it's like you never see that kind of thing anymore. Math is like a random hodgepodge of stuff where you have no rhyme or reason. So you're either terrorized by your parents into doing it, and all simultaneously provided with the ideal home circumstance to study calmly and patiently without anxiety, or you're not, in which case you're fucked. And
again, like, I'm not advocating for multiplication tables as a thing. What I'm saying is the traditional method yielded a different type of interaction with math than the group interactive math projects did, which is very little interaction because all you needed was one kid in the group who actually went home and whose parents were a little overbearing and made him do shit. And he'd come in and do the entire group project for you, and it counted.
And so, I'm looking it up right now, by the way.
Yeah.
And it looks like it was called IMP, and they left out the group part. So I think
they did remove the group part after my freshman year. Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So they knew. That's what matters.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
No, it was a real thing, and if you can imagine what it felt like in school to be put into the GIMP classes, like that's just what all of us had to deal with. It was like, great, thank you guys. But again, it's how many kids had to learn how to read Shakespeare and do Shakespeare, and it's memorization, and it's doing that, and but does it teach me these practices, these repetitive things? Do they teach you? I'm not really here to fight whether or not that's the case. A lot of people apparently thought they didn't, and so they did away with it, especially phonetics. And if you haven't seen how they're teaching kids to learn to read, we had a nanny for Dexter's this 25-year-old, and she was stunned that Dexter could read books. And he was at the time he was like 4 and 5. He liked to read, and he loves reading. He's my kid. It's kind of built in, but a lot of it's because we sat with him every day and we would read to him. If he wanted us to read, we'd read. We'd hold the finger over the word. We'd say the word, and we'd make him say some, and we did the thing that we both learned. Most people don't do that now. Instead, how they teach them is the method where they leave a word out of the sentence, and then the kids are supposed to guess the meaning of the word or how to say the word based on the picture above it. So instead of phonetically learning the word, it's it's honest. I'm not joking when I say this. This is a real fucking thing. And that, oh, it's dog. What word could that be? It starts with the letter D. Well, danger, maybe. What else is in the picture? Like that's, I'm not joking when I say this. There's a wonderful podcast I've mentioned before called Sold a Story that this reporter started diving into because at the beginning of the pandemic, she noticed, like, she was listening to her kid on Skype in the class and she went, what the fuck? What the fuck are you doing? And she just was like, why aren't you teaching finesse? Like, this is how we teach it. And it is across the board. And it's a thing.
Here's the thing. Like, I don't see a problem with that as an exercise, but when that's,
I do. It's absolutely problematic.
do you as a thing? Just by
Studies
itself?
show it's a problem. Yeah.
No, but like as a negative in with the presence of other like approaches as well.
Yes, because you should not be teaching people to guess what the word is. They should be able to read. You should be able to read.
I agree that you should be able to read. I don't think having activities where you guess is intrinsically bad. I think the problem is when it takes the place of that.
Just so you know,
okay. Yeah.
the studies would say you're definitely wrong on this one. Like, for the last 25 years.
How would the studies ascertain that specifically, though?
Because the kids who have those programs who learn that way and begin to use
but what I'm saying, though, is like the programs have the absence of other approaches as well. They rely on that as the central focus. Like, I don't think that the premise of using
yes,
games
it's
it's words is by itself a problem.
Because that's not what but that's the game.
No, I hear what you're saying. I agree with you. Yeah.
You're not guessing the word. You're guessing how to pronounce the word. Like what the word is, because it's there. It's
how to pronounce the word.
The word's there. So it says like the sentence, Sunday went to the market, and market is not there, and it's a picture above it. Market's there. The kid doesn't know the word, and above it is a marketplace, and there's Sunday walking in, and then they go, what word do you think that could be? S. Do you see anything that could be an S in there? Because they don't know how to read. You know what? I'm going to, 1 second. We're going to watch a video on this. This is insane.
Okay.
People don't know that this exists.
This must be really new.
No.
I've never encountered. I'm in a bit of a privileged position here because I'm
Canada is not America, first off. So you have a different position than a lot of people.
Fair. I think we imitate you guys a lot, though. But yeah, fair. Except for the fact that we pay for it.
Okay. 1 sec. I just want to make sure I get the right video because reading recovery. And when I tell you the story of this, you're going to be like, what the fuck, Brooks?
Most people.
Yep, here we go. Is this the? Yeah, this is fucking upsetting.
Still looking at Gavin.
I know.
There we go.
I don't want to play automatically because some of these videos are really depressing.
Send their kids off to school assuming they will learn the basic skills in the first years. But in any school system, 10 to 20% of kids will struggle learning to read and write and are at risk of falling behind if nothing is done. Fortunately, there is a literacy intervention with proven results. Reading Recovery aims to make every child a reader.
Reading Recovery is a highly effective research-based early intervention.
Just to mention, Reading Recovery has been a thing since 1970-ish when she invented it. A woman with no degree, no education, no background who was working with, this is not a joke when I tell the story, she was working with special needs kids, good for her, and she saw that the kids who couldn't read and were reading poorly were doing this method of hunting and seeking. And she was like, well, we're just not teaching kids to hunt and seek well enough. We're focusing on phonics and forgetting that they're using this method. It didn't occur to her that the kids who can't read as well are doing so because they can't use phonics, so they don't have those tools. So she developed this method called Reading Recovery, which is about teaching kids to use this hunt and peck method she saw. And over the next 20 to 30 years, it became such a large force in Australia, especially the U.S.
Okay,
huge in the U.S.
Slow down, cowboy, for 1 second. Go back 5 seconds.
There is a literacy intervention with proven results. Reading Recovery aims to make every child a reader.
Okay.
Now press play from here.
Reading Recovery is a highly effective research-based early intervention that's designed to help.
When she says research-based and highly
Yeah.
effective, what the fuck is she referring to?
No one knows.
That's just it? There's just nothing?
So the story goes, so in the 80s and 90s, this started being put in various schools. It was a very, very like high-end, like fancy way for kids to, and it just took over because phonics is kind of rote. You can't really, you don't have to resell new books every year. But this, textbook companies and education companies could sell all new shit, all kinds of new shit. And so it went wild and they were making tons of money. And so, but kids were falling behind still. This is not a joke, what I'm about to tell you. This is a real story because what I'm about to say is how George Bush did the right thing for education and everyone laughs at him for it. George Bush is elected president. One of his top things that he said he was going to do was reform education because his brother had severe reading disabilities as he was growing up and it really stuck with him. It's a true story. It's actually like an emotional thing for him. So he put in place the No Child Left Behind and a huge act for education. And the rule was that the federal government would no longer put any money towards anything that did not have actual unbiased research behind it. That you had to have research proving that what you were doing was effective. Okay. And they went through the process. Yeah. Oh no, it passed. It passed as a thing, but 2 senators put in very particular language that had certain rules around what it could be and changed it. And the team behind Reading Recovery, there's actually emails we have about this, wrote the senator who put it out and said, I guess we're getting through anyway. Because there's no research. They have these lies. The research shows the opposite.
Oh my God.
It's the opposite. So enjoy this. Reading Recovery is a scam. It's a scam. And it's a scam.
It's kind of worse. It's like Brianna Wu shit. It's worse than a scam.
Where it's worse is people who are in it. And it's like, think of multi-level marketing type shit. They are influencers. They go to these colleges with education. Teachers who are in, and they go, this is actually the coolest shit. That phonics stuff that we learned is garbage. This is the hottest shit. And it gets teachers who are new excited and they begin teaching. Sold a Story has like a ton of stories of teachers who like got suckered into it and fucked with all of it. And it's really awful.
Help grade 1 readers who are having the most difficulty learning how to read and write to catch up to their peers and to do it before a pattern of failure occurs. So in effect, it provides them with a safety net and a second chance to learn.
Reading Recovery is an intense intervention that a good foundational literacy base from which they can...
In general,
grade 1.
Are you hungry? Meow, 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 said the hungry old.
It's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. I want to show how it works. Come on.
The program would help them.
Come on.
Good. They have troubles reading and writing, but we get right down to the job of teaching them to be strong readers and writers.
Like here's the thing. This is the part that I hate the most. Like the people who are doing this, I don't think it occurs to them for a second. They trust in the method. There's people above them. There's an established thing. They think they're doing the thing right, and I feel.
Oh no, it's beyond heartbreaking.
I feel so bad for those people. Like they're
beyond
proud of what
heartbreaking.
they do, and they should be because of their intentions. But it's like it's just
It's beyond heartbreaking. It hurts. There are stories in Sold a Story that are
moron decided to just make this her thing,
and she wasn't even like an egotistical moron. She really thought she was helping. And
well, no, hang on, wait.
Yeah, the first woman who made it, like it actually helped kids.
Here's when I stop though. Here's when I stop you there though.
Oh yeah,
because that's Dawn, right?
No. Dawn is just this. Else? No, this is a whole. This is like, again, you got to think of MLM. Everyone in this is out of school who's doing it. Okay, these are the people at the end of the line. These are the suckers.
I agree, but whoever's saying this, so look. Research-based, effective. If you say that, and you don't have the research.
Marie
I
Clay,
never actually
by the
looked
way.
at this.
Marie Clay is the woman's name who made it. And Lucy Calkins is like another person because she came from Columbia University Teachers College. And
Sure. Yeah,
it's
if
awful.
You, yeah. Look, if you say, oh yeah, it's research based, and you haven't checked that, I'm like, Scientology wants you to work for them.
There we go.
So what exactly happens in a lesson? First, the child rereads several familiar books, which represent a wide range of texts of varying difficulty levels.
Little White Rabbit sees two white animals, but the animals said no.
Yeah, they said, we won't play with you, don't they? They say, go
It's not what's written on the page. The kid is restating the story.
away.
Then the child rereads a book that was introduced during the previous lesson, while the teacher observes and records the child's reading behaviors. Next, the child does some letter identification and learning how words work.
Excellent. Can you show me one more capital? Show me the letter that goes with that. Very good.
Looking.
Okay, and how could we take that word apart, Tristan? Okay. Excellent. And so what do the two parts say?
Looking.
Okay, and can you build it back up? Okay, check it with your finger.
Looking.
And fast with your eyes.
Looking.
Excellent.
Then the child writes a story with the teacher.
That part's fine.
paying
That
special
part's fine.
attention
No
to sound.
objections to that.
But it's not. Again, the kid is learning to recognize the whole word.
Well,
that's not how it works.
Okay, but when it was broken apart by the reverse would be sort of implied. You sort of get that through the process of doing that. Mostly.
Just letting you know, the research is very particular on this.
I'm sure the research is going to be operating at the level of like the deployment of this program, not like the individual parts. So
you would be surprised.
I'd be interested to see this. I'm curious as to how fine-grained these studies were and how they operated. But
you're free to read all of them if you want.
Well, the reason why I'd want
from a
about this simply because when you're comparing effective, like the relative effectiveness of different like regimes of teaching,
the studies are very clear here.
Yes, I understand what you're saying, but it would be very difficult, for example, to break it down into component parts and to compare those. So if he did that, I'm interested to see.
Cool. I'm happy to share. There's actually a lot of research on it.
Yeah.
Sentence script provided by the teacher.
My daughter is getting a haircut.
Oh.
My daughter is getting a haircut today.
So what did you notice?
This.
You noticed that a word was missing, didn't you? And then you fixed it. Excellent. All right.
Then the teacher introduces a new book, carefully selected for that student.
Pigs. Do you know about the story of the three little pigs?
Finally, the child reads the new book, orchestrating his or her current problem-solving strategies.
So what makes sense? I'm
making.
Oh, does that make sense?
What makes sense? That's it. Did you see that? That's the thing. What makes sense?
Strategies.
So what makes sense? I'm
making.
Oh, does that make sense? Does it look right? Get in there and check it. What do you see?
Making.
Yeah, literally repeating the word she just said, by the way. If you don't notice that.
Yeah, I did. I noticed that.
It's what would make sense. Making sense? Making? It's literally that thing.
One of the tricks here is that like a lot of the individual activities individually are probably fine. The problem is that if a lot of these are taking the place of actually learning how language works in a systematic level.
We're just going to watch this. This is great.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning. Doing good. Good to see you guys.
When you make a podcast, you want events to unfold in real time. I want to have my microphone there when learning is happening.
This podcast is the Stroll the Story podcast, and it's an amazing piece of work that all of you need to see.
This is the story.
No, Eldoran, There's no blank. This is not about a puzzle to be solved. This is about what word makes sense there with a word there that you could read.
Here's the thing. So
that's the thing that's fucked up.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing that, and this sort of like, I think this confirms what I suspected, which is, it seems like the bare fact of a focused engagement on literacy at all, leaving aside the method, seems to have short-term positive impacts.
Correct.
Because they don't actually get a systematic understanding of language, but what they've been given is treated as such. They're left out to see when they move on. So like all of this is fine if this isn't the education. The problem is this is the education.
Correct.
Like, these are games.
And so you get into these really weird things. To go back to, I was talking about the rote memorization and the other stuff. There's a really weird accident that's happening with things where we don't, and this is kind of, the studies in pedagogy are kind of backing this up, that we don't really understand why things have worked. We're starting to learn. But like, for example, for a very long time, when my parents, your parents, probably all of our parents, up until the 70s and into the 80s, how people didn't go to school to learn to read. Instead, the teacher would read to the class and you would follow along in your books, and they would read, and they would basically recite the whole thing, and they would do it, but it was a lecture, but it wasn't. What it was teaching you how to read, which sounds fucking weird because that's not what it was doing. That wasn't the intention behind it. It wasn't like we do this to teach kids how to read, but it's the nature of the beast. Kids having words in front of them that they then hear pronounced as they go through, because they can make out spaces. You can hear, oh, that's that word, because you can hear word space. That weird interaction helps kid learn to read. We don't do that anymore. Parents don't read to their kids. So again, we're going to watch a little bit of this because this Soul to Story podcast intro.
Well, just before you go on, like one of the perverse advantages that I had for that brief period I was in that private school was that because it was a religious school, a lot of like lessons were contorted around biblical teaching. So we had, for example, and this is going to sound really weird, but it actually helped me in a weird, perverse way, which it shouldn't have. That shouldn't have been the way. But for instance, we would talk about like our science teacher would actually have to have like an aside with us. Okay, look, guys, we're going to talk about this thing in the science textbook. Just so you know, we're not taking a particular stance on evolution or whatever, but the science textbook would say this, so on and so forth. But that general attitude meant that, for example, when we had an hour long of Bible reading, for instance, this related to everything. And so people in this school probably had one of the best classical educations of anybody in that time period, just because they had to do that.
The studies back up this really weird idea that the best way to learn to read is not to learn to read.
Yes.
And like you said, that the focus itself on reading is actually the problem, because reading is almost an incidental skill, which sounds weird, but that's how it operates. Like, reading is an incidental. It's like it would be like saying, look, our kids are having trouble talking. We need a talking class. It's like,
yes, it's exactly what it is, actually. And like, it's like with math. And this is one of the things that really frustrates me with how math is taught. If you teach kids reasons to be specifically interested in math, they will do it.
Yep.
By themselves. That's how college students come about, who aren't
I
just
tricked
doing
my
it for
son.
a job.
He's been taking my cranes, and he opened a crane store.
Yeah.
He sells my cranes and my nail polish back to me. That's what my son does. He steals shit from my office and he opens a store, and I can buy things from him. And the reason he does this is because I kind of fucked with him, and I was like, oh, you want to play that game? To play your Switch today, it's going to be, I don't know, it was like it was going to be $1.82. And he's like, oh, how do I get money? I'm like, well, it's around the house. You can try to find it. And he did. He didn't get the right amount. So this weird drive to like playing the Switch or doing a thing, it wasn't learning math, but he learned fucking math. He reads, he goes to the library and he checks out 50 books a week and just plows through them. It's the same thing I did. Same thing a lot of kids do, and probably people in this audience, because most of us, our parents read to us, but that's not a thing that exists for most people anymore. And so how do we create a world and have teaching for this? But again, I'm just going to watch a little bit. This is worth, we're just going to go for a minute
I'm going
or
to
two.
dip after this part. I'm going to let you continue.
That's fine. Because this is amazing shit. But the 100%, the Sold a Story podcast. Just search for it. It's on Spotify. Listen to every bit of it. It will horrify everybody. And it is the standard of American education. And it explains a great deal.
Behind Sold a Story. The podcast that's changing how kids are taught to read.
My friend made a mistake when they spelled thick.
Because them thought it was F and thought it was C.
I'm Emily Hanford. I'm an education reporter. I got interested in this question of how kids learn to read. More than a third of fourth graders can't even read on what is considered a basic level. Sold a Story is a podcast that investigates how teaching kids to read went wrong. And what I discovered is that in schools all over this country, and in other parts of the world too, kids are not being taught how to read.
It didn't seem like they were really teaching them to read. It seemed like they were teaching them to sound like they could read.
I'll hit play. I will mention the podcast she's very good, and she has stories in there that are, every episode kind of opens with a story of why it's important to know how to read. And there's a few that are some of the most heart-wrenching things I've ever heard. A guy in Vietnam, and again, it's just why reading is important. It's not necessarily about that. It's just explaining why literacy is important. But he's in Vietnam. He's illiterate, and his closest friend in this platoon was shot and almost killed, and he's dying on his deathbed. And he said, John, I need you to take a note from my mom. And he dictated a last note to his mom. And he says that the guy died. And he's like, I tore it up and I put it in my pocket. I couldn't let anyone see that I had just scribbled nonsense because I couldn't spell words. I'm just like, dude. That's like, oh, fuck me. Like, oh. And that's like heart-wrenching. But there's like every step of the way, learning to read is what makes you functional in so many ways. And it's so foundational to existing. And this story is about how American kids aren't there.
This has been wrong for going on 50 years, and this is what's happening likely in your school.
Back in 2016, I first met Rob and Maggie Gibson. Hello.
Hey, been a while.
How are ya?
Hey.
So we met like more than 7 years ago at this point.
Well, at that point, we were really in the thick of it.
You have 5 children. They all have dyslexia. And you would go to the school and be like, there's a problem here. And the school would say, no, there isn't. Can you talk a little bit about what that was like?
Excruciating. Not just to us, but to the kids.
Mm-hmm.
One thing that we know now, years later, is how traumatic it was for the kids. The kids are just trying to survive.
Like, bluntly, like, here's something else, too. Like,
one of my best friends when I was in first grade, he had dyslexia. They didn't know that at the time. They didn't diagnose him as it. They put him after like halfway through first grade, where they had like I don't know if anyone else had them, the gold and the blue and the brown reading groups. That was a thing we had. Brown, you didn't want to be in. It meant bad. He was in the brown. It was remedial. They put him in remedial classes. His dad was an actual astrophysicist, and his mom was a published author. And they put him in the class with slow kids because he couldn't read as well. And once he got diagnosed with dyslexia, like the next year, his parents took him out of school. They refused. The school fought him on it, put him in a special school for kids who had dyslexia. He got diagnosed, and he's got 2 doctorates. Like, it's this crazy story, incredibly common.
Even like the notion of there being slow kids by itself. Like, so you just decided that kids who
yes.
through this like rote experimental approach to just accidentally teaching kids to read is gonna, like, if that's not compatible and therefore they're botched, you're just gonna like put them into the shit tier. Like,
yes, they do.
Like, fundamentally, and here's the thing: immediately when you say astrophysicist, published author, these are parents with no time to read to their kids.
Correct.
And like, fundamentally, like, there's no substitute for that at the end of the day.
Well, and it's not a thing you realize. I'm very lucky. I'm very lucky that I've been working from home and I've been in my kids' lives. I've been reading, like, again, my kid makes me read Dune We read books all the time.
No, and it's not the parents' fault either. Sorry, go on. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I'm really lucky. That's not a thing most people get to have because and I don't fault it. Life is tiring, kids are tiring, and work is tiring. And when you get to the end of the day and it's like, all right, fine, look, we're going to watch a movie and fall asleep. I get it. I get it.
So what I started to realize is that kids with dyslexia are kind of like canaries in the coal mine. There's something bigger going on here.
The whole podcast is
Organize everything
horrifying.
in a timeline. It starts in the 1600s, tracing the evolution of ideas about how kids learn to read and how to teach reading. We are up to 2,153 entries as of today. When you put things in a timeline like this, you can sort of see the story. Why is it
100% listener supported, funded, all this stuff is public. You can go read everything she talks about. It's amazing.
that we're not teaching reading in a way that lined up very well with decades of scientific research?
What we aim to do is not teach the child words, letters, sounds, what I call it.
My task for Sold a Story was really to look at this team of authors and this one company who had helped sell this idea to school districts, to teachers, and had taken over the educational system.
We're going to see if the picture helps us to figure out what that word would be.
This is Reading Recovery. We just watched this video. This is the Reading Recovery method.
The idea is that beginning readers don't have to sound out the written words. But you can't be a good reader without good phonics skills.
I found that I was a great reader and I was amazed.
I mean, I have words that I like to say because it's like fun to say them, like hedgehog.
I like the word dictionary a lot.
I really like the word
You look like you like the word dictionary a lot.
onomatopoeia.
Toss. Your turn.
We reached all these new listeners that we never expected, and they end up showing up to school board meetings.
Based on a theory about how children learn to read.
School districts all across the country end up changing their textbooks, replacing them with things that match with the science of reading.
It literally changed the entire country, this one podcast. You want to talk about it? You want to talk about how change works?
Half the states just in the last couple of years are changing the way that reading instruction works since the podcast.
It was kind of like an aha moment. Like this makes sense why it's not working, and it also makes sense why the science of reading is working.
It helped me recognize my place in the system and how I've contributed to inequities for children, but then also the role that I can play in remedying those and making sure that what we're doing now is we're doing right by kids.
A bunch of people actually wrote us real letters. Dear Miss Hanford, thank you for what you are doing for our world. Your work helps to transform conversations. Here's one from George W. Bush himself. He listened to the 3rd episode. Very interesting research on your part. It shows the power of journalism.
That's actually George, the president, wrote her. That's actually the former president. Which she talks about in there because he got fucked. And it's like the entire story is incredible. He got completely fucked and the people working underneath him got fucked because of moneyed interests. It's wild. The story is incredible. And it's like one of the things Bush almost did right. And it's very upsetting. It's very upsetting to listen to.
That journalism can have a big impact.
Reading makes me feel confident and it also makes me feel like my brain is growing a little bit bigger.
Reading a good book, you're like, what would happen if you were that person and what would you choose? The birds are chirping. The bees are buzzing.
I'm a journalist, but I'm a person who wants more kids to be good readers.
The entire podcast is amazing, just stunningly phenomenal. Sold a Story is incredible. Sold a Story is incredible. And Reading Recovery is a real fucking thing. And it's awful. And it's really the reason that like a huge number of kids and still today are just unable to fucking read. And it's really depressing. Why Reading Recovery works. Proven effectiveness. Yep. Not accurate. Like all the science is the opposite.
You've already got the kid right there at the table. Just show them words. Tell them what they mean. Make them sound out how the different letters work together. The words are, you can just... Why? Just do the thing.
Yeah, it's really awful.
Like, even dyslexic kids can learn that way. It's just a fuck ton slower, but you can do it.
Yeah.
Ugh. Well, you ruined my night. Anyways.
Here's Marie Clay. Here she is. She's awful. All right. Good night, Sunday. It's been fun. Enjoy the beach.
I will. See you on Wednesday. Whatever the fuck that is.
Bye-bye.
Ciao.
Reading recovery is depressing. I'm going to go use the restroom. We'll be back. We will continue this in just a fucking moment.
Anti-Oedipus, grüße sagt die Anti-Oedipus. Categorization, Worksfrau. Here I go, Anti-Oedipus. Es ist ein William Brixie Wednesday. So it's some after. Here I go, Anti-Oedipus. Oh, oh. It functions everywhere, sometimes without stopping, sometimes discontinuously. It breathes, it heats, it eats, it shits, it fucks. One mistake if I said the it everywhere. It is machines, not at all metaphorically. Machines of machines with their couplings, their connections. An organ machine is connected with a source machine, one emits a flux which the other cuts. The breast is a machine that produces milk, and the mouth, a machine coupled to that one. The mouth of the anorexic hesitates between an eating machine, an anal machine, a talking machine, a breathing machine, deeper machine, asthma, attack. This is why we are all tinkerers, each with their own little machines. An organ machine for an energy machine. There are always flux and cuts. Judge Schreber 5 has divine rays in his ass. Solar anus. And rest assured it works. Judge Schreber feels something, produced of something, and theorized about it. Something is being deduced effects of machines, not metaphors. Stroll of the schizophrenic. It's a better model than the neurotic lying on the couch. A bit of fresh air, relationship with the outside. Take the stroll of Lenz into the outdoors. It is different from moments when Lenz finds himself with his good pastor, who forces him to situate himself socially in relation to God, in relation to Father, in relation to Mother. On the contrary, he is in the mountains under the snow with other gods.
See, not bad. Look at all that. Not a terrible run. Doing okay here. And yes, a good pee is necessary for a clear mind, and I don't want to be a dick here because we're going over Gavin Young. I want to be nice to our friend Gavin. I want to be cool to him. I think it's important we do that. So, because he's coming at it right. It's just not coming at it well. June, this kind of stuff gets to me because in the scheme of life and politics, it's the lowest hanging fruit. We owe to this to each other. We fuck this up too for money. Yeah, I'm debating on starting a political party that's just about, hey, here's what could happen for everybody if we just redistribute all the wealth. Because it's kind of an interesting answer. I've been sortition pilled very heavily, and I think there's no way out in the current electoral system. And I think there's ways to move forward with people's councils in small ways and start pushing towards it, but I don't think there's a path otherwise. It's sad, June. I know. But let's jump back a little bit, talk through what our friend Gavin Young is doing. And I say friend, but I've never met the guy, nor is he a friend. He probably would have no idea why I'm saying that. So whatever. That's fine. Echo says, I was supposed to be smart. So many people pwn me. It's not, I'm smart. I found memory is one of the most important traits. I think memory is the best skill for anything. I can tell you one thing that is actually the most important attribute a human can have. I know, Brooks saying such a thing. I was very lucky. Part of my career, after my game at Lucasfilm got canceled, when we didn't know they were selling to Disney at the time, but they had already begun the talks. So they canceled every fucking game except for one. And a few of us, they put us on special projects, which is a term. They didn't call it that, but we did. It's a term when they're not ready to fire you because they don't want you to go anywhere because you're too valuable to lose. But also they don't want you working on anything because you're like a bull in a candy shop. You'll just take over a project. So it ended up being me, a guy named Fred Marcus, who's phenomenal. He was on the his brother made Rayman, like his brother. He helped code Star Wars on the Nintendo. Dude had been around in games for forever. He worked with Miyamoto, and then also Clint Hawking, Matthias Warch, and Celia Hodent, which is like the best table. We all had our desks around next to each other. It's the best table I've ever experienced in my life. Celia is one of the top cognitive researchers in how people understand games. Clint Hawking invented the term narrative, ludonarrative dissonance for BioShock, and has just done extraordinary things with game theory. And Matthias Warch as well is one of the masters of level design and is leading Epics. Basically, it was just an insane group. And we had a discussion for weeks at a time. What is the most important attribute for a person? Because none of us believed in such a thing, but it was a fun discussion. Did he work with Tommy Tallarico? A lot of people have worked with Tommy Tallarico. I wouldn't suggest it. The answer is curiosity. However you want to phrase it. There's this odd thing that some people have. A lot of people. It's just curiosity. Nothing else matters. I mean, like, if you're curious about the world, you're cool. That's what we came up with. Still one of my favorite answers, because it's curiosity is like, yeah, wanting to go out in the world. Felt good. It's for some reason, that's what we all settled on. And none of us could ever find reasons why it was bad in any way. It was always, so we ended on, that's the thing. Just be curious, because it kind of means that you intend to take the world in good faith. It's kind of a magical little thing. But back to Gavin.
Very rapid, Linus, Augustine, any of these people who say anything at all about social and political theory, the reason that societies get together is because they need to fulfill some kind of need that cannot be fulfilled individually.
Not really true, sort of true, complicated. It isn't like, again, this is sort of starting with the end and using that to define the process. The end of it, we look at tribes, like Strauss did. We look at tribes, and we go, well, look, these tribes intermarried, and now they have more land. They're able to work more things. They can provide for more people. Therefore, that's the reason they did it. Is it? Or is there more contingent emergent properties that are kind of underneath this that have to do with a complicated debt system of interrelated sort of relationships that are deeply contingent and that emerge into these shapes that only after the fact take that shape and that we define as such? People have needs. Yeah, sure. We have thirst and hunger and all these things. But all those things also exist socially. That people will, even if they're hungry, stay in those groups. They'll often die together without abandoning all of them. That thing is like, so there's something more important. It doesn't work. So when you start talking about like the nature of kinship, and I do recommend the book Metamorphosis of Kinship from Godelier. It is not a small read. Because it directly takes on Strauss and a lot of his stuff. It's worth reading through how tribes ended up joining up, or families ended up joining together and finding themselves as tribes. Because, and again, Bataille has works on this, Nietzsche has works on this. It's not just, oh, we've got to satisfy needs like a SimCity game. It's not really that. There's more, and it's more direct and more immediate. So definitely not true here. And it's absolutely antithetical to what's in Anti-Oedipus to say this. Like, this is the opposite of Anti-Oedipus writing, like wholly.
And there's a difference here between need and desire, because need is something very material, very...
Desire is material as well. This is materialist psychiatry. It's on the cover of the book. And so it's all material. If he's going to say and draw that line, it is, again, putting us in the space of ideality. And that's a really huge fucking problem here for Anti-Oedipus, because desire, libidinal desire, desire, all of these things, this is material. Need being material, but desire not, is problematic for Anti-Oedipus.
Rational. Whereas desire...
Needs are also not rational. There's not, like, you can say that it's rational to want water, but the need itself is not rational. That is on itself, like, doesn't really make sense.
Is not necessarily rational. You can't always pin down why it is that you desire something.
You can't also pin down why you're thirsty. Like, again, this is...
And this is
it's
the
nitpicking, but it's important.
Irrational nature of the socius for Deleuze and...
This is where this kind of takes a left turn. This is not... The socius is not this. This is not related to this. It's very tough to even figure out how to respond.
The social production that creates norms, standards for ways of being, is irrational and...
It's true, but I wouldn't phrase it as such, because it presumes then that something else is rational, which would be the needs as he's kind of already laid out.
Operates based on desire. They say, we maintain that the social field is immediately invested by desire, that it is the historically determined product of desire, and that libido has no need of any mediation or sublimation, any psychic operation, any transformation, in order to invade and invest the productive forces and the relations of production. There is only desire and the social and nothing else.
For example, needs. I mean, that sentence is actually something you can directly bank on. Like, that's the thing with when you say stuff, the less one is apt to make declarative statements, the less one is apt to look foolish in retrospect. There's only the desire to the social and nothing else. So then, if desire isn't material, is anything material? No. Like, it kind of becomes this, like, really troubling thing to chase down. Let's talk through exactly the phrasing on this, though, because that's why I have it up right above me. Right here, it's literally the passage he was reading. And we're going to scroll slightly back. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. One of the things they want to get away from is there is a reading in, let's take Lacan. Lacan has this reading, but there's a reading in a lot of stuff where you start talking about desire or needs, as he was talking about, or social elements and then individual desire, or desire that's the forces within, and then also there's forces without pushing back on us, social forces, right? As a thing, right? If that makes sense. I hope that makes sense to everybody. But their phrasing here at the beginning of the paragraph he's reading from is kind of super, super, super fucking important. There is no such thing as the social production of reality on the one hand, and a desiring production that is mere fantasy on the other. The only connections that could be established between these two productions would be secondary ones of introjection and projection, as though all social practices had their precise counterpart in introjected or internal mental practices, or as though mental practices were projected upon social systems without either of the two sets of practices ever having any real concrete effect on the other. To say that at the beginning again, there's no such thing as social production of reality on the other hand, and desire and production is mere fantasy on the other. When we talk about desire, Lacan, Freud, talk about the pushes of desire. They want this fantasy. It's in our heads. It's the stage of our unconscious. It's what's happening. That second step of saying, and also the social world exists and also is pushing back on us. It's like, no. It's kind of all the same stuff. As long as we are content to establish a perfect parallel between money, gold, capital, and the capitalist triangle on the one hand, and libido, the anus and phallus, and the family triangle on the other, we are engaging in an enjoyable pastime, but the mechanisms of money remain totally unaffected. This is them shitting on psychoanalysis. Psychoanalysis has always equated money, capital, money as poop. The idea that a child learns how to shit and control their shit means that they've got the ability to self-regulate, self-control, which means they can control money, right? That's like the idea there. But they can't. Then they can't means they have no self-control. They'll be bad with money. Money and shit are the same thing to psychoanalysis. They're saying, hey, as long as we establish these parallels, we say, oh, on the one hand, it's this, it's like that, it's like this over here, it's like that, that we're going to actually have these two separate realms that are actually not affected by each other at all. The parallelism between the two, as they phrase, is sterile and insignificant, as long as it expressed in terms that make them introjections and projections of the other, without ceasing to be utterly alien to each other. The truth of the matter is that social production is purely and simply desire and production itself under determinate conditions. To say another way, desire and partial objects are building and doing a bunch of shit. They're combining and all that thing. And the social world is produced by them determinate conditions. The actualization of the potential of desire, which is the social, happens and then falls back into the virtual. The relationship between the virtual and the actual is this. This is not an easy thing to get across. That's why I'm not like cross with the kid. This is complicated shit, but it is complicated and it is very particular. Desiring production is everything. It isn't that there is, oh, it's that stuff and then this are sort of like each other. It's like, no, that is this. This when it's determined. It's this when it's not determined. Same stuff. The bubbles of things. When you see a cloud that is an unknown shape, and then that cloud sort of morphs and becomes a man, that's not a cloud anymore. It's a cloud now under determinate conditions, and then it goes away. Same thing. It's all the same stuff. This isn't allegory. This is the setup. That's the thing. It's the thing we're playing with. I'm not going to link it, Pashy. Just watch for a minute. I'll link it a little bit later. I don't want live comments.
In other words, all we need to explain the way we are and the history that allows us to get from that point where we have been to where we are now is to look at the way that desire is invested in the social sphere. The way in which there is a sort of unmediated way in which desire expresses itself en masse in the social sphere.
No. It's deeply mediated. Desire directly invests. He's not a debate bro. I'm not a debate bro. So we ain't debating. It's not a debating thing. Debates are pointless. Debates are useless. Debates are people screaming at each other. The crucial term D&G are disagreeing with is sublimation. I think they are commenting on sublimation, but I think they're also generally commenting on the idea that ideas or desire are not material. Yeah, it's a waste of everyone's time. I agree. You should go. Sorry to waste your time.
And this is the passage that I want to focus on in this lecture. Even the most repressive and the most deadly forms of social reproduction are produced by desire within the organization that is the consequence of such production under various conditions that we must analyze. In other words, we got to figure out the conditions which allow for the production of certain social products.
What they're saying is that there is no social element or social reproductive system that is too wild or too repressive that desire isn't built into it. This is actually a thing that other people very much consider. Like that's the challenge. People think of, and he's going to get to it, and I know he likes this, and I think he reads this right. Reich, as they're talking about in this paragraph, found the answers to how the Nazis got into power to be deeply unsatisfying. The answer most people gave, kind of across the board, is like, they were lied to, they were tricked, they didn't know better, blah, blah, blah. They had the wool pulled over their eyes. Generally speaking, ideology, the Žižekian answer. You have an ideology that's like pulling the wool over your eyes and you just can't see the truth. But that sucks, because that's basically saying, well, people get invested socially unless they're lied to, which like becomes deeply unsatisfying when you start chasing down, like ideology is a very problematic thing when you start chasing down the setups. And they're saying even the most repressive and deadly forms of social reproduction are produced by the same desire that produce everything else. Within the organization that is the consequence of such production under various conditions we must analyze. He's saying, he's kind of got it right, but it's very particular that they're saying desire goes all the way through. It's all the way through all these things. There is no horrific thing too weird or, oh, look, that guy's a serial killer. We don't need to analyze. Like, no, desire through everything. Oh, that was a brutal regime. That's just not normal. It's not normal. We don't need to care about normal.
That is why the fundamental problem of political philosophy is still precisely the one that Spinoza saw so clearly and that Wilhelm Reich discovered. Why do men fight for their servitude as stubbornly as though it were their salvation? How can people possibly reach the point of shouting, more taxes, less bread? As Reich remarks, the astonishing thing is not that some people steal or that others occasionally go out on strike, but rather that all those who are starving do not steal as a regular practice, and all those who are exploited are not continually out on strike.
To put it in words he used earlier, if we are in a society as part of our needs, and if our needs aren't being met, why aren't we meeting them? If my family's going hungry, I don't fucking go steal some food. Like, just go take food. My family needs food. They're starving. If needs are the reason. Kind of not. Why is it that men don't just fulfill their absolute needs when they have them? Because they don't. Often men will, as they say here, more taxes, less bread, or Trump voters screaming, get your government out of my Medicare. As an example. It's wild.
After centuries of exploitation, why do people still tolerate being humiliated and enslaved? To such a point, indeed, that they actually want humiliation and slavery, not only for others, but for themselves. Reich is at his profoundest as a thinker when he refuses to accept ignorance or illusion on the part of the masses as an explanation for fascism, and demands an explanation that will take their desires into account. An explanation formulated in terms of desire. No, they say, the masses were not innocent dupes. At a certain point, under a certain set of conditions, they wanted fascism. And it is this perversion of the desire of the masses that needs to be accounted for.
I love Reich.
In other words, we tend to look at fascism and say, for example, in the case of Nazi Germany, oh, if only the German populace knew what would happen in the future, they wouldn't vote Hitler in. But Deleuze and Guattari want to push back on this a little bit because they think that it underwrites and underestimates the extent to which people make profoundly mad decisions through rational terms.
No.
Hitler in. But Deleuze and Guattari want to push back on this a little bit because they think that it underwrites and underestimates the extent to which people make profoundly mad decisions.
Their argument would be, again, rational is going to be really problematic if you want to talk about D&G, unless you're using it as a, they kind of toss in that word occasionally to fuck with things. But they want to have the conversation of why do we consider certain things to be rational? It's rational not to just steal all the time. Why? Why is your desire invested so much in the system that you simply allow it to starve you to death in service of it because that's where your investments are? Why do you join the leopards ate my face party? Why do we allow this thing to be? And yeah, Eldoran, exactly. The rational, irrational thing is actually where Reich fucked up. It's literally where I think it's the next paragraph, actually. It is. It's the next paragraph. I fucking feel bad whenever this happens. I thought it was the next paragraph. Fuck. Reich himself never manages to provide satisfactory explanation of this phenomenon because at a certain point he reintroduces precisely the line of argumentation he was in the process of demolishing by creating a distinction between rationality as it is or ought to be in the process of social production and the irrational element in desire, and be regarding only this latter as a suitable subject for psychoanalytic investigation. Oh, please don't do that, dude. It's literally the next line.
Through rational terms. They want to look at fascism as a historical development which allows for the socialists to continue with certain norms past a point that they might otherwise be called into question.
He's doing literally that thing. It's the next sentence, dude. I always feel bad. He's trying. And he, generally decent read, but it's almost like he heard that passage, went to it, was taken by it because it's a fucking good passage, and then is like running with that and kind of read other stuff. Again, I'm not saying he didn't read the whole book, but that kind of, it's the next sentence. This is not the game they're doing. We're just going to take it apart now.
They want to look at fascism as a historical development.
No. They want to look at the fascising tendencies that are exposed within the schiz, within the very formation of meaning process that exists within desiring production and the creation of the whole in the organism. Fascism as a historical process is almost irrelevant. And I don't even know if they talk about it in that term. They talk about the socius as a historical process or the universal history of the BWO and the socius seen through desire. But I would be very hesitant to say they see fascism as a historical process. They see it as a material process, but it's a historical directly I'm uncertain of. The fascising tendency of capital, maybe.
Which allows for the socius to continue with certain norms.
The fascist, the socius doesn't have social norms. The socius is the fount for production, the quasi-cause of production, the way that we talk of, so like, we talk in our world of the job creators as being rich people, or that the capital investments create jobs. Capital makes jobs. But that's not the case. Not by any economic theory that exists that's in the real world. But we see it that way. The same way that the primitive man saw the earth as the cause for all, or that everyone saw that the king, wherever he walks, rosebeds be laid. Like that, he's responsible. He's the reason that this happened. This capital is the reason, the market is the reason, whatever. That's the quasi-cause that is sort of at the front of it. It doesn't have norms.
Past a point that they might otherwise be called into question.
No. Specifically in the book, actually, they go over capitalist as the capital socius, the socius within capitalism, as being able to take in any rules or norms it needs to. It's able to create an axiomatic for all. Norms in that way don't really work.
To such an extent that, in fact, people will desire their servitude, as stubborn as anyone might. And
no, it's again, there's a difficulty here because the way you're phrasing it is you're talking about someone who might be a Trump voter is desiring their own servitude. And that's not really it. You've got to go deeper than that because, for example, in our world, I would argue Donald Trump and Elon Musk are not desiring their own servitude. They're desiring power. But it's in service of larger scale representation and the way that capital works. And so desire is being repressed. Even in them, they are, again, the castrated capitalist cuckolds. Watch my video on it. Capitalist cuckolds. Best sound effect I ever made is in there. That thing that they're playing with, they are also repressed. They are also seeking their own repression. But would we use that term? Is Donald Trump seeking his own repression? No, but desire is connecting to that and playing within that system. So this is when we start making things personal, when we start putting the person and the fantasies of that person as the central truth, and that there is desire or needs of a person, and we're not taking desire into account or the forces behind a man. And we're not really looking at the subjectivity you might talk about in a Hume that really is about these things. Like, that's when you start getting into this trouble of like fucking this up.
And what's really going on?
Is he shitting his pants every time he has to poop? No, well, he is repressing. It's actually unironically true. Unironically true. My daughter, 3 years old, deeply unrepressed.
Here is this is what society does. It takes certain forms of desires and organizes them. And this is a technical term for Deleuze and Guattari, which is to say made into an organ. And an organ is something that takes in inputs and gives out set outputs. And if that input condition is not met, then the output condition is not met either. This is the definition of a machine.
I don't know what this is from, but it is not Anti-Oedipus.
Or Deleuze and Guattari, coincidentally enough. So when they talk about, for example, the body without organs, they're talking about a way of looking at society that doesn't consider these organs as absolute. It views them instead as metastable states, just as states and societies are. They are temporary ways in which there is a calcification of the social milieu. Some way in which desire can streamline the way in which it produces things over time. And in fact, this is exactly what we're seeing today with the resurgence of populism, which is just a rebranded fascism as far.
Wow. I'll let that go. I don't have a lot to reply to because it's just not correct. I can see kind of what he's doing. And yeah, I'm with you, Eldoran. He's kind of just doing Freud with a little Lacan. Or I should say he's doing Freud with a little Zizek. Because there's an edge to that. There's a very particular edge to that I'm just in my head pulling from. I may be incorrect about that, but he's playing to these things that is this is just incorrect. And it's not even a thing to respond to. There's just nothing really there. Also, populism is not a rebranded fascism for Deleuze and Guattari at all. That's not how that works. If he's saying for himself that he sees it that way, I would argue, so is communism. Everything's a rebranded fascism. That's the whole point of the book.
As far as I'm concerned, with the Trump presidency. Now, what's going on here? Because when Trump got elected for his second time, not just me, was very confused, very confounded and jaded by the way that our socio-political system works here in the States. Well, we need to think about, why do people want Trump? What do people see in him that is some sort of fulfillment, not just of a need, but of a desire to be something more?
Yeah, I did a video on people voting in their own interests or the interests of MAGA. I highly suggest that one in response to this. The idea that they aren't voting in their own interests is wrong. And that you know better is literally this paragraph again. We'll see what he does.
To create some sort of product. Because Deleuze and Guattari recognize that fascism does have some productive capacity. It seeks to deliver.
It's okay to be an Anglo, grow and accept it. I used to feel bad, about pronouncing things, but you don't have to. There's a little bit, so it's not really Lacan. It's Zizek's take on Freud. There's a little edge he's doing in there. There's an edge in there. It's not just Freud, but again, it's, I think, Zizek's pop culture version of Freud. There's some weird shit in there. Okay.
Into an organ. And an organ is something that takes in inputs and gives out set outputs.
Okay. So Freud, when he's talking about libido and how it's moving through the systems and how these things connect and how they interplay, this definition of an organ is Freud. This comes from Freud. This is the idea that there are psychological systems that do X, Y, or Z. Look for certain inputs, give certain outputs. Zizek and Lacan play with these things, sort of, with symbolic chains and other things, but again, less important. Less important here. It is the Freud thing. Less important.
And if that input condition is not met, then the output condition is not met either. This is the definition of a machine.
Okay. And here's why this is really problematic here. As I was going over with Sunday, and again, this is like the hard shit of the book. Preface. They ain't shitting on this kid. This kid's trying. He's making a lot of efforts, and he's not doing badly with it. He's in the right direction. And he's not telling everyone to go be schizo. Because fuck you, plastic pills. Pile of shit. The thing he's doing, though, is he's conflating organ and machine. Machines don't have, as particular outputs. This is the specific thing that they want to go away from. They use the example of the knife rest. I like the example of the knife rest, but I could build a million fucking examples of weird shit. Chopstick holder, someone mentioned. Absolutely. I show you a thing, and the question is, can you tell me what it is by its shape? The answer is no. I tell you what it is by what it does. And a knife holder is a little block, little silver block that you rest your knife on after you buttered your toast at a fancy place. Just in case you ever eat somewhere fancy, you fucking savages. Knife block. But you'd never guess it by the shape of the thing. But that's weird that we do that. Because we kind of presume that the shape of the thing isn't really a thing. But wait, what it does is not really determinate of that either. We kind of look at these machines in a fucked up way. We're looking by what they do. Instead of kind of we look at how they're built. It's a really weird thing. We fuck that up. Organs are large-scale connections of machines, connectivities, things that are playing. And the setup that he's talking about is one to another. And this being an organ, like a machine. Machines are not binary. Desiring machines are not binary. They're not an organ that insert food, out comes poop, which is kind of the thing he's sort of implying here. That's Freud. That's literally Freud. Insert X, out comes Y, if you do it right. Otherwise, it gets fucked up. You need to put the right thing in to get the good stuff out. That's the thing. Otherwise, the machine's broken. For D&G, no, not quite. Not quite. If anyone wants to do origami with me, get a piece of origami paper. I'll give you a minute, and then we'll start doing folds, and I will teach you how to make an origami crane. Alderon says, I think he took the binary series thing and assumed it was input-output relation like a logic game. Yeah, a lot of people do it, again, but that's not it. Organs, the whole point is that, like, we need to rethink what an organ is, or all of this stuff. We need to rethink that, essentially.
Or Deleuze and Guattari, coincidentally enough. So when they talk about, for example, the body without organs, they're talking about a way of looking at society that doesn't consider these organs.
The body without organs has nothing to do with society in that way. The BWO is not a way to look at society. It's a lens with which to understand desiring and social production, which then gives you a lens on society, but it does not start like that. If you're going to be doing origami with me, do have a chopstick if you have one on hand. I find them very useful when you're doing it. So, long ago, someone taught me that one. It helps really a lot.
As absolute. It views them instead as metastable states, just as states and societies are. They are temporary.
States and society are not metastable. The use of metastable here is interesting because he's technically right. And when we talk about it's fascinating that he's kind of using some good language here. But again, it's just off.
Ways in which there is a calcification of the social milieu. Some way in which desire can streamline the way in which it produces things over time. And in fact, this is exactly what we're seeing today with the resurgence of populism, which is just a rebranded fascism as far as I'm concerned.
It's not.
With the Trump presidency. Now, what's going on?
There's a reason we have two words. No, I don't want to be a dick. There's a reason we use different words for these things.
Here, because when Trump got elected for his second time.
For those of you who have it, you take your piece of paper. It's a square. If you have fancy stuff, like I got fancy stuff, this was $4 for a sheet of like 500 on Amazon. I know, I'm fucking splurging. All right, fancy side, I'm going to call it the outside. Okay, you fold. Your first fold should be like this. Nice valley fold, as they call it. Okay, valley fold. Right down the middle, corner to corner. Nice and easy. Okay. We'll do the next one in a moment.
Not just me was very confused, very confounded and jaded by the way that our socio-political...
Make your square. I'll let you get going, Olivia. I'll see if I can get my other camera actually working too. In theory, I have another camera that's supposed to be covering my desk that never actually got working. It's a cheap, shitty webcam that I have on a fucking stick. But I'll see if I can get it working so that way you can join and we can just do these live while we talk. Because it keeps my brain going. I'm a big fan of origami specifically for that reason. I find it quite useful. We'll watch.
Political system works here in the States. Well, we need to think about, why do people want Trump? What do people see in him that is some sort of fulfillment, not just of a need, but of a desire to be something more, to create some sort of product? Because Deleuze and Guattari recognize that fascism does have some productive capacity. It seeks to deliver a product of...
Well, this is just wrong. Well, that's just wrong. 1 second, I'm going to set my camera up. Give me 2 seconds. Let's see if that worked. It did not. I don't know why not. It should have. That's annoying. Let's see. Why are you not powering on? That's not good. That is really not good. That's okay. Oh, there it is. Do I have it working? No, it's not working. Excellent. So fuck it. We're not going to have it. So, we don't get a cool view. I'm sorry. It's a shame. You get to deal with this weird, awkward view instead. We're going to make a crane. So the first fold, you have your square, okay? You can do a valley fold. Valley fold is, as I was taught when I was a child, it's making two mountains, okay? And I tend to place it up on and go like this. Do I have a big piece of something I can put this on? I have books. I have books and books and books. I have my giant Life's Picture History of Western Man, which if you haven't ever seen Life's picture books, I find them amazing. They're old, just these insane thick pages with like these incredible stories in them. So we'll go like this, and I will kind of try to go like this. Look at me, the worst ever. We're not going to make anything more interesting. I have to make 1,000 cranes for my setup. So we're making a crane. So you're going to fuck off. That's what we can do. You can make a crane or you can fuck off. Either way. That's how it works. Hope that's fine with everyone. That's not tall enough. Is this going to do it? Let's see. Still not getting there. Really wish that other thing would work. Still not getting there. God damn it. 1 sec. Let me see if I can plug this in right. Come on. Did that work? Because this shit is not going to work at all. I need a flat space in front of me. Otherwise, it's just fucked. If this doesn't work, we're moving on. This is slave labor. I'm not asking you to make my fucking 1,000 cranes. I'm making my 1,000 cranes, and you get to either join with me or fuck off. That's how it works. Still not showing up. That's wild. Oh, nope, that one was working. I heard it pop. I got it to work. My desk is disgusting. So we'll see if that is okay with you people. Seems to be okay, probably. All right, let me see. Move some things around here. Yep, that'll do. All right. This will be my origami cam. And you could see the depressing thing I have as a desk. I have a big old white desk, which I love. And when I first got it, I put this amazing coating on it. And you'll see kind of what that looks like in the end. Because it turns out that the coating to put whiteboard paint on things. It turns out it peels really, really fucking badly, which you may or may not know about, which is fine. It is what it is. So, let's see. We're going to add video capture. And we're going to see if it lets me add the webcam in. Come on. Come on. Come on. You were just working, you motherfucker. Still working. What the fuck? Okay. Why are you not running? Amazing. Everything's just fucking really angry with you people today. There it goes. My desk, my mug. DGQC mug. Now let's get this rotated right and set up right. That generally looks okay, I think. My desk is just gross. This fucking, you can see right where it peeled. And up here, it's amazing. It's all like this really cool, like, hi. Whiteboard. But as soon as I go down here, like you can see, it's not rubbing off the same way. So I have all these little dead spots all over my desk that are just very frustrating. Very, very frustrating. All right, so we'll go right about here. That'll be fine. Let's get the cup out of the way. We'll zoom this in. We're going to just shrink this down because I'm just going to be doing it as we go. We'll put it right about here. There we go. Sheet of paper. First fold. Okay. Valley fold. You're going to generally have it. Let me rotate it so it's more the same as what you're seeing for yourself. 1 second. There. That'll be nice. We can just move this, shrink it up a little bit, move you over here. I'm just going to put this above me now. And we'll do it behind me. That'll be perfect. Boop. There. And this could be right about here, because who cares? We don't need to see his captions anyway. All right. You generally will start with something like this. Should order another layer clear coat. I did it myself. And that's a lesson, by the way. It works really nicely, but if you leave the slightest bubble, it peels. And then if you have heated drinks, it peels more. It peels really fucking badly. And it sucks because it gets in your skin and it gets under your skin. It's really annoying. First fold. You're going to hold it like this, like a diamond. Valley fold is the first. Okay. Fold over and crease. Okay. Second fold. Fold over. Again, another valley. You're wanting to match up corner to corner. Okay. Get it nice and set. It's worth taking a moment. And then make sure you get it all the way to the end. Crease. And then you're going to end up with what looks like this. See, it's nice half and half. Okay. We're going to keep watching.
Of some kind. It seeks to give the master race, the pure country, the morally upright citizen, the benevolent leader, etc. It plays into certain generalities which we could certainly argue do not exist in the absolute sense, but they are created in the relative sense to such a point that people can still tolerate being humiliated and enslaved. Think about what Trump stands for. Trump stands for the strong man who's going to come in and get things done.
He's just making everything. He's making everything Freud. So now that you have this, okay, this flap, you're going to be looking at it from the side that is open. See how there's sides, this closed side, right, where the folds are? The other side's like this. You're going to open, okay, and you're going to find, again, that's why I have one of these. You go boop, right in there. You want to open one of these, okay, and you want to fold down. See how I did that? Down, and then bring the tip all the way down too. You want to make a flat diamond again right here, okay? But you need to go all the way to the back. Don't fuck around with this. You want it to go all the way to the back. You don't want to mess around. You go there, and then you go crane next step right there. And you end up with this nice little piece like that. See? Right? You can see you're starting to make this piece. We're going to do it on the other side. You're going to flip it over. So it's that same thing. Remember, we just did this over here, right? With this one here. Do the same thing here. And you're going to fold up. It helps to keep your finger on this piece right here. Fold up. And you want to keep that crease where that fold was here. Because remember, we have that fold still here. We go up. We pop it over. Again, keeping that piece open. The fold should be here, right? And I go to the end. Just pop it, push it down. You want it all the way down. Go to the end. It's going to make another diamond. But it's, again, very particular formation for it. And then we go down, make some nice folds. Make sure it's nice and set in the middle. You want to make sure it's pretty equidistant, right? And then that solidifies it. Now you've got one of these guys. And there is, if you're looking at it straight down, see it's kind of the two squares stacked with openings like this. Split in the middle, right? Following, right? All right, we're going to keep going.
Represents the charismatic outsider who is not marred by politics but is a businessman who knows the way that things.
If you appreciate the origami lessons, please super chat membership or head over to patreon.com/DGQC. Love to have you as a patron. Thank you.
Really work and isn't going to get concerned with petty squabbles. Now, we must realize that all of these are farces. In fact, no one knows how to get into a political squabble like Trump. No one knows how to get into trouble like Trump.
These are farces, would be the beginning of the problems for these guys. This is not Anti-Oedipus at all here. It's a shame.
In terms of business or in terms of politics.
Terrible. All right. Now, with this, remember, we still have, maybe you can't see it on mine. Okay. Let me see if I can maybe make it zoom in a little bit so maybe you can see. Let me turn the brightness up a little bit. And then we'll zoom all the way. Now you should be able to see there's a crease right here. I've still got a crease down the middle from my earlier sets. There's a crease on each side, right? You should be able to have those too. You should be able to have that crease. It's a thing, okay? And what we're going to do is you're going to take one side, remember with this, still this side facing you, and you're going to fold inwards. Inwards. It's a old paper airplane fold I used to use. There's a lot of names for it in origami. Ain't my thing. Okay, I have no idea of those names. But you want to make sure that this fold is crisp because you want to make it get to that seam right at that line. Okay, but you see how it's popping? This is why I like my chopsticks. You go boop, boop, boop. Keep it. You want to keep it nice and flat as you make your way down. Because you want this center crease is the most important part of the entire thing. Center crease is the big deal. And it's okay to not do it perfectly. It's okay. I'm 29 in of my 1,000. Got a while to go. We go like this. You do the other side. You want to make it equal on both sides. You're kind of making you could say it's kind of a kite fold. There's a lot of names for it. But again, you want to make sure that it stays in. You don't want anything to come out. You want to make sure that these things and these folds are nice and square to each other. Doesn't have to be perfect again. Perfect is absolutely the enemy of good in origami. You are not an expert. Do not play like you are an expert. Thank you, Govan, for the collective membership. And it went to Lisa. Hey, Lisa, welcome. And then you're going to flip it over and do the same. But after one step, I missed one thing. So these are now here, okay, like a little suit coat. You're going to take the top part and you're going to fold down right at that seam. Right where those two are at, you're going to cover it. Okay? So you go down, make sure it's set right in the middle. You want that point right there. And then you go whoop and whoop. Right? Easy enough. Then you open it because we're good on that. Then we do the other side. Same exact thing. But now we have the top line too. You see the top crease from that last thing, right? So we want to match that up as much as possible all the way down. You're not going to get it exact. Don't worry. Doesn't matter. And you're going to then whoop, whoop. And you're going to do the same thing on the other side. Just like the other side. It's nothing. This is nothing exciting. This is a very boring setup. Thank you again for another membership. Very kind. Went to Edith. Edith, welcome to the Quarantine Collective. And then you're going to fold again back. I know, a double fold. Why would you do that, Brooks? You'll see. You'll see. There. And then you open these fuckers back up. And you have a lot of folds. Don't worry. We're going to get through that. We're going to get through that. Don't stress yourself. We're going to get through that. It's okay. It'll be okay.
But this is the point. That it is a smokescreen that amalgamates the norms.
Nope. Smokescreen would be ideology. You're doing the thing. You're doing the actual thing that they say you shouldn't do that is in the next sentence of the chapter you're reading.
And indeed the contradictions in society, and tries to create something pell-mell, some sort of hodgepodge that is capable of at least temporarily reconciling the contradictions of society.
No, it has no interest in reconciling the contradictions. It creates axiomatics that enable the contradictions to arise in the first place, because they're not really contradictions. All right, now that you have this, okay, and you've got both sides, right, nice and pretty, you're going to do a weird fold. I'm going to do it for you a couple times, but so watch before you do it. Okay, you're going to take this top part. Remember, we have this opening with like where all the corners are meeting, like all this, right? Take the top one, okay. You're going to fold it back, but you're going to kind of see how I'm keeping my fingers right there. You're going to do that, and you're going to pull back. And remember that crease that we made here where the fold was? It looks like a giant frog's mouth. That's what you're doing. You're going to fold all the way back. And it looks funky, but you're using all of the folds to kind of invert themselves. And it's going to create this diamond. Do you see the diamond from top to bottom? See that shit? Right? See that? I'm going to do it again because it's fucking weird. Okay? See that? Well, pop that top one open. And these that were like that, we just make sure that they're folding the correct way. I use a chopstick as I'm folding. It makes it easier because I have shaky fucking fingers, which is normal for the life I've led. But you keep folding, and as you fold, it'll turn into a diamond. You keep popping. I always do the inside creases, make sure they keep coming out because you want to have a nice fine point. Again, perfect doesn't matter here. Just getting it going is the jam. That's the big deal. Even if you tear it like I just did, doesn't matter. No one gives a fuck. And then once you get it fully open like that diamond, right? Then you, whoop, whoop, whoop. You're done. Take the fold. You're good there. See that? Now we do the other side. I'm going to do the same exact thing again. You pull this part. Okay? Like a frog's mouth. I think it looks like a frog's mouth. There's a lot of names for it. Don't give a fuck about the names. But you see it's like this. You fold back, right? And then you pop in the little edges. So that way it closes into a diamond. You see it's giving me trouble up there. Because where the folds are at, they're not always going to be perfect. It's fine. So you just make sure they straighten out and you get to a nice spot. So you can go. They're not even matching up. I did that wrong. I've got to want to try to get these top and bottom to match at least a little. Otherwise you fucked up, which is fine if I did. But you want them to match as much as possible. There it is. That's fine. And then you go, whoop, and again, up and down. I use the chopstick to flatten. Now you have two diamonds with these fancy little fucking setups. Okay, see that? Like there's two legs, and then this top and bottom. Yeah, we're almost there. We're almost there.
Society such that they do not fold in among themselves, to such a point that people actually want their humiliation and slavery, and this is the real part that needs
No, that's really backwards.
To be explained more. When we say that they actually want humiliation and slavery not only for others but for themselves, what's going on here is Deleuze and Guattari are profoundly reinterpreting what it means to want. Because if you look at a psychoanalyst like Freud or Lacan, there is an idea that there are certain things that every person wants.
I'm not sure that's true.
Think of, for example, the Oedipus complex for Freud.
Not true. Chopsticks are great for origami for me because one, it's a flat edge, so you can get really nice creases. But two, it gives you the point on the other side. So that way, as you're going, if like you have a fold that's not working perfectly or it pops in, because I've got big fucking meaty fuck hands. It's hard to sort of show how I've got big meaty fucking hands. Fingers don't work. So this lets you insert and like drag along the inside to pop out creases that pop in. Really helpful. This is not Deleuze and Guattari. So with the, what I will call the legs, which is the split part. Remember, this is not split up here, split down here. Keep them facing towards you. And what you're going to do is you are going to take the top flap here. And just like we kind of did with the other fold, you're going to fold in. And it's going to be an in fold to like bend, like again, the suit pocket, right? Like that to match along the middle fold. And then you will want to bring it down. And again, you want to make sure it's creased nice as much as possible. And then just poop, poop. Really helps to have a chopstick, by the way. And then do it again. Do it the other side. And then guess what? Flip over and do it again. I know, you were really shocked that I said that. Crane has a lot of those. Crane is a very simple, there's a reason that they have the like rules around how you make a crane and why it's the first and why there's a such thing as like 1,000 cranes versus 1,000 boxes or 1,000 other standard setups. The crane kind of has a lot of major folds in it. And doing them many times gives you an expertise in folding that's really great. So there's one side, and then we do the other. We end up with, these are kite folds, I think is the name of them. But you end up again with another pointier diamond type thing. Boop, 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 boop. So now, again, legs at the bottom, right? Nice. Now we're going to do a thing. This is a step I do. I don't even know if it's a thing, but you go like this. Whoop, like that. All right, like a can-can dancer or leg kicks, whatever. We're folding it back up and then fold it back down. And do the other side. Okay, do the same thing. We want to make sure it goes folded up. And you want to make it, for me, I try to make this right here. And let me see if I can zoom in again, because that helped last time. You can see, let me turn this fucking saturation. Jesus Christ, it's terrible. What the fuck? Sharpness. There it is. I mean, this is awful. Terrible. This is a fucking Elgato piece of shit face cam. Sucks. See how the line here and here. I try to keep them semi-parallel. And then fold back. Okay? Okay? And then flip over. I do the same thing. It sounds repetitive and weird, but you'll see why. There's an important fold that's coming. So again, fold up. I match sort of the angle of one to the angle of the other. So there's kind of that general line. Boop, boop, boop. And again, on the other side. Again, doesn't have to be perfect. It's fine. Because these are the finishing touches for the whole thing, for the most part. Okay? Really simple. Now, we're going to watch some more.
Every boy secretly wants to kill his father and have sex with his mother.
Well,
this is
I should fucking rewind this.
An idea that there are certain things that every person wants. Think of, for example, the Oedipus complex for Freud. Every boy secretly wants to kill his father and have sex with his mother. This is some sort of prime.
It's actually a mistake to say that for Freud. It is not that every boy wants that. That, to Freud, is the healthy relations of mother to father to child. It's not that every child wants that. In fact, it's quite the opposite. It's that to be civilized, we need to want that. If I don't find myself wanting the only woman around for sexual conquest, I'm unhealthy. If I don't see my father as competition for this woman, I am unhealthy. If I don't also turn the other way and go, I'm willing to defer pleasure and accept that my mother is not a sexual object for now and defer to my father, that makes us civilized. So it's kind of these steps are required. If you don't want to kill your mother, you're also unhealthy. I'm sorry, if you don't want to fuck your mom, you're unhealthy. But also, if you do want to fuck your mom, you're unhealthy. Again, it's in Anti-Oedipus, they literally call this the double bind. Your queer ass is unhealthy. That Freud would agree. Freud would agree. Not a lot of great things to say about homosexuality. Given his daughter, sad.
Primordial want that Freud goes to all sorts of lengths to try to...
All right. So we have, these are now, again, the can legs, right? So this is you're going to fold open. You pick a side. It doesn't matter. You're going to fold it open. You're going to open both sides. I tend to do these both at once by kind of opening both, right? And as you do that, you'll want to work all the paper in so that way you can close these guys up, okay? And so you kind of end up with the opposite fold, right? I think this is called a fox fold. I think it's called a fox. I'm not positive. And again, just give it a nice setup. So you end up with like this, okay? Now, what we want to do here is the reason we made those earlier folds, and we can see the creases right there, right? Is we want to fold this guy down at those points. And you want to do it right down the middle. I'll show you why in a moment. And then the other side, we do the exact same thing. So you end up with like this thing, right down the middle. One of those sides, you're going to choose to be a head, the head of the crane. And I'm going to pick this side for today. It's going to be a nice big fat head so you can see the fold. And I fold that back up. Now, we reopen it, okay, with that fold in the middle as it was. And as we do it on both sides, okay, you pull slightly out on one side and hold it. I like to have that angle right there. So we hold it there. And then we're going to do the same thing on the other side. You want to just make sure when you fold it back, like that. And I want to pull it slightly out so it pops a little. And then that is actually going to be the head. Give it a nice little lift. See, I made it too big. I made way too big of a head. Well, that's phrasing. You're going to want, you can do the head afterwards. You want it to kind of end up looking like this. See, they're folded and you kind of have them right along the edges there. Right? And then you pick one of these and the head is basically just a small inversion down. So you just pop, fold, crease, and then it goes out. Now, these are the wings. You fold them down. I like to fold them as far as they go. Crane one, and flip over. Fold the wings down as far as they go. Crane side two. Now, switch to the other camera. No, really, switch to the other camera. Switch to the other camera. How you doing? How you doing? Because now you have this. But this is not a crane. If you did your folding right, there should be a little spot in the bottom of the crane. And you're actually going to blow into it as you pull the wings apart. And that inflates your crane. And you end up with just a fantastic little crane. See? Nice and easy. Nice and easy. So that's 30. I'm on my way. See, the blowing in it, fascinating, because if you've done your folds correctly, it actually is basically airtight enough that you are inflating the body. And if you inflate the body correctly, the rest actually shows up quite nice, and it actually gives a really nice look. Turns out lovely, I think. I've gotten much better at the tail. You should see some of my early ones. The later folds I've gotten much, much better at. Even if, see, look, I have a tear there from earlier. I don't know if you noticed it, but no one cares. Because no one cares because that's a fucking good crane. There you go. That's how you crane. That was not an intended pun. Let's finish this video so I can go to bed.
Justify. But the idea is that the Oedipus complex is the structural mark on the human unconscious that testifies to the fact that this tendency, and in fact this natural state, exists a priori. That this is the way humans are, is to be marred by certain neuroses and problems concerning the family and the self. And these are going to play out in certain determinate ways. This is the backbone for Freud's theory.
Yeah, fair.
But Deleuze and Guattari think that there's a problem here, which is, of course, how do we say that the Oedipus complex exists a priori? Well, we have to suppose some sort of omniscient perspective from which the analyst comes to the analysand and tells them what they want. And Deleuze and Guattari say that, in fact, really Freud just wants to tell people what they want. He wants them to want something. So in fact, for Deleuze and Guattari, psychoanalysis has a lot more to do with what the analyst wants than what the analysand wants. And as such, they want to do away with this notion that there are some things that one really wants and some things that it only appears that one wants.
And they want to do away with the idea of needs, for example.
That, for example, say the boy loves his father. Well, Freud is going to try that, no, actually, really deep down, you want to hate your father. You want to kill him.
No, that's probably not what he would do.
And you want to usurp him and take his place in the familial pyramid or whatever. Deleuze and Guattari totally reject this. So when they talk about wanting humiliation and slavery, not only for others...
I also want to mention that they spent a great deal of time talking about how specifically, very specifically, that they go out of their way to say that they're not saying there's no such thing as the Oedipus complex. Should have a reading on Freud once because I think I have misconceptions. I'm overstating things simply. I'm tired. Fuck off. You know, I'm tired. I'd be happy to have a reading on Freud. I'm very down for that. Totem and Taboo would be lovely sometime. I'm tired. I'm overstating and trying to get through this because this is tough. Who wrote the best explanation of BWO? Daniel Smith had a phenomenal paper on the BWO that I think cracked it open for me. It's in the DGQC if you want to take a look.
But for themselves, The idea is that there is no peeking behind the curtain to see what people really want, or indeed what societies really want. All we can see, and all there is the way that society actually manifests itself, actually enacts its own identity through its projection into the future via its ideals, that tells us what it is, what it wants, what it desires. So, when Hitler comes along and he promises to fix the economy, to bring back some sort of solid ground to what it means to be a German person, when he promises world domination, respect, all of these sorts of things, we can understand that all of these are things that people want. People.
No time in Taboo, the abyss isn't really there yet. That's true. Civilization is condensed, maybe. Look, I know I oversimplified some things and I skated past some shit, but it's tough because this is just a kind of pretty incorrect reading. It is not just as simple as Freud saying everyone wants that thing. It's kind of true, but also he wrote about and talked about, and again, we're in other pieces that his hangers on, Klein and others wrote about, where that wasn't the case. And actually, that was the problem. So there's multifaceted layers to all of this. It's not just as easy as saying that this is what he says everyone must want and is sort of built into it. Does that make sense, Elderon?
People want solidity of their identity. They want prestige and honor. They want personal success. They want the flourishing of their society. All of this fascist rhetoric can be dressed in things that people actually do want in their daily lives. And as such, it's very reasonable to imagine how someone could be duped into fascism if you really understand the historical situation of what was going on in Germany in the 30s and 40s, for example.
Yeah. We don't have time for it now. Logic of sensation gives a good explanation. Well, yeah. I mean, Deleuze gives very good explanations of the body without organs. Yeah. And again, Elderon, we may have slightly different readings of Freud. I don't know if they're material to this discussion with this guy, though. It would be fun to have that discussion sometime, though. But not here. I'm fucking tired. I'm doing origami. I'm so fucking bored with this.
Example. As such, Deleuze and Guattari want to maintain that when we treat the masses as innocent dupes, we underestimate the force of fascism and we underestimate the ways in which it works. And in fact, it creates a defense for fascism, saying that, oh, if people really knew, then they wouldn't choose it. No. What if, in fact, the real flair of fascism, the way that it keeps working, and the reason that we see it experiencing a resurgence in American populism vis-a-vis Trump, this is because fascism works, in a sense. Because it appeals.
I mean, this is definitely not. He's almost putting it forward, and he's not saying it explicitly, but it's hard for me not to say a thing. They're saying that this is how fascism comes about. If only we could have liberal democracy. Fascism isn't like a unique thing to them. It's almost, again, fascism, I mean, in general texts about it, fascism isn't a form of governance. It can be one, and we can talk about it in terms of like the very particular Mussolinian type bullshit that goes on, but that's not really the thing fascism is. It's very vibey. The reason it's vibey is because it kind of plays in some very particular ways with things. It's not that D&G find his phrasing around that was a good explanation for how easily people get tricked. Their point is that people don't get tricked. They know very well what they're doing, and they still do it. That by saying tricked, we're actually removing agency from a person. We're saying, to say another way, it's how I put it in my video, I voted for Kamala. I knew very well what I was fucking doing. That was not me and enacting my desires on the world. I knew very well what I was doing and why I was doing it and what I had to do. Was I duped to voting for her? Was I duped to voting for Hillary? Like, they're both antithetical effectively to my entire belief structure, but I still voted for them. So was I duped? Why would you say they're duped? Are you going to say I'm duped? Feel free. Like, you can start saying that to be more consistent, but people would not say that. People do not say that. Instead, they say quite the opposite. They say that, no. You knew you were voting for the best you could and going for it. That I know multiple Trump voters who did not vote for his entire agenda. I know people who voted for 2 or 3 things. And as we're seeing, a lot of people who voted for 2 or 3 things and now are really upset about other things, because that's how voting works. Like, totalizing an entire group of people to make yourself feel better and to call them all stupid, that's the problem. And that's kind of what he's falling prey to here. And it's really the opposite of what Anti-Oedipus is about, to be frank. Like, they don't consider themselves exceptional in this. Guattari is not like saying, if only you could be more like me. Instead, it's quite the opposite. It's, hey, we're all fucked. Here's how we're all fucked, and how we're all getting fucked, and how all of us are made, but also how we can understand things and maybe change stuff and work for better things. It's a very different thing, I think, than this guy is ready for it to be doing. Eldoran says, it is not that it appeals to people. Even Freud got that. It's how it appeals. Yeah, and appeals is, I think, the really operative term that is he's not letting it do enough heavy lifting. Like, appeals is the same way that, like, walking by a candy store and it appeals to you. It's like, oh. Like, why? Well, there's stuff there. There's stuff there. The Kamala Kambal tricked me. I mean, you know what? She tricked us all. She tricked us all. She took her coconuts and went home.
To desires, it appeals to easy ways out of hard situations. At a certain point, under a certain set of conditions, the American people want Trump. The popular vote testifies to that. And as hard as that is to believe, that is Deleuze and Guattari's point. That if we want to understand some possible solution.
I mean, sort of. Again, yes, in the sense that Americans who voted for Trump wanted Trump. And actually, there's a good number of Democrats, a very good number of Democrats, who would take a version of Trump in the name of Hillary or Kamala to stomp out other things. Like, if you don't think there's a Democratic wing that want to get rid of trans things or gender discussions, we can talk about that. How about those of us who are really interested in tax increases? Do you think they would like to get rid of us? Yeah. How about people like me? Am I in delusion? I want more taxes. I think we need to raise the fuck out of everyone's taxes. I think we need to do excessive taxing. I think we need to do land value taxing and bring back Georgism. I think we need to have negative interest rates on capital that people maintain, that wealth taxes should be a thing. I'm begging for taxes. Yeah? Now, what are those conditions, my friend? I'm stopping before things get interesting. I mean,
one way in which we call into question, for example, the position and ideal that Trump stands for. That in fact, he doesn't stand for the common people. He himself is a rich man who vies for other rich men.
I actually don't believe that's the case. I really don't. I think there's a great Onion article. I wonder if I have it with me. Yeah, it's upstairs. It's upstairs. The Onion has physical printed versions. You should subscribe. And it was most billionaires just working class guys. And it was like pictures of yachts that are like, most billionaires agree they have trouble making ends meet because they really, really demand, they see themselves that way. We have a really weird situation in America. Now, when I say self-made, I'm about to say self-made. What I mean is not through inheritance. And what I don't mean is that the family or money from their family didn't matter. But to understand the place of inheritance, like in money, it's very important to separate wealth from wealth that are of different kinds. So for example, the Vanderbilts left millions and millions of dollars to their kids. Their kids made their money purely through that inheritance. Elon Musk actually built his fortune. Now, yes, he was rich, all of that, but he was not worth billions and had it handed to him. He put all of this together by scamming and lying and doing a bunch of shit, but he didn't get it just through an inheritance. It's a different thing. It's a different thing in setup. Most of these people, Bill Gates included, were from upper middle class families. They generally weren't from wealthy families. The stats back this up. Something like 3 out of every 5 billionaires did not come from money. And by not coming from money, we do mean upper middle class, but not, again, having their wealth just handed to them. They still scammed and did a bunch of shit. Don't think I'm saying anything otherwise, but it's an important distinction because this means that the world these people grew up in, they weren't born directly into that thing. They weren't just born into the Vanderbilts or the Kennedys. RFK Jr., 100% born into all the wealth he had. He did nothing himself. Neither did anyone in his fucking family. They don't do anything. They are independently wealthy and it's generational wealth. Bill Gates, his family was well off. Don't get me wrong. His mom was pretty fire and was on IBM's board and literally handed him his fucking first contract that built his company. Steve Jobs, same thing. But the wealthy weren't just handed anymore. America's a weird thing for this. Europe, by the way, yeah, most of your wealthy is inherited. We don't do that. It's a weird thing. And it's a thing that this is actually one of the first generations in, I think, 100 years where wealth is inherited, primarily inherited. And it's a really interesting video series that a couple people I've watched have done it. The stats back it up. It's really fascinating. I find it super, super fascinating. And so when we talk about like how are the wealthy's investments? Why does Donald Trump see himself as working class? Donald Trump was born to wealthy people. He straight up was. But if you go back and you look through his life, there's nothing that has upset him more than not being accepted in New York as a New Yorker. New York has a very specific culture when it comes to wealth. Very specific. And it's not the same as like living in the Hamptons, which is not New York wealth. New York wealth is man of the people. I'm always around. I go eat pizza. Like he has that. He tries his hardest to be that because no one in America wants to be the wealthy kid who was just handed his money. And I would ask, is it possible that his investments in that, his conception of that, his position of that so badly repeated over and over and over that he isn't sort of caught in the narration he's made himself? I would argue that's the case. Eldoran says, now I know what the problem with the video is. He takes the stage as it was already set by Freud and Reich, doesn't do the thing D&G actually improved. He stops as things get difficult. I mean, yeah. I mean, a lot of people do. He's clearly read the book. Look at those fucking bookmarks. Look at those notations. That's a read fucking book. Wait. What is that cover? What is that cover? Eldoran, I need support. The cover's the Penguin edition. Does the Penguin edition have... Does it have the gray? What's the gray on the front and back? That Penguin edition sucks, man. What is that odd fucking edge cut? Is that what the Penguin edition looks like? It has that? Oh, it's just tape. Oh, he put tape around the edge so it doesn't fray. God, I was tweaking out. I was like, is that a version? I don't know. I was like, what the fuck? Is that a hardcover Penguin edition? What the fuck? I don't blame him. Penguin edition falls apart. It's shit. I don't blame him at all. I do not blame him in any capacity. That sucks. Penguin edition sucks. I'm sorry. Minnesota is better. It's just the way it is. But again, they're both English. It's duct tape. It's great. You do that too? Really? fucking, yeah, fair.
For corporations, for the state over against the working people, if we want to be able to dissolve that sort of ideal, we have to understand the role that fascism plays in the way that it actually works on desire, both in an eminently personal sense and an eminently social.
Eminently pre-personal sense. And not in a social, I guess. It's protect the edges of the book. I've never done it. I have run into it before. It's been a while, but I guess the Penguin version is shit. It's awful. I feel bad because it's like, it just falls apart. And so other people have bitched about it a bunch. It's a shame. But he marked the fuck out of the book though. Like I was trying to figure out like what the fuck is marked the shit out of it.
Sense. That being said, that's it for this lecture. I hope it's provided something of substance. You can check out any of my other lectures I've done on.
See, here's the thing. And I think Eldoren's right. The Surkamp Books, which publishes the philosophy in German, sucks as much as Penguin. It's cheap and affordable. I mean, that's the reason they do it. Fuck it. I've got the green screen up. Here, we'll switch it back. This is a well-worn version of this. I don't mark in my books like a lot of people, but I still beat the shit out of them. But this is like beaten up as far as these things are concerned. The pages are still in excellent fucking shape. Still in excellent shape. And as you can see, the cover's like bent and like fucking torn. But this is a very well-used version of this. And it's fantastic. It's in great shape. Like it's in resellable shape mostly. Not perfect, but good. Bloomsbury's not bad. Penguin's the cheap shit one. Penguin's the cheap shit one kind of across the board. It's not just, Penguin does a lot of cheap shit. I bought the Das Kapital Penguin edition. I'm not sure that, theoretically, there could be paper that's thinner. But I'm not sure it would exist on a technical level. That would be my question. Is that possible? No. It turns out they figured out how to literally... You ever seen those Japanese competitions where the guys do like wood shaving? This is how Penguin makes its papers. I don't know if you've seen it. It's a... Yeah, this is how they do wood shaving for Penguin. It's a shame. It's a brilliant skill that they've got. Here, we'll get rid of PDF. Boop, 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 boop. Move you up. This is how Penguin makes the pages for their books. It's a very skilled craft to make the pages for the books for Penguin. It's a hair's thin, 80 micron thick pages. This is how Penguin does everything. It's really amazing. The skill and craftsmanship Penguin puts into all of their books. And you can see this craftsman, he's like, oh, this is perfect. This will be our version for Anti-Oedipus. And they're like, oh, this guy's good. And they go to someone else like, oh, that's very good. This is Das Kapital. Very nice job. Very nice job. And then, of course, the thinnest of all, well, that's got to be Kant. I would assume. I don't know. They're skilled craftsmen over at Penguin. We should worship that. Really. As you can tell, I'm being quite serious. The version I have is the Minnesota Press, which I still have no idea what the fucking images on any of the Minnesota Press books are. Like, I always thought that at some point I would grasp like how they're connected or if there's a symbolic choice, because there'd have to be, right? Like, so here are all the Minnesota Press editions. I don't have every one of them. I have books. I have the other books from different ones, but like, here's Kafka's. with a courthouse, I think. Oh yes, essays clinical and critical, and on the cover is a Rorschach test. Here is the movement image, because you can see it's blurry, unlike time image, which is the same thing. All right, then there's Foucault, which is an X-ray of the butt plug Foucault was wearing while he read this book. I'm assuming that's what that is. And then Anti-Oedipus and Mille Plateau both have Zen garden sand. I don't know. Can you compare to some of the others? Logique de sensation. Who's that? Oh, wait. It's Francis Bacon's paintings. Is it a book on Francis Bacon's paintings? We got paid for huh? Wow, crazy French being all weird. What's on the back? That's pictures of Francis Bacon. That's fucking weird. It's just self-portraits of Bacon. What? That makes no sense. Can we go get some Zen pictures? Is there any way we can get Zen pictures? It's like, come on. What the fuck, you guys? At least, like, the Penguin edition has art on the cover that makes fucking sense. Difference of repetition. I get. That is a clever cover. Columbia, decent. That's a clever cover. Now, again, it's not really what the book's difference in repetition means, but, like, it's at least, get it? Repetition, and that one's different. I mean, it's simple. The minuet editions, since we're going over it. These are the minuet editions. They're French, because to Eldoran's like, huh? Why do you English books have to have pictures? We just have letters. Well, let me show you the amazing covers for the original French. Logic of Sense. This is see? Do you see the design? It's very... Let me see. One sec. I'm going to get the camera. So make sure... Hey, Logic to Sense. Crazy art. Let's go with the image movement. Come on. Come on. I know you're there, camera. L'image movement. And l'image temp. The cinema series. Crazy covers. Let me tell you, these French people, out of their mind with their fucking designs on the covers. Oh my God, wait to see Kafka. You ready? Oh God. Kafka. How about Le Pli? How about Mille Plateau? Or, of course, L'Anti-Oedipus. First edition, by the way. Yeah, most of the world, philosophy books don't have fancy covers. Why do we do it here? Have you ever been to a fucking Barnes & Noble, dude? You don't waste... It's not useless graphic design art. If you go to your Barnes & Noble, people go through and they look at covers. I'm guilty of this as much as anyone. Let me show you some of my favorite covers. Let me put these back up. Let's see. All right. So this is going to be a bit self-reporting on my part, which I'm fine with. It doesn't bother me. But I am guilty as much as anyone of going through American bookstores and going, that's a cool cover, I'll read that shit. Judging a book by its cover is a real thing. Deal with it. And we'll go with a couple of these. These are fun. So, Agnes Guéraud wrote, let me get the focus at least a little bit here. Dialectics of Pop. I think this fucking cover's killer. It's killer. This is like an entire treatise on pop music itself, but kind of through Adorno. So I'd probably get it anyway, but that's a fucking cool cover. I saw this in a bookstore and I went nuts for it because I just loved, I don't know why, but Mark Wilson wrote a book called Wandering Significance, and I am a sucker for it. I find it beautiful. So I picked it up. It's great. Does anyone get philosophy books just by browsing? I do. Here's a good one. Sensing Sound. Look at that fucking cover. I picked it up. I was like, what are you doing in here? What are you? So this is actually a music theory based around sensation and vibration. How fucking crazy is that? Wait, do I have a... What was see-through? Which book was see-through? Motherfuckers. Where was the green screen book? Did I have a green book? I thought I turned it off. The pink one had green screen effects? It does. Fuck me. I'm dumb. That's okay. That's okay. That's green stuff. I don't give a shit. It's green stuff. Sensing Sound is incredible. I highly recommend it. I actually bought a Frederick Jameson recently, and I didn't know it was his until I picked it up because I saw the cover and I was like, ooh. And that was this guy, which is Direct Detections of Totality. So this is like it's an odd book, but come on, it's a beautiful cover. And then I actually got into this guy, Boris Groys, because of this book. I just really like how that treatment looks and was like, what the fuck is this? So I picked it up. Every bookstore in America runs like that. Runs like this. Let's see. Well, Flusser is absolutely just as... He's not him. He's fun. He doesn't fucking choose his own goddamn covers. But I'm a sucker for the style. I don't know if you've seen them around, but these little guys, the Univocal series, they have like a texture to them that only shows up. Like you can hold it, but they're beautiful. They feel amazing. Pick them up for that. Willem Flusser, generally, really fucking, whoever's doing the graphic art for him, just really nice lettering, clean setup. And then his book Gestures. I think it's an excellent piece of art for that. And again, another one of the Univocal. And then they did a black series for, I don't know how many of these they did, but it's hard to see. It's The History of the Devil, Willem's book on that. And it is fucking stunning. Just really cool looking. So yeah, I do buy some books. Look and feel, Mostly not. I just happen to. It's one of the things that's also tough, and it's where it's really tough, Eldrin. This language exists. If you didn't notice, Flusser has a language to his books. The Univocal series, generally speaking, it's got some of my favorites, got a lot of Sarah in there, got a lot of really good authors. So you do this thing where it's less that I like go in going, I'm going to just wander, but it's like, because I know the language of a few of these and I see the language of, oh, those are Univocal, that series, I'm looking for certain text elements, certain bindings, certain textures, all that stuff. It's incredible. And you can actually find really good books and jump across. It's actually what led me to Cannibal Metaphysics, because it's in the same series. And also The Intelligence of Machine, which it's a really cool printing they've got here. Let me see if I can. So you can see the vibration of the cut that's happening. It's very, very light, but you can't see it like head on, but it's very visible in the whole thing. And it's great. It's a fantastic book. Would not have bought it otherwise, but it's in this binding, in this setup. And it's kind of tough that way. How do you parse these things? How do you not do that? Because every American bookstore is filled with this. This is what it's filled with, is books like this. And these aren't the gaudy ones. I can take upstairs. I could show you all my sci-fi books. I don't have a ton, but like I have, and I am collecting the Expanse Collector Series, which are all colored pages and stupid. I don't have a lot of books I do that for, but hey, I'm a sucker for the Expanse. It's kind of wild. And yeah, you just kind of get used to, looking for covers, books, bindings, certain things that drive you in certain directions. You get used to it. There's another one I picked up. It's Verso. I have a bunch of Verso books. I'm a fan of Verso generally. Disobey, which is great. It's Frederick Gross. And it's actually a really solid read. Really solid read. Verso's got a bunch. I've got a fucking hilarious number of fucking books from Verso up above me. Too many. What can I say? So it's yeah. Like Malabou's Ontology of the Accident. Oh, look at that. Straight through me. Look at how amazing that is. Pop. Ontology of the Accident. Come on, zoom in and focus. Ontology of the Accident. That cover made me pick this book up used for $14. That was my introduction to Malabou. I had not heard of her before. This book is worth significantly more now, and I can't find it anywhere, neither can anyone else. And it is maybe... I mean, she's written more longer books about it, but this might be her masterpiece. Like, this might be one of the best things. If she wrote... I've read other things by her. They're very good. Do not get me wrong, but there's a clarity and a conciseness to this that is incisive and interesting and descriptive. And if she ever writes anything better than this, she might be one of the luckiest people alive. Like, I wish I could write even close to this good. Anything. Granted, she's got like 30 years on me and like she's brilliant. And it's all she does, but still, to read the back. In the usual order of things, lives run their course and eventually one becomes who one is. Bodily and psychic transformations do nothing but reinforce the permanence of identity. But as a result of trauma, or sometimes no reason at all, a subject's history splits and an unprecedented persona comes to live with the former person, an unrecognizable persona, whose present comes from no past and whose future harbors nothing to come. An existential improvisation, a form born of an accident and by accident. Out of a deep cut opened in a biography, a new being comes into the world. It's about neuroplasticity, but also the plasticity of the psyche. And as someone who significant suffering of PTSD and identifies a lot with that statement. I found this weird Spinoza, Hegel, Deleuze mishmash kind of amazing. Proust is in here, Kafka's in here. She fucking nails shit. It's really good. Highly recommended. Highly recommended. But with that, it's 2 a.m. It's been fun. If you like what I do, if you find any of this even slightly fucking interesting in any capacity, and again, I don't blame you if you don't, I would highly suggest that you either drop by the QC, our Discord, discord.gg/DGQC. We'd love to have you. We'd love to chat. We'd love to talk. But if more your case is that, hey, I'm ready to financially support what they're doing, and I think it would be great, which would be lovely. Coffee a month, $5 a month, $10 a month goes a really, really far way in aggregate. And it enables me to do more streams, do more videos, spend more time, read more things, and help with more stuff. I've already got 2 series going, and I'm tapped, and I'm really dying to do a Klosowski reading. So the more I'm able to not have to worry about work and contracts and other jobs, the better. So any support would be lovely. And the best way to do that is Patreon, patreon.com/DGQC. And of course, memberships here, super chats here, all those things are fantastic. All of it would be wonderful, and I appreciate it. You can also support me by buying merch down below. If you want to take a look, I have a lovely Hawaiian shirt covered in Deleuze faces from the QC, and I have a nice little t-shirt. I also have my QC mug, which I really am happy with. This thing has become my go-to mug just because I fucking like it. It's nice. And with that, I'll say adieu. And all of you, enjoy yourselves. Be safe tonight or tomorrow. And I will talk to you soon enough. Thank you, Cryborn, for the $5. It's deeply appreciated.